3 years ago, Earth suddenly entered an era of spiritual energy revival. People began to explore and research the power of this spiritual energy. Right now, however, Lin Tian was being framed by that damn couple, Kang Wu and Li Xiaodong. Not only did he get his teammates involved, but he himself was facing certain death. Li Xiaodong, if there's a next life, I will never forgive a vicious bitch like you. I'll make you two pay with your lives, Lin Tian swore to himself. Who would have thought that in that moment between life and death, a system panel would appear? The Supreme Martial Arts System has been activated. Host's life is detected to be in danger, initiating time and space reversal. Due to the host's insufficient points, the time and space reversal point will be randomized. 3 seconds later, Lin Tian was sent back to 1 month before the spiritual energy explosion. The Supreme Martial Arts System has been bound to the host. Please select an attribute to begin cultivation. Right now, no one knows about the spiritual energy revival yet, but it has actually already begun quietly. After the spiritual energy revival, not only humans but also animals and plants will be nourished by the spiritual energy and undergo mutations. Countless types of super-grade spiritual fruits with special effects will be produced. Swallowing them can grant superhuman powers, and even celestial phenomena will be affected. There might be rainbow pillars of light like the aurora or strange constellations appearing in the starry sky. Divine fire will descend, and lightning will erupt. If I can get enough of the good stuff from all that, the power I'll gain will be even greater. 1 month is enough time for me to level up. Let's see what functions you've got. System. Thinking this, Lin Tian clicked on the system introduction. Congratulations, host, on activating the Supreme Martial Arts System. The following is a description of the system's functions. The system has a total of 4 functions: associated attributes, daily missions, attribute cultivation, and point exchange. First, I'll choose the strongest fire attribute to see what kind of powerful technique I can get. Extracting a fire attribute technique for the host. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host, for drawing the purple grade fire attribute technique, the heaven-burning Scorching Flame Art. The host has received a purple grade technique for the first time, receiving a reward of 5 system points. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. A purple quality technique? In my past life, a blue grade technique was enough to cause a huge stir. And yet I managed to get a purple quality one. In this life, I must become a powerhouse. I can't let others look down on me anymore. Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Tian saw the name Li Xiaodong flashing on the screen. Annoyed, he answered the phone and asked, "What? Lin Tian, I like a bag, but I'm short 20,000. Transfer the money to me on WeChat. In your dreams. Go find your rich kid sugar daddy, and don't you ever call me again." With that, Lin Tian hung up. On the other end, Li Xiaodong stared blankly at her phone, wondering to herself, "What's wrong? How dare he hang up on me? And how dare he talk to me like that?" Kang Wu, sitting next to her, asked, "What's wrong? Is your meal ticket throwing a fit? Who knows what's wrong with him? Maybe he took the wrong medicine." Kang Wu laughed and asked, "Aren't you going to go soothe his ego?" Li Xiaodong replied coquettishly, "The only one I'd ever soothe is you, Brother Kang. Who cares about that loser?" Lin Tian stood panting in front of the people's hospital, cursing inwardly. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Su Yuting which hospital she was in from the start. I've already run to 3 damn hospitals. He recalled Su Yuting complaining in his past life. Back then, my dad thought I was sick and gave me a lot of supplements. Not only did I gain a few pounds, but it also ruined my ice element. What rotten luck. Su Yuting, in this life, not only will I protect you, but I'll also help you have no regrets after the spiritual energy revival. Thinking this, Lin Tian quickly ran into the hospital. At the same time, in the emergency room, doctors were trying their best to save Su Yuting. Why are all her vitals normal, but her body temperature won't rise at all? Su Yuting's father, Mr. Su, heard this and said worriedly to Master Li, "Master Li, I'm begging you, please save my daughter. Let me check her pulse first." Master Li approached the bed where Su Yuting was lying. After checking her pulse, he turned to ask Mr. Su, "Where has your daughter been recently?" "Last month, to celebrate her acceptance into Qingbei University, I took her to Iceland. We came back last Wednesday, and as soon as we returned, she became like this. Your daughter has been invaded by cold energy. We need something of extreme yang to expel the yin energy. I'll write you a prescription. Have them fill it according to this." Mr. Su said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Li." Master Li sighed and replied, "I'm just doing my best. Whether she can pull through depends on your daughter." Just then, Lin Tian pushed the door open and entered. "Stop, Mr. Su asked, bewildered. "Who are you?" A young doctor asked, "Master Li, is this your apprentice?" "No, I haven't taken any apprentices." Hearing this, that doctor and the others grabbed Lin Tian and tried to drag him out. Lin Tian struggled and shouted, "Mr. Su, your daughter isn't sick. She's awakened the extremely rare ice-type spiritual energy. If you treat her like she's sick, you'll not only destroy her body but also cut off her future." The young doctor said, Have you been reading too many novels that it's messed with your brain? Get him out of here. Stop! Master Lai suddenly spoke up, then asked Lin Tian with a scrutinizing gaze. Young man, how do you know about this ice-type spiritual energy? Who are you? Lin Tian smiled and replied, Who I am isn't important. The only thing that matters right now is helping her wake up. Master Lai said, If that's the case, then please, little brother, tell us the solution to this ailment. 2 mace of fresh ginger, 2 mace of aconite root, 5 mace of cinnamon, 1 mace of angelica root. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room were shocked when they heard this. Isn't that the same prescription Master Lai just gave? How can this kid have such impressive medical knowledge? Meanwhile, others were suspicious. His prescription is exactly the same as Master Lai's. No, this kid must have copied it somehow. Master Li spoke up. Little brother, your prescription is identical to mine, but it still won't be able to cure the Su girl. Lin Tian said, I'm not finished yet. Don't interrupt me. This prescription is still missing the most important ingredient, the stardew flower. Master Lai frowned and said, Little brother, although your prescription could indeed help the Su girl wake up without any harm, I'm afraid the stardew flower can't be found anywhere in this world. Hearing this, Mr. Su immediately said, How much is this stardew flower? My Su family doesn't lack money. Please, I beg you, tell me where I can buy it. Master Li shook his head. It can't be bought. The stardew flower is famous for its blue, star-shaped petals with a shimmering silver center. At night, the petals emit a faint glow, like stars in the night sky, which is how it got its name. The sap of the stardew flower has healing properties, allowing wounds to heal and reducing pain quickly. This is what I, an old man, read in an ancient book. This flower only grew in the era when the earth still had spiritual energy, so it can't grow anymore. What? Does that mean my daughter will be like this for the rest of her life? Just as Mr. Su was breaking down, Lin Tian said, Mr. Su, don't worry. I said I could save Su Yuting without causing any harm. Hearing this, Master Lai couldn't help but be surprised. Little brother, are you saying you have the legendary stardew flower? Lin Tian replied. That's right, the young doctor said resentfully. Master Lai, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. How could a poor bum like him possibly have it? It's impossible. He probably spied on the prescription through the surveillance camera in the operating room. How could a brat like him possibly have better medical knowledge than me? Master Li retorted. Then how do you explain the matter of the stardew flower? He must have just made it up. That thing sounds like an item from a game. Stop arguing. Everyone, take a look at what this is. As he spoke, Lin Tian opened a box, revealing a blue flower for everyone to see. Actually, earlier, while they were arguing, he had secretly used his spiritual sense to exchange 5 points for a stardew flower in the system's shop. The stardew flower. It was actually this stardew flower. Young man, you really have the legendary spirit herb? Faced with old Li's excited reaction, Lin Tian smiled and replied, So, do you believe me now, that I can cure Yuting's illness? Young man, I got a little carried away just now. Please forgive me. I beg you. Please treat young Miss Su. Lin Tian walked over to Yuting, saying to himself, Yuting, in this life, I will never let you suffer any harm. Then, Lin Tian had Yuting absorb the stardew flower. Just a moment later, the nurse looked at Yuting's vitals on the monitor and exclaimed happily, She's warming up. Her body temperature is rising. This is great. She's stabilizing. Yuting slowly regained consciousness, saw Lin Tian, and asked weakly, Who are you? Lin Tian smiled and replied, Just get some rest. We'll see each other again soon. Then he turned to her father. Uncle Su, Yuting's body has recovered. From now on, just make sure she gets plenty of nutritious food. Thank you, young divine doctor. Thank you so much, Yuting's father replied gratefully. With that settled, Lin Tian was about to leave when old Li asked to speak with him privately, but he refused. Sir, I have other things to do. We can talk later when there's a chance. Young man, this old man still doesn't know your name. My name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian replied, then quickly returned home to research cultivation techniques. I remember in my past life, there was a post explaining the cultivation levels after the spirit energy revival. After some searching, Lin Tian finally found that post. First realm, Spirit Awakening. Characteristics: can initially sense and absorb spirit energy, beginning the path of cultivation. Abilities: Spirit Energy Perception. Enhanced Physique. Basic Spirit Energy Control. Second realm, Springtide. Characteristics: forms a spiritual energy vortex in the body, spirit energy begins to flow. Abilities: increased spirit energy reserves, spirit energy healing enhances self-recovery. Third realm, Iron Rock. Characteristics: spirit energy strengthens the body, making blood vessels as tough as iron and steel. Abilities: spirit energy body tempering, enhanced defense, spirit energy shield. Fourth realm, Illusory Moon. Characteristics: spiritual energy can be projected outward, allowing one to form their own attack skills. Abilities: External projection of spiritual energy weapons, wider range of spirit energy perception. Fifth realm, sun bloom. Characteristics. Spiritual energy reaches a state of high purity, with energy like the rising sun. Abilities. Spirit energy purification, spirit energy healing, great increase in spirit energy attacks. Sixth realm, star soul. Characteristics. Spirit energy can form powerful illusions and domains. Abilities. Spirit energy illusion techniques, spirit energy concealment, formation of a spirit energy domain. Seventh realm, nether core. Characteristics. Spirit energy reaches its peak, able to sense the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Abilities. Spirit energy resonance, mobilization of heaven and earth spirit energy, suppression with a spirit energy domain. Eighth realm, imperial lord. Characteristics. Masters the supreme power of spiritual energy, reaching a state of immortality. Abilities. Creation or destruction with spirit energy, mastery of the rules of heaven and earth, eternal and indestructible. In his previous life, because the spirit energy revival happened too suddenly, Lin Tian had only reached the third realm, Iron Rock, when he was killed. So in this life, Lin Tian is determined to cultivate and become a powerful imperial lord. Elsewhere, Old Li recounted what happened in the emergency room to Chief Liu. You mean you met a young man who had a stardew flower? Could it be that this young man also possesses spirit energy? That's right, Chief Liu. I'm certain this young man must be a genius in spirit energy cultivation. If he's allowed to grow, he will surely change the state of the world in the future. Hearing this, Chief Liu immediately ordered Leng Yue to investigate Lin Tian. Back to our story. After just one day of cultivation, Lin Tian had already reached the second stage of the spirit awakening realm. Man, I'm starving. I gotta go find something to eat. Just as Lin Tian stepped out of his house, Leng Yue dropped an orb to the ground, and a demonic beast appeared from it. Seeing this, Lin Tian wasn't scared at all. He even said cheerfully, "Looks like the mutations have begun." The demonic beast let out a roar, and the overpowering stench from its mouth nearly made Lin Tian suffocate. Damn, this dog stinks to high heaven. Just then, the demonic beast charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian quickly jumped back to dodge, but this beast was smart. It immediately switched to using its tail, successfully striking him on the thigh. Enraged, Lin Tian leaped high into the air, activated his flame fist, and blew the demonic beast away with a single direct hit. With that done, he continued on to the convenience store as planned, completely unaware that everything he had just done was witnessed by Leng Yue. Just who is he? He took out a first-stage mutated beast with just one punch, a fire attribute. He actually awakened the strongest attack type. A fire attribute, huh? Leng Yue thought, jumping down from above to examine the mutated beast's corpse. Its tail is broken. Could it be that the sound just now wasn't Lin Tian's thigh bone breaking, but the sound of the mutated beast's tail snapping? Just how strong has his body become? This won't do. I have to report this to my superiors immediately. The next morning, when he woke up, he felt an intense pain. His whole body felt like it had been through a brutal fight. Looks like I still need to keep training. Just as Lin Tian thought this, a news report came on the TV. We interrupt this program with an urgent news bulletin. This morning, the temperature on Ziyun Mountain's peak reached a rare 81 degrees. All visitors to Ziyun Mountain, please be mindful of your safety. Please do not believe the rumors that high temperatures can eliminate humidity. Please trust in science. This is merely a result of the ozone layer being destroyed. If my memory serves me right, the ozone layer on Ziyun Mountain's peak isn't damaged at all. A super strong fire attribute spirit energy has awakened there. In that case, I have to go there and absorb this powerful fire attribute spirit energy. Just as Lin Tian stepped out the door, he ran right into that chick, Li Xiaodong, who held out her hand asking for 200,000 for a handbag. Lin Tian snapped, "Are you out of your mind? I told you yesterday not to bother me again." Lin Tian, I know you're doing this on purpose to get me interested in you, but I'm warning you, if you don't obediently hand over the money right now, I really won't let this go. Get lost and don't bother me. Lin Tian left her with those words and headed straight for Ziyun Mountain. A large crowd of curious onlookers had gathered there, forcing the police to set up a barricade to ensure safety and prevent people from entering the mountain. Please stay safe. Do not cross the warning line. It's really 81 degrees in there, we're not kidding. You could actually be incinerated. What kind of crap is that? I don't believe it's that hot in there, an angry punk said, then threw an ear of corn into the area. Unbelievably, due to the intense heat, the kernels instantly turned into popcorn, horrifying the onlookers. Whoa, it's really that hot? Stop pushing. It's seriously hot in there. Just as I thought, the fire attribute energy is incredibly strong. If I can absorb all the energy here, my power will rise to another level. Thinking this, Lin Tian leaped from the roof of a car into the restricted area. His action was so fast and dangerous that the police couldn't react in time. After enduring a period of pain, as if every cell in his body was being incinerated, The process of absorbing the spirit energy was finally complete. Only then did Lin Tian realize that thousands of eyes were fixed on him. So, he transformed into a streak of fire and shot away in an instant. An immortal? It's an immortal. Did anyone get a picture of the immortal just now? What's going on? It was so hot a second ago. Why did it suddenly cool down? The police officer was bewildered. Could it be that kid was really an immortal? News about the immortal bro quickly spread across all media outlets. This afternoon, a mysterious young man appeared on the peak of Ziyun Mountain and resolved the abnormal climate issue, only to vanish before everyone's eyes. When Chief Lu read the news, he immediately called and ordered his subordinate, "Get them to kill the news about Ziyun Mountain, now. We can't let it spread any further, or it will definitely cause mass panic." Then he turned to Leng Yue, who was standing behind him. "Last night, you saw with your own eyes that kid blow away a first-stage mutated dog with a single punch? Is that correct?" "That's right. What's more, the mutated dog's attack didn't seem to do any damage to his body at all. It seems we've already met two geniuses in just 2 short days. We can't let the other factions get to him first. We have to bring Lin Tian into our organization as soon as possible." With this in mind, Chief Liu ordered Leng Yue to take her to Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had now cultivated to the Yangquan realm. "Congratulations, host, for entering the Yangquan realm. The reward the host receives is a new attribute slot. The host can now simultaneously cultivate an additional new attribute. Synchronized system activating enchantment function. The host can permanently imbue a weapon with an element. Durability will vary depending on the weapon's material. Doesn't this mean I can craft my own elemental weapons?" Lin Tian excitedly went into the kitchen and grabbed a chicken cleaver. Just as he was about to enchant it, the doorbell rang. Who could be here in the middle of the night? Lin Tian went to open the door with a confused look on his face and heard someone say, "Little brother, I am the president of the Spirit Qi Cultivation Association, Chief Liu. The girl beside me is my subordinate, Leng Yue. We've come to talk to you about Spirit Qi Cultivation." As she said this, Chief Liu handed Lin Tian a business card. The name Spirit Qi Cultivation Association made Lin Tian suddenly remember that in his past life, he and Yu Qing had been saved by people from this very association. Even though this association saved me in my past life, I shouldn't have had any contact with them in this life, right? Looking at the business card in his hand, Lin Tian asked, "How do you know who I am?" Chief Liu replied, "Old Li, the one who treated the young lady of the Su family, mentioned you. By the way, Su Yuting has already joined our Spirit Qi Association." Sensing they had no ill intentions, Lin Tian invited them inside to talk. A while later, Chief Liu said with some disappointment, "Little brother, are you sure you won't reconsider joining us?" "Old Liu, it's not a good time for me to join an organization right now. I plan to cultivate on my own for now. I'll think about other things once the Spirit Qi has fully recovered." Leng Yue then spoke up. "Lin Tian, I know you've become a first-stage awakened, but let me tell you, you only managed to enter the Qiling realm through sheer luck. Without the association's guidance, who knows if you'll ever be able to reach the Yangquan realm. The future of the Earth is going to change, and when that happens, Spirit Qi cultivation will be the only path forward. If you want to grow stronger steadily, the association's guidance is essential. I was just like you at first. I thought I could awaken smoothly on my own, so I rejected the association's invitation. It took me nearly 3 years, and I still hadn't reached the Qiling realm. But after joining the association, I successfully entered the Qiling realm in less than a year. With the association's help, you could probably become a second-stage Yangquan realm expert in just 3 short years. Hearing this, Lin Tian asked with a surprised look, 3 years? Little sis, how old are you? I'm about to turn 21. What about it? Your talent is just terrible. Never mind. Let's not say things that might hurt our unity. Thinking this, Lin Tian gave a forced smile and replied, "It's nothing. I just think you're a genius." Leng Yue said proudly. "Everyone in the entire Cultivation Association is a genius. Being a genius is just the minimum requirement for joining. Little brother, you'll receive a great deal of help if you join our association." As Chief Liu was trying to persuade him, she received a call reporting that a second-stage mutated beast had appeared, and it was only 30 kilometers from their city. What? A second-stage beast? What's its attribute? We're not sure yet, but we suspect it's a poison attribute. The beast's original form is a giant python. Understood. Lock down the surrounding area immediately. I'm bringing Leng Yue there now. With that, Chief Liu excused herself and left with Leng Yue. Lin Tian watched them through the window, lost in thought. In this life, I have to become even stronger. That's the only way to avoid repeating the regrets of my past life. My current strength is probably at the early stage of the Yangquan realm. It looks like leveling up from now on won't be easy. Let's see where I can find some fire attribute Spirit Qi. As Lin Tian was looking at a map on his phone, it suddenly rang. It was his good buddy, Kui Tianpeng. The moment Lin Tian answered, the guy screamed, "Brother Lin, help me! My villa is haunted. Are you nuts? Ghosts? What the hell do you mean, haunted?" "Brother Lin, I'm not lying. The mountain behind my villa has been struck by lightning all day, but there hasn't been a single drop of rain. Could this kid have awakened the extremely rare lightning attribute Spirit Chi? With this in mind, Lin Tian urged, Little Kuei, tell me exactly what's happening with the lightning over there. Sui Tianpeng, who was hiding in his house, pale as a ghost while watching the storm rage outside, said in a trembling voice, It's pitch black at my place, and the lightning just keeps striking. Brother Lin, save me! From his description, Lin Tian was certain. This was the scene of a lightning attribute Spirit Chi awakening. Spirit Chi is divided into 3 tiers. Common attributes like water, fire, wind, and earth. Rare attributes like ice, light, dark, and lightning. And the legendary attribute, void. If I put the lightning attribute in my new slot, I'll have hit the jackpot. Lin Tian rejoiced inwardly and quickly instructed Kui Tianpeng, I'm on my way right now. For now, block off that mountain. Don't let anyone get near it. You hear me? At the same time, elsewhere, a group of 3 led by Li Qi was also rushing to the mountain near Kui Tianpeng's house, intending to collect all the lightning attribute Spirit Chi energy before the phenomenon could spread. When Lin Tian arrived and saw the raging thunderstorm, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It really is lightning attribute Spirit Chi. I've hit the jackpot. He quickly opened the system panel and added the lightning attribute to the slot. Notification. Lightning is a rare attribute. The required Spirit Chi will be double that of a common attribute. Are you sure? The moment Lin Tian confirmed, a series of notifications popped up, preparing to draw a lightning attribute cultivation technique for the host. Congratulations, host, for drawing a blue-grade lightning attribute cultivation technique. Rushing Thunder Art. No wonder it's a rare attribute. Even though it's only a blue-grade technique, this power is insane. Lightning Spirit Chi, here I come. At the same time, Li Qi's group had reached the source of the lightning Spirit Chi. Staring at the massive pillar of lightning before them, the 2 young men with her were terrified. Third sister, can we really control this thing? Yeah, third sister. Is this Spirit Chi gathering bottle really going to hold up? Enough chatter. Give it to me. Li Qi took the bottle, took a deep breath, and opened the lid. The bottle acted like a magnet, immediately sucking in the pillar of lightning. You got this, big sis. You're awesome. As the 2 young men cheered her on, disaster suddenly struck. Unable to withstand the immense Spirit Chi, the bottle began to crack. Luckily, one of the young men rushed over and pulled Li Qi back just before it exploded. Run! The Spirit Chi is out of control. Just as Li Qi's group was about to flee, Lin Tian appeared. What do you think you're doing up here, kid? Run! This is no place for ordinary people. Ignoring Li Qi's warning, Lin Tian dashed like the wind toward the lightning Spirit Chi. Watching him get struck by lightning completely unharmed, Li Qi's group could only stare in astonishment. How is he so durable? Is he an immortal? How is he not hurt at all? Could he have awakened the ultra-rare lightning attribute Spirit Chi? A moment later, the pillar of lightning disappeared, officially concluding the absorption process. In addition to gaining a new attribute, Lin Tian also fused the 2 types of Spirit Chi to obtain the legendary attribute, Lightning Flame. Meanwhile, Leng Yue led 2 others to an abandoned factory, the location of the dark attribute mutated python. As they entered, she handed each of them a jade pendant, instructing, If you're in danger, crush this. It will create a light attribute protective shield that can save your life. During this operation, survival is the top priority. Do not take any unnecessary risks. Understood? Crystal clear. The other 2 replied in unison. Let's move, Lan Yue ordered. The moment she stepped into the factory, she spotted a pair of glowing red eyes behind her teammate. Luckily, her timely warning allowed her 2 teammates to dodge just in time, and they threw their hidden weapons at the python. Lan Yue used her ice-type ability to freeze the mutated python. For a moment, it seemed like they had it under control, but no. A few seconds later, the python shattered the ice and broke free, then opened its mouth to spew toxic gas at Lan Yue's group. HQ. This is calling HQ. Giant python. Before Lan Yue could finish, her vision blurred, and she lost consciousness. A short while later, inside a white truck outside the factory, Chief Liu looked at Lin Tian and said, Young brother, I'm begging you. Right now, you're the only one who can handle this crisis. Lin Tian didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on the laptop screen, reviewing information on the dark giant python as he thought to himself, a dark attribute, another rare type. Damn, if I didn't already have all my attribute slots filled, I'd definitely bag this one for myself. Chief Liu spoke up again. That girl, Lan Yue, we don't know if she's dead or alive. Our only hope is someone who's awakened the fire attribute. And that's you, young man. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Chief Liu. Director Liu, how do you know I've awakened the fire attribute? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Chief Liu awkwardly scratched his head and explained with a laugh. I had Lan Yue tell you before. She personally witnessed you eliminate that mutated dog. Hearing that, Lin Tian instantly understood. The mutated dog had been released by Chief Liu's people to test him. So he asked, You had me followed? Chief Liu explained, It was only for the safety of the public. Lin Tian held up one finger. I'll agree to go to the factory and kill that python, but you have to promise me you'll stop having me followed. Chief Liu clasped his hands together. You have my word. So, young man, how many people do you need? I'll dispatch them for you immediately. Lin Tian stood up, stretching his muscles. No need. I'm all I need. Meanwhile, back in the abandoned factory, a blood-curdling scream jolted Lan Yue awake. She looked up just in time to see the dark giant python swallowing one of her teammates whole. Its aura intensified instantly. Wait, this giant python evolves by devouring cultivators? I can't let it successfully evolve. If I don't stop it, the people in this area will face an unimaginable disaster. With that thought, Lan Yue forced her body to stand. The dark giant python immediately noticed her and lunged forward, its jaws wide open, ready to devour her. Bring it on! With a sharp cry, Lan Yue manifested her ice ability, quickly forming a sharp shard and launching it at the dark giant python. A second later, her eyes flew wide open as the ice shattered on impact, leaving the creature completely unharmed. Not only that, but it then whipped its tail, sending her flying. She coughed up mouthfuls of blood as she hit the ground. Lan Yue thought in despair, how is this possible? It actually managed to evolve. It's over. There's no stopping it now. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the entrance. Oh, for crying out loud. I just got here and I'm only now remembering. Isn't this dump the same factory I worked at after high school? The boss here still owes me a month's wages. What rotten luck. Seriously, what rotten luck. Lan Yue turned her head towards the door. When she saw who it was, she gasped in shock. Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her and said, Director Liu sent me to get you guys out. Where are the others? Lan Yue yelled frantically. Get out of here. You're no match for it. It's already evolved to the 3rd stage. Lin Tian casually cleaned his ear. Yeah, I got it. Just be a good little damsel in distress and wait quietly, all right? Don't run around and cause trouble. Then, he turned to the dark giant python and said, Let's see what you're made of. Sensing the provocation, the dark giant python immediately lunged at him with its mouth open. Lan Yue screamed in panic, Lin Tian, run! But a second later, she gasped as Lin Tian vanished from his spot in a flash of lightning. He reappeared right in front of the dark giant python's head, smashed the darkness with thunder. With a grin, Lin Tian unleashed a powerful punch to the python's head, sending it flying backward to crash hard against the wall before slumping to the ground. Reeling from the painful blow, the dark giant python knew it had met its match and decided to escape. Realizing what was happening, Lan Yue yelled, Lin Tian, don't let it escape. Relax. It's not going anywhere today. As he spoke, Lin Tian drew the sword from his back, used his system's enchant function to imbue the blade with a lightning flame element, and then finished the dark giant python off with his thunderclap slash. Lin Tian spoke. It's done, Lan Yue asked in astonishment. Have you awakened dual attributes? Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Lan Yue, deep in thought. From what he remembered, this Spirit Cultivator Association had never done anything wrong. They just helped normal people get through tough times, so telling them should be fine. With that decided, Lin Tian casually admitted, Yeah, I've awakened 2 attributes now, fire and lightning. Hearing this, Lan Yue thought to herself, he's going to become an incredibly powerful master one day. Not long after, back in the truck outside the factory, Lan Yue was talking with Chief Liu. Director, Lin Tian admitted it himself. He's awakened 2 attributes, lightning and fire. Chief Liu lowered his head in thought and murmured, No wonder he told us not to follow him anymore. At the same time, he made a firm decision in his mind. A genius like this absolutely must join the Spirit Cultivator Association. Lan Yue asked, Director, so are we still going to monitor him? Chief Liu didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he said, My dear girl, it's about time you found yourself a boyfriend. Hearing this, Lan Yue was left speechless. The next morning, a meeting was held at the Spirit Cultivator Association. Chief Liu sat at the head of the table. To his right sat a row of people in business suits, and to his left, a row of people in uniforms. Just then, the young man in a suit at the front of his row spoke up. Director Liu, about this spirit energy revival. Let's just announce it to the public. There have been more and more incidents lately. It's endless. We can't keep pretending these are all just accidents, can we? The middle-aged man in uniform at the front of his row retorted, Are you insane? If we rush to announce something like this, do you have any idea how much chaos it will cause? It won't be a problem you can just scold away. The man in the suit shot back. You've got some nerve. If the public knew about spirit energy, we could have evacuated the civilians near the factory in time yesterday. The man in uniform said, But didn't we resolve the factory incident in the end? The man in the suit shot up from his chair, furious. Did we resolve it? Or was it the kid you people called in who took care of it? The man in uniform also shot to his feet, pointing a finger right in the other man's face. What did you just say? Chief Liu interjected. That's enough. Stop fighting. At his words, the 2 men stopped arguing and looked at Chief Liu. Director Liu, Director. Chief Liu looked at the young man in the suit. Xiao Li, sit down. Sit down. You're right. If young Lin Tian hadn't stepped in last night, I would have lost not only my daughter and my subordinates, but the nearby civilians would have been in grave danger as well. Then, he stood up, turned, and pointed to the large screen behind him. However, as our other members have pointed out, if we rush to inform the public about the spirit energy revival, it will undoubtedly cause massive social unrest. Therefore, I have a proposal. The areas I've marked are recent hotspots for spirit energy revival. We can select these as pilot zones. We can promote these zones as tourist attractions, monitor the results, and then consider our next move. What does everyone think? The man in the suit spoke up. All right, let's do as Director Liu suggests. We'll give it a try. The man in uniform also chimed in, as expected of the director, to come up with such an intelligent solution. Chief Liu said, then if there are no further objections, let's move on to the next matter. Yesterday, you all witnessed young Lin Tian's power. I want to invite him to join the Spirit Cultivator Association and make him the captain of a cultivation squad. I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on this. The middle-aged man in the uniform said, Director Liu, I'm not against him joining, but giving him such a high position right off the bat, isn't that a bit much? The young man in the suit agreed. Exactly. No one gets a deputy-level position as soon as they join. They should have to start from the bottom. Chief Liu explained, you all saw his strength yesterday. He's an awakened with both lightning and fire attributes. I'm worried that if we give him too low of a position, not only will he be unhappy, but we absolutely cannot afford to offend someone with his abilities. The young man in the suit suggested, since you put it that way, Director Liu, then please arrange a test for him. The middle-aged man in the uniform chimed in, that's right, arrange a test for him. It takes more than just strength to be the captain of a cultivation team. Hearing this, Chief Liu said without a hint of worry, oh, you're the ones who said it. Don't come crying to me later. Not long after, in Lin Tian's house, he was sleeping soundly when a noise from the kitchen woke him up. Is there a burglar in the house? I'm so broke I'm eating the cheapest instant noodles, and someone still dares to steal from me? Just wait till I catch them. I'll make sure they learn their lesson. Cursing under his breath, Lin Tian stormed into the kitchen and yelled, you damn thief! Show yourself and admit you're wrong! In the kitchen, Lang Yue was cleaning up. Seeing Lin Tian enter, she said calmly, hi. Lin Tian was stunned, instinctively raising his hand and saying, hi. Then, it hit him, and he shouted angrily, wait a minute, what are you doing in my house? Didn't you say you'd stop following me yesterday? Lang Yue continued cleaning and said, I'm not here to follow you. I'm here to live with you. Where's the trash can? Lin Tian was stunned again. Huh? A while later, after hearing Lang Yue's explanation, Lin Tian asked, so, you guys want me to take part in some kind of trial? Lang Yue nodded. Yeah. Lin Tian closed his eyes, deep in thought. By my calculations, there are only 3 days left until the spiritual qi fully erupts. I can't waste time on some stupid trial. Thinking this, Lin Tian said, I'm not going. I'm not interested. Lang Yue tried to persuade him. Lin Tian, I know you must think this trial will slow down your cultivation, but this is a trial the association specially prepared for cultivators. Not only will new members be participating, but the trial location has also recently experienced a spiritual qi revival phenomenon. Although it's not a high-level one, there might be some opportunities there. Lin Tian suddenly remembered Lang Yue had mentioned that Su Yuting had also joined the organization. So he asked, let me ask you something. Is Su Yuting participating in this trial? Lang Yue replied, she'll be going too. Why? Lin Tian lowered his head and thought to himself, I remember she said she found a great opportunity there once. I wonder what it could be. I'll go check it out this time. Having made up his mind, Lin Tian looked up at Lang Yue and said, it just so happens I need to find her for something. I'll participate in the trial this time. The next morning at the assembly point, Chief Liu stood before the ranks of new members and spoke. You may have gotten used to a peaceful life, but I'm here to tell you that the whole world will soon be anything but peaceful. At that time, sacrifice will become commonplace. In a moment, I will introduce you to a powerful spiritual qi cultivator who will be your captain and lead you in this trial. In the ranks, Li Qi remembered the events of the previous night and thought to herself, where on earth did that person go? Then she recalled reporting the incident to her superiors, but they didn't believe her and even chewed her out for it, which left a sour look on her face. Liu Tianfeng, standing beside her, saw her expression and asked with a smirk, Sister Qi, what are you thinking about? Li Qi replied, nothing. Just wondering what kind of person our new captain will be. Liu Tianfeng said contemptuously, some captain. He's probably just some rich kid who's here to coast by. When that brat gets here, I'll teach him a lesson so he knows who's really in charge. His 2 lackeys behind him cheered. Boss is the best. So cool, boss. Li Qi spoke up. I suggest you behave yourself and stop looking for trouble. Elsewhere, Lang Yue showed Lin Tian a tablet and said, this is the team you'll be leading. There are 5 people in total, 2 women and 3 men. Lin Tian looked it over and thought to himself, aside from Su Yuting's ice attribute, the rest of them all have pretty average attributes. Leng Yue continued, you need to watch out for this guy named Liu Tianfang. He used to be a gangster's henchman and suddenly awakened a wind attribute spiritual qi, but his personality is still as hard to control as ever. Lin Tian said dismissively, yeah, I got it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the assembly point. When Chief Liu saw them, he smiled and said, your captain is here. Everyone turned to look when they heard that. Su Yuting thought in astonishment, isn't he the one my father said saved me? Li Qi was also surprised, thinking, it's him, the guy who got struck by lightning on the mountain that day. Chief Liu pointed at Lin Tian and introduced him. This is your captain, Lin Tian. Before he could finish, Liu Tianfang cut him off loudly. Hold on. Chief Liu frowned at him and asked, Liu Tianfang, do you have a problem? Liu Tianfang replied, Director Liu, what's this kid's strength like? Shouldn't you let us see what he can do? Otherwise, once we're in there, who's going to listen to who? Lin Tian smiled dangerously and asked, oh? And how do you plan on doing that? Liu Tianfang sneered. Obviously by testing your skills against us brothers. Lin Tian asked contemptuously, a piece of trash at the first level of the Yongquan realm like you is worthy of fighting me? You looking for a beating, kid? Enraged, Liu Tianfang shouted, channeling his wind attribute ability as he rushed towards Lin Tian and threw a punch. In response, Lin Tian asked coldly, is that all you've got? Just as he was about to teach his opponent a lesson, Chief Liu beat him to it, rushing forward to block Liu Tianfang's punch. His expression was grim as he asked, Liu Tianfang, are you daring to disobey the organization's orders? Liu Tianfang was startled and quickly explained, Director Liu, that's not what I meant, but to be a captain, you have to have some strength, right? Otherwise the guys won't respect him, you know? After speaking, he even signaled to his two lackeys behind him with his eyes. Seeing this, the two lackeys spoke up in unison. That's right, Director Liu. For us cultivators, strength is what matters most. If this new captain can't prove his real strength, it'll be hard to earn our respect. Chief Liu said, you don't need to worry about little brother Lin Tian's strength. Just a few days ago, he single-handedly defeated the dark giant python and saved Leng Yue. Li Qi exclaimed in shock. What? He saved Sister Leng all by himself? Liu Tianfang grumbled. I bet he just got lucky. How could anyone defeat a monster as strong as the dark giant python alone? Chief Liu spoke up. All right, everyone, fall in line. Anyone else who disrupts the trial's rules will be kicked out of the association immediately. You will all behave. Next, I will announce the details of the trial. Listen carefully. The objective of this trial is to deal with a creature known as the Thorn Beast. According to the information the association has, this creature not only has a humanoid form, but can also move freely. As you all walk this path of cultivation, sacrifice will always be your companion. A moment later, all the new members were divided into small teams and entered the forest to begin the trial. Among them, Lin Tian's team had a total of 6 members, including himself, Li Qi, Su Yuting, Liu Tianfang, and his 2 underlings. After scouting for a while, Lin Tian thought to himself, this is the designated location for the trial, but where's the monster? Did it burrow underground? Just then, Su Yuting looked towards a particularly large tree up ahead and asked, Captain Lin, should we go over there? Lin Tian stared intently at the large tree, thinking, the spiritual qi is stronger the closer we get to the tree, but why can't I find the monster Director Liu mentioned? After a moment of thought, he said, for safety's sake, we shouldn't get too close to that tree. Let's keep searching for clues about the monster around here. Li Qi and Su Yuting replied, yes, Captain Lin. Liu Tianfang said provocatively, Captain Lin, don't tell me you're scared. Don't tell me you're scared that big tree is going to get up and hit you. His 2 lackeys also chimed in, laughing, haha, that's hilarious. Lin Tian didn't even bother getting angry with them. He said coldly, I've already warned you. If you insist on ignoring my advice, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I'd like to see just what the hell is over there. With that, Lu Thianfuang and his 2 underlings strode towards the large tree. As they got closer, Lu Thianfuang muttered in surprise, could this big tree be some kind of treasure? Why does it have such powerful spiritual energy? One of the underlings spoke up, Boss, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. If we cultivate here, we'll definitely be able to level up. Lu Thianfuang began to fantasize. If he absorbed all the spiritual energy here and successfully advanced to the Yongchuan 3rd stage, then even Lan Yue would have to listen to him. Thinking of the scene with a girl on each arm, Lu Thianfuang's face flushed with excitement, and he shouted, Brothers, while the spiritual energy is abundant, let's start cultivating immediately. And so, the 3 of them, Lu Thianfuang and his men, sat down beside the large tree and began to cultivate, while Lin Tian's group of 3 chose another direction to move in. To Su Yuting asked with some concern, Captain Lam, they'll be okay, right? Li Qi asked, Captain Lam, have we met before? Lin Tian glanced at her and asked, Have we? I don't recall. Where was it? Li Qi reminded him. Uh, it was on the mountain that was struck by lightning the other night, Lin Tian said with realization. Oh, so it was you. Were you camping there that day? Hearing that, Li Kai got annoyed and said loudly, Camping? What camping? I was dispatched that day to deal with the outbreak of lightning spiritual energy. It's all because of you, Captain Lamb, that my superiors chewed me out for hours. I told them there was a man absorbing the lightning spiritual energy, but they just kept telling me I was dreaming, Lin Tian said helplessly. Sorry. Then he looked at the two girls and told them to also sit down and cultivate, since the spiritual energy here was so rich. To Su, Yuting asked, Aren't you going to cultivate? Lin Tian smiled to himself and thought, You're still the same as in my past life, so kind-hearted. He then explained, The spiritual energy here doesn't suit my element. You two go ahead and cultivate first. But before they could even sit down, they heard the screams for help from Lu Thien Fuang's group. Without hesitating, the three of them rushed back to the large tree, and at Lu Thien Fuang's location, the large tree was no longer as quiet as before. Right now, his two underlings were being wrapped up by the tree's branches and pulled high into the air. Lu Thien Fuang stammered, What's happening? Why are the branches suddenly moving like this? His two underlings cried out in fear, Boss, save me! I don't want to die! I'm coming to help you! Shouting, Lu Thien Fuang took out his weapon, channeled his wind element ability, and rushed forward to slash hard at the branch binding one of his men, successfully rescuing him. But right after that, Lu Thien Fuang heard that same underling shout, Boss, watch your left. Lu Thien Fuang quickly looked over and saw a branch swinging at him, but because he had put all his strength into the previous attack, he had no energy left to dodge or block. And so, he was knocked away by the branch and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Seeing several more branches stabbing towards him one after another, Lu Thien Fuang thought in despair. When people step onto this path of cultivation, sacrifice will always be their companion. No wonder Director Lu said that. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared. Lin Tian arrived just in time, defusing the crisis for Lu Thien Fuang. Lu Thien Fuang said in astonishment, You? Lin Tian said calmly, Go, now. Lu Thien Fuang struggled to his feet and said, I can't abandon my brothers and run. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, Well, you're pretty loyal, I'll give you that. Lu Thien Fuang said, Cut the crap. A man has to live by a code of honor. Lin Tian silently bent down, picked up a dagger from the ground, and infused it with lightning fire elemental energy. Lu Thien Fuang asked suspiciously, You, what are you doing? Lin Tian said nothing and threw the dagger straight at the large tree, severing the branch that was binding Lu Thien Fuang's remaining underling, successfully rescuing him. This underling cried out happily, Boss, Captain Lamb, thank you both for saving me. As for the large tree, it suddenly let out strange howls, and its aura surged accordingly. Lin Tian spoke up, Let's go, now. This monster is about to reveal its true form. In the next second, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, causing Lu Thien Fuang's group to stumble as if they were about to fall. The reason was that the large tree had pulled up its root system, using it like legs to stand firm on the ground. Now, all its features completely matched the target of the Thorn Beast challenge mentioned by Liu An. Or to be more precise, it was a Yongquan third-stage ghost tree demon. Lu Thien Fuang's jaw dropped as he cried out, What in the world is this monster? Lin Tian said, Have you forgotten what Director Lu told you? This path of cultivation is destined to be one of 9 deaths to 1 life. If you're scared, then get off this path. On the other side, the ghost tree demon had already begun to attack Lin Tian with its 2 long, large arms, but he nimbly dodged every blow. Seeing this, the ghost tree demon changed its attack method. A multitude of branches extended from its body, stabbing towards Lin Tian like sharp spears. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. This time, he didn't dodge but chose to stand his ground. As the branches drew near, a flame erupted from his body, incinerating them and quickly spreading back towards the demon. Then, while it was distracted dealing with the flames, Lin Tian used a lightning flame fist to punch straight through its body. Lu Thien Fuang cried out, Damn it, how is he that strong? Li Qi also exclaimed, Is this the power of someone who has awakened the lightning element? Su Yuting blushed as she looked at Lin Tian, thinking dreamily, The great heroes in novels who walk on 5-colored clouds. It must be just like this. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the group watching Lin Tian's fight exclaimed in amazement, This guy named Lin Tian has that kind of power? Luan glanced at them and asked, Does anyone else have any objections to Lin Tian's position as captain? The young man in the suit said with a smile, None at all, none at all. We will all follow Director Liu's arrangements. Suddenly, an unexpected tremor occurred, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. Lan Yue walked over to Liu An and asked softly, Director Liu, this spiritual energy, could it be? Liu An said seriously, It seems this can't be hidden any longer. The Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered. The rules of the world are about to change. Back with Lin Tian's group, he was checking the Ghost Tree Demon's information through the system and thought to himself, in my past life, Su Yuting said there was a fateful opportunity here. Isn't she an ice element user? This tree monster is a wood element. While Lin Tian was confused, a pillar of light suddenly erupted from behind the Ghost Tree Demon's corpse. Everyone walked over curiously and discovered a cave emitting waves of ice element spiritual energy. Lin Tian had a realization and thought, so that's how it is. Because the Earth's spiritual energy has fully recovered, a powerful ice element spiritual energy has appeared here. In my past life, Su Yuting's strength was insufficient, so she couldn't absorb this energy, which is why she said what she did. Su Yuting looked at the ice cave in amazement and said, Captain Lam is amazing. One punch made the surrounding spiritual energy explode. Lin Tian looked at her and told Su Yuting to go inside that cave to absorb the surging ice element spiritual energy. This energy could help her become stronger. In his heart, he said, Su Yuting, in this life, we both must become strong to make that wretched couple who harmed us in our past life pay the price. To Su Yuting replied, understood. Afterwards, Lin Tian said to everyone, a powerful ice element spiritual energy has appeared here, and it just so happens that Su Yuting has awakened the ice element, so I've let her take this opportunity to cultivate here. Let's wait for her for a bit. Everyone agreed, saying, okay. That evening, the group of 6 chose a restaurant to celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered to Su Yuting for successfully breaking through from the Yongquan first stage to the Yongquan third stage. To Su, Yuting said with a smile, this success is all thanks to Captain Lam and everyone else. Lu Fuang took the initiative to pour a drink for Lin Tian and said, Captain Lam, before, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive my mistakes. Lin Tian said, it's fine. In a moment of crisis, you didn't abandon your brothers to escape. That proves you are loyal and brave. A true man. Liu Tianfang, moved to tears, said, Captain Lin, thank you for considering a nobody like me a friend. From now on, my life belongs to you. Lin Tian said helplessly, you don't have to do that. From now on, we're brothers, in this together. Before he could finish, a shout echoed from a distance. Everyone, leave this area immediately. Everyone, leave this area now. We need to conduct a mission here. Please cooperate. Lin Tian's group turned to see a fully equipped soldier hastily evacuating the crowd. Lin Tian thought to himself, he's no ordinary soldier. He has a powerful aura. He must be a cultivator too. But aren't matters related to Spirit Energy Director Liu's responsibility? So, shouldn't this army be waiting? If this surge of spirit energy belongs to Li Qi and the others, we could use this opportunity to help them advance. Just then, the soldier noticed Lin Tian's group, who were still sitting at their table and hadn't moved. He walked over, looked at Lin Tian, and said, hey, I'm talking to you. Get out of here now. You hear me? Liu Tianfang shot up angrily and yelled, how dare you talk to my big bro like that? Do you have any idea who my big bro is? The soldier pressed his gun to Liu Tianfang's throat and said, scram, or you're dead. Unafraid, Liu Tianfang unleashed his wind element, grabbing the barrel of the gun. Then let's see what you've got. Lin Tian snapped. Stand down. 3 hours earlier, at an emergency military meeting. What do we do now? The spirit energy suddenly returned, and we weren't prepared at all. Right now, the most important thing is to capture the mutated hound that just escaped. I said it from the beginning, we should have kept a closer watch on that thing. As everyone was arguing heatedly, the general sitting in the center spoke up. Enough arguing. This is not the place for it. Our top priority right now is to capture this mutated dog. We absolutely cannot let any civilians get hurt. Then, he looked at Sun Zhengyi and said, little son, the mission to capture the mutated dog is assigned to you. Sun Zhengyi stood at attention and declared, I guarantee the mission will be completed. The general looked at everyone and continued, all of you, return to the border immediately. The spirit energy has fully returned, which means the border will no longer be as peaceful as it is now. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison and quickly left the meeting room. Only Sun Zhengyi and the general remained. The general said, little son, you must capture that mutated dog before dawn. Understand? Sun Zhengyi shouted, yes, sir. Back in the present, at the temporary command post, Sun Zhengyi's eyes were glued to the surveillance monitors as he commanded through his radio, Eastern Sector, speed up the evacuation. That beast could appear at any moment. By chance, on one of the monitors, he saw a soldier in a confrontation with Lin Tian's group. Sun Zhengyi stared intently at one of them and thought, isn't that Lin Tian? Back with Lin Tian's group, he stood up and advised, stand down, don't cause any more trouble for the military. Yes, big bro. With that, Liu Tianfang retracted his hand and stood beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian said to the soldier, we'll leave right away. Good thing you know your place. After saying that, the soldier went back to his duties. As they were leaving, Lin Tian looked at Su Yuting and warned, This afternoon, the spirit energy completely erupted. From now on, we'll be facing an incredibly dangerous world. Yuting, when you get back, remember to train diligently. Your foundation isn't stable yet, so you need to practice step by step. You absolutely can't rush it. Just then, a voice called out from behind them. Little Lindsay! Little Lindsay! Lin Tian turned around, confused, and saw Sun Zhengyi running toward them. He happily called out, Big Sunzi! Sun Zhengyi joyfully clapped Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, Lin, you punk, is it really you? Su Yuting asked curiously. Captain Lin, is that an acquaintance of yours? Lin Tian smiled and introduced him. This is my best friend from high school, Sun Zhengyi. Sun Zhengyi slung his arm directly around Lin Tian's shoulder, grinned, and said, Hey everyone, I'm Lin Tian's good old dad, Sun Zhengyi. Lin Tian retorted, You unfilial grandson, you're clearly my good little grandson. Li Qi spoke up, Captain Lin, we'll head back first then. We won't disturb you catching up with your old friend. Liu Tianfeng also smiled and said, That's right, big bro. We'll head off first. A moment later, when only the two of them were left, Lin Tian asked, Kiddo, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Looking at this rank insignia, you must have earned some merits, right? Sun Zhengyi said with a mysterious expression. Little Lindsay, I'll tell you a piece of classified information that was just declassified this afternoon. Lin Tian said, The global spirit energy has returned, right? That was the top search topic this afternoon. Sun Zhengyi lowered his voice. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Let me tell you something quietly. The reason this road is sealed off is because an extremely powerful mutated dog is hiding around here. Our team is here to protect the citizens, Lin Tian thought to himself. So that's what's going on. But the mutated dog they're talking about, could it be the one that was released during Lang Yue's experiment? Just then, a soldier came over to report. Reporting Captain Sun, the civilians have been fully evacuated. Sun Zhengyi replied, Good. Now we just need to wait for that stray to walk right into our trap. Lin Tian had no intention of leaving. He wanted to stay and see how capable the military had become, so he smiled and said to Sun Zhengyi, Big Sunzi, let me stick around and watch. Hearing this, Sun Zhengyi didn't immediately refuse but seriously considered it. It's good for little Lindsay to learn sooner rather than later that the rules of the world have changed. Otherwise, with his overly kind personality, he'll definitely be at a disadvantage later on. With that in mind, he turned to the soldier beside him and said, Little Zhang, in a bit, take him to the safe zone outside the hunting perimeter. Let him observe our team's strength. Little Zhang replied, Yes, Captain. After giving the order, Sun Zhengyi hurriedly left. Once he was gone, Little Zhang said to Lin Tian, Kid, I don't care what your relationship is with Captain Sun, but in a little while you better listen to everything I say. Got it? Lin Tian smiled and said, All right, then thanks in advance, big bro. A moment later, Lin Tian was sitting in the safe zone observing the soldiers below. He thought to himself, even though these soldiers are all holding guns, based on their spirit energy, they're probably all at the first stage of the Yongquan realm. Their overall strength is still pretty decent. Suddenly, Lin Tian's expression changed. Looking in a certain direction, he exclaimed internally, It's here! At the same time, the soldier in the surveillance room warned over the radio, Everyone, be careful. The mutated hound has arrived. On a nearby street, gunfire erupted. The soldiers surrounded the newly appeared mutated hound and fired relentlessly. However, the effect was minimal. Not only did the bullets fail to penetrate the hound's thick fur, but they also enraged it. It spun in place, sweeping the surrounding soldiers away with its tail. Lin Tian, observing from nearby, thought, This mutated creature is at least at the third stage of the Yongquan realm. Once the spirit energy starts to return, creatures like this appear so easily. It seems I'll have to train even harder starting tomorrow. Just then, a team composed entirely of lightning attribute awakeners, led by Sun Zhengyi, rushed forward. He commanded, Regular soldiers, fall back immediately. Members of the Special Task Force, advance with me. Use the Xuanwu formation to hold it down. Following Sun Zhengyi's command, the squad members immediately dashed toward the mutated hound and spread out around it. Then, they coordinated their movements, continuously attacking to distract the hound. Finally, Sun Zhengyi leaped high into the air, his hands, covered in lightning spirit energy, clasped together. He forcefully slammed them down on the hound's head, injuring it and causing it to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Tian nodded and smiled. As expected of the military, even though each of them is only at the second stage of the Yongquan realm, they trust each other, entrusting their lives to one another, which allows each person's strength to surpass their own limits. It seems my worries were unnecessary. It's only a matter of time before they defeat the mutated hound. Thinking this, Lin Tian was about to turn and leave when he suddenly felt the mutated hound's aura rapidly increasing. What the? Lin Tian exclaimed internally, quickly turning his head back to watch. Tun Trin Gia also noticed something was wrong and yelled, That beast is trying to evolve again. Stop it now. We can't let it succeed, or we're all dead. Hearing this, the Special Forces members immediately rushed forward to attack the mutant hound, but it was too late. The hound had successfully evolved and easily sent them flying. Seeing this, Tan Trin Jia whispered in fear, "We're screwed." At that moment, Tan Trin Jia was facing the mutant hound. The beast had actually evolved. The Special Forces team behind him was moving up, awaiting orders. "Captain, what do we do now?" Trin Jia replied. "We'll have to risk it all. We absolutely cannot let it harm the civilians behind us. Special Forces, charge with me." Everyone shouted in unison, following his command. "Yes, Captain!" With that, everyone bravely charged forward to attack the mutant hound, but no one could withstand its strength and razor-sharp claws. They were all thrown aside by it. Behind the barrier, Trin Gia's comrades could do nothing but cry out. Captain Tun Trin Gia lay helpless and heavily wounded, sprawled beneath a stone wall. Trin Gia looked at the mutant hound, feeling his strength fade, and thought, "Is this how I die?" But just then, Lin Tian appeared and blocked a blow for him. Trin Gia's vision blurred as he looked ahead, wondering, "Lin Tian?" He blocked the hound's attack with just one hand, the same attack that nearly killed the rest of us. Then, Lin Tian unleashed a powerful electric current at the hound, making it shriek, "Ah!" The mutant hound immediately retreated into a defensive stance. Witnessing this, Trin Jia was stunned. "Lin Tian, you're a cultivator." Lin Tian casually toyed with a dagger in his hand and replied, "After I deal with this beast, we can talk." The comrades behind them couldn't believe that he was a cultivator, and one who could injure a Fourth Spring Realm mutant hound in a single blow. "Is this kid really that strong?" Lin Tian flew up like the god Thor. "Face your judgment." With that, he created a weapon out of lightning. Lin Tian drew his arm back, observing the fleeing mutant hound's movements. After a careful calculation, he threw it. Trying to run? Not a chance. The bolt of lightning swiftly pierced through the mutant hound's chest. It let out another cry, "Arg," then collapsed on the spot. As his comrades helped him up, Trin Jia cried out in disbelief. "Little Lin is a lightning attribute cultivator, and he's this powerful?" Hit by Lin Tian's attack, the mutant hound froze in place, completely stunned for 5 seconds or more. Then, Lin Tian slowly approached it, terrifying the creature. He used the dagger he was toying with earlier to finish it off. With one swift, clean slash, Lin Tian cut it in two. The Special Forces team could only watch in awe. The spirit energy has only just returned, and he's already this strong? If he has another year and a half to develop, wouldn't he become even more powerful? Trin Nia looked at Lin Tian with immense pride. "As expected of my brother, Tan Trin Nigias. Well done, little Lin." Meanwhile, Lin Tian watched the dagger disintegrate in his hand and thought, "So, not even a military-grade dagger can withstand the power of my thunder flame? I need to find a weapon that can handle my thunder flame spirit energy." Trin Gia walked over to Lin Tian. "Not bad, little Lin. To think you were hiding this from me." Trin Gia clapped Lin Tian on the shoulder, playfully scolding him. "You're this strong and you were still pretending with me?" Lin Tian replied. "Easy there. You were seriously injured just now." Trin Gia paid it no mind, slinging an arm around Lin Tian's shoulders and bidding farewell to the others. "You guys haul that beast away. Me and my brother here are gonna go have a few drinks." Everyone saluted smartly and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The scene changes to the sky, where a bright moon illuminates the night. On a computer screen, a recording plays of Lin Tian's fight with the mutant hound. Fei Fei, with her arms crossed, asked, "Is this man your friend?" Trin Gia replied, "More than a friend. We're brothers who've been through life and death together." Fei Fei calculated, "If we could recruit a talent like him into the army, our strength would increase significantly." She asked, "Have you invited him to join the army?" Trin Gia rubbed his head sheepishly and replied, "I have, but he said he's already joined the Cultivators Association." Fei Fei rested her chin on her hand, her expression serious. "It's that old geezer, Chief Liu, isn't it? I'm going to go find him and demand he hand him over right now." The scene changes to a beautiful morning at Lin Tian's residence. He walked out, holding a coffee with a hamburger in his mouth, and mumbled, "I forgot you were home. I didn't get you any breakfast." Xiao Yue, sitting on the sofa, asked, "Did you get involved in the army's operation last night? Was there any trouble?" Lin Tian answered, "It was all unexpected. I didn't plan on getting involved, but I ran into my brother." Xiao Yue recounted, "This morning, the army commander's daughter kept calling Chief Liu, wanting you to join the army." With a piece of his burger still in his mouth, Lin Tian replied blankly, "Oh, so what did you tell Uncle Liu?" Xiao Yue replied, "Chief Liu has already handled it, but that commander's daughter isn't someone you can easily deal with. You should probably be careful for the next few days." Lin Tian looked away and said, "What's she gonna do? She's not gonna try to make me marry into her family, is she?" Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Tun Trin Jia. Lin Tian answered, "Hey, you big oaf, what's up?" On the other end of the line, Shen Fei Fei replied, "Is this Lin Tian? I am Tun Trin Jia's superior. Shen Fei. Lin Tian and Xiao Yue listened, stunned. Fei continued, I know of a place that contains a very powerful fire attribute spirit energy. Would you be interested in taking a look? Hearing this, he began to think, fire attribute. I was just worrying about how to strengthen my fire spirit energy. Initially, while patrolling a construction site at night, we discovered a cluster of ghost flames. At the time, everyone thought it was some kind of feudal superstition, so they invited a Taoist priest to deal with it. Unexpectedly, after the priest arrived, not only did he fail to dispel the ghost flames, but he actually made them even stronger. Now, the entire construction site is engulfed in an extremely fierce fire. Although the army sealed off the site from the very beginning, we're completely helpless. Yesterday afternoon, after the spirit energy returned, the flames seem to grow even stronger. If it continues to spread, the surrounding civilians will be in grave danger. Listening to the story while riding in a supercar, Lin Tian asked, so the fire is still spreading? Fei replied, that's right. Right now, the only thing we can do is continuously expand the blockade perimeter. Oh, right. I heard you and Leng Yue have some sort of relationship. Is that true? Lin Tian was startled and quickly explained, Miss Shen, don't spread rumors. Leng Yue was just sent by Chief Lu to keep an eye on me. Fei's expression darkened. Don't be so quick to deny it. Hear me out first. With the global restoration of spirit energy, for the safety of our country, we must immediately establish an army of cultivators to deal with unknown external threats. Right now, the cultivators who have some ability all have questionable characters. They're barely acceptable for fighting on the front lines, but they are absolutely unfit to teach new cultivators. I heard from Tontrin Gia that your character is solid, and you possess great strength. Lin Tian asked, so you want me to join you and help train new cultivators? Fei replied, exactly. As long as you agree, all terms and benefits are negotiable. What do you say? Lin Tian seemed uninterested. Sorry, but I don't have the energy for that right now. Let me first train the people Chief Liu entrusted to my care. Fei seemed pleased and said, all right, you truly are a man of loyalty and integrity. The scene changes to outside, where a crowd is gathering. Don't push. It's dangerous inside, stay back. Fei and Lin Tian got out of the car to see what the commotion was about. As they approached the crowd, a voice called out, Lin Tian, what are you doing here? It was Kang Wu and Li Xiaodong, walking hand in hand. Lin Tian looked at them with annoyance, thinking, why is this guy here? Kang Wu gave a smug smile and said, so you're the loser who's obsessed with Xiaodong? Judging by your style, you've definitely got potential. Hearing him speak, Lin Tian glanced around. Damn it. What a surprise. This is just great. Now I've got a real achievement on my hands. Seeing Lin Tian stay silent, Jiang Yu continued, buddy, even though you're still hung up on Xiaotong, you have to understand that there's an insurmountable gap between you and her. Xiaotong also spoke up, Lin Tian, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. The nobodies below saw this and started shouting, this is getting exciting. What a show. Did the lovesick warrior lose again? Lin Tian's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, are these two idiots? Fei walked up from behind and asked, Lin Tian, what's going on? The reporters immediately turned their cameras to Fei, buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, where did this beautiful girl come from? Jiang Yu was also stunned, his jaw dropping in desire. A beauty of this caliber actually exists? Compared to her, Liu Xiaotong is nothing. He then approached Fei to introduce himself. Beautiful lady, my name is Jiang Yu. Fei paid him no mind, turning to ask Lin Tian, are these two your friends? Getting ignored, Jiang Yu looked a bit embarrassed. What the? Is this girl treating me like I'm invisible? Lin Tian finally spoke up. Just a couple of dogs. Let's go. No need to waste our time on this. With that, Lin Tian and Fei completely ignored Jiang Yu and turned to leave. The crowd below burst into laughter. No wonder that kid would dump this girl. If it were me, I'd switch too. That other girl is way better. Xiaotong's jealousy was written all over her face. How dare she act all high and mighty in front of me? She's just a little pretty, that's all. I'll definitely find a way to make her suffer. She angrily snapped at Jiang Yu. Have you stared long enough? She's already gone. Jiang Yu patted her head, explaining, Xiaotong, it's just a professional habit of mine. He then put his arm around her waist, but her inner thoughts were different. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have given you the time of day. Scene changed to Fei walking with Lin Tian. I just confirmed with the soldiers. It seems the flames inside are getting stronger. We might have to expand the warning perimeter. Lin Tian asked, we have to expand it again? She replied, that's right. Unless we can find a solution. Then, Lin Tian froze at the sight before him. Fei said hesitantly, yes, this is the place I told you about yesterday. A place filled with fire attribute spirit energy. Seeing Lin Tian take out something that looked like a stopwatch, she grew curious. What are you holding? Lin Tian answered. You can think of it as a spirit energy concentration meter. Fei took it to check the energy levels and concluded, looks like our only option is to expand the lockdown perimeter again. She gave an order to her subordinate. Expand the warning perimeter out to 5 kilometers. No, make that 10 kilometers. But unlike them, Lin Tian seemed to be doing something different. What are you planning to do? Lin Tian, Vice Commander. What should we do now? Fei Fei thought worriedly. Lin Tian, could it be that you actually have a way to control these flames? Just then, Lin Tian walked towards the flames alone. The system appeared and reported, powerful fire attribute spirit energy detected. Absorb? He smiled smugly. Of course, I'll absorb it. With that, Lin Tian sat down, crossed his legs, and began to absorb all the spirit energy in the area. As Lin Tian was absorbing the energy, the entire surrounding area was affected. This aura is so powerful. I wonder what level of cultivator Lin Tian really is. If he absorbs all of this fire attribute spirit energy, what heights will he reach? She thought, shielding herself while silently assessing Lin Tian's power. What realm will he break through to? The 4th, 5th, or even the 6th stage of the Gushing Spring Realm? The system panel reached 90%, and soon after, 100%. Fire attribute spirit energy has reached level 2. Reward: a chance to draw a new 1-star fire attribute spell talisman. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. Your fire attribute spirit energy has been upgraded to level 2. Please proceed to draw a new technique." Lin Tian immediately pressed the command, "Begin draw." Suddenly, Lin Tian froze. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's gold! It's gold! Sacred Flame Indestructible Art, a gold-tier fire attribute technique. Congratulations, host, for receiving a gold-tier technique for the first time. System reward, 10 points. Sacred Flame Indestructible Art. After cultivation, you can store fire attribute spirit energy in your body. When attacking, you can directly release fire spirit energy, causing wide area damage." Lin Tian said smugly, "Absorb it for me." The system obeyed his command and immediately shrank. Fei Fei thought in astonishment, "What kind of monster is that kid? He's planning to absorb all of that powerful fire spirit energy? Is this kid the incarnation of the fire god?" A moment later, Lin Tian walked out of it unharmed. Fei Fei ran over worriedly to check on him. "Lin Tian, are you okay?" He answered calmly, "I'm fine. Thanks for bringing me here." Just then, the spirit energy meter started beeping, startling Fei Fei. She quickly threw it away. The device then exploded into pieces right before her eyes, but luckily, Lin Tian had managed to shield her in time. She looked at Lin Tian with great interest, thinking, "This man, Fei Fei, must have him, no matter the cost." Scene changed to a luxurious restaurant in the city. Fei Fei had invited him to a meal to celebrate his achievement, but there was another reason as well. "Are you saying you've absorbed all the fire attribute spirit energy from that construction site into your body?" Lin Tian replied, "That's right. I hope that won't cause any trouble for you." Fei Fei answered, "Don't worry. There won't be any trouble at all. Can you tell me what realm you're currently at?" Lin Tian said, "Probably the peak of the 4th stage of the Gushing Spring Realm, about to break through to the 5th stage." Fei Fei exclaimed in surprise, "What? You're only at the 4th stage?" Lin Tian explained awkwardly, "My cultivation method is a bit special. How should I put it?" Seeing his discomfort, Fei Fei didn't press him. "All right, every cultivator has their secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." Lin Tian replied politely, "Thank you for understanding." Then Fei Fei smiled and said, "Lin Tian, to be honest, have you considered joining our military department? The benefits here are much better than that rotten association of yours." He refused without hesitation. "Not for now. I don't have any intention of joining the military." Fei Fei had no choice but to say, "All right, if you don't want to, I won't force you. However, I must report what happened today. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my grandfather." Lin Tian replied, "Understood." That night, inside a small, lit apartment, Leng Yue received a PDF file sent by Chief Lu. "Leng Yue, call that kid Lin Tian later and have him deal with this problem. Here are the detailed documents for the Night Phantom mission. The spirit energy has been fully restored. You two must be careful. Understand?" She texted back, "Yes, Chief Liu." She remembered that when she called Lin Tian, he had also agreed. "All right, I'll definitely go tomorrow." With that thought, she put down the thick notebook in her hands and walked out of her room. Just then, Lin Tian, who was lying in his room, smelled something delicious. He thought to himself that even though Leng Yue wasn't much of a talker, her cooking skills were actually pretty good. He opened the door and walked out. "Leng Yue, your breakfast smells amazing." Suddenly, he looked up with a confused expression, not understanding what was happening. After freezing for a few seconds, Lin Tian was startled. "Shen Fei Fei, why are you at my house too? Where on earth did you girls get a key to my place?" Fei Fei calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I went through official military channels to requisition your house as a secret military location." Lin Tian angrily protested, "That doesn't sound official at all." "Leng Yue, don't hide. Come out here. Can't you even watch the house properly?" He opened the door to find Leng Yue's room empty. He lowered his voice and wondered to himself, "Where is she?" Fei Fei, who was beside him, answered, "There was no one home when I arrived. Could it be that they automatically retreated because they knew I was coming? Lin Tian was startled into realization. Then he walked over and opened the notebook Lang Yue had left behind last night. After reading it, his face turned grim. The Night Phantom mission. Did that girl really go by herself? Fei Fei asked curiously. Where are you going in such a hurry? Lin Tian quickly threw on a shirt and ran out. Lang Yue is in trouble. I have to find Chief Liu right away. Scene changed to that morning, out at sea. Lang Yue sank deep into the water, thinking helplessly, without Lin Tian, am I really useless? In the end, I'm just too weak. At that moment, Lang Yue stopped. She unleashed her power. Lang Yue created large icebergs all around her. She was overjoyed. It worked. Just then, a figure appeared inside the iceberg. This snapped Lang Yue back to reality. She quickly looked around as a sea monster appeared behind her. Lang Yue focused her power into her hands and unleashed a flurry of attacks. But to her surprise, the Nightmare Phantom suddenly opened its mouth. Yet, first, help her regain consciousness. Seeing the situation, Fei Fei immediately agreed. Okay, I'll take her to the hospital right away. Still soaking wet, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Once Lang Yue is safe, I'll go back and deal with it. The scene changes to the hospital, where Lang Yue is being treated. She lay quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask. Inside the room, Chief Liu held Lin Tian's hand tightly, saying with immense gratitude, Little brother, thank you so much for this. If it weren't for you, this girl would have surely lost her life. He replied in the calmest voice possible, Director Liu, there's no need to be so formal. You should tell me the details of that mission. A moment later, he answered, All right, I'll tell you everything now. After a moment, Chief Liu began his account. This monster, called the Nightmare Phantom, we've been tracking it for at least half a year. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately picked up on the key phrase. Half a year. That must mean. It seemed the director knew what he was about to say. That's right. At that time, there were no more than 10 people in the entire world who had come into contact with spiritual energy cultivation. Recalling its bizarre shape, Chief Liu continued, We've never seen the monster's true form, so we guessed it was related to the dark attribute. A terrifying image of the Nightmare Phantom emerged from his story. This monster uses its dark attribute to hide its true body at the bottom of the sea, strengthening itself by continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Chief Liu's voice grew more and more serious. With the restoration of spiritual energy a few days ago, this monster has become extremely powerful. It must be eliminated immediately, or ordinary people will face a devastating catastrophe. Then, he made a sincere plea. Lin Tian, little brother, I hope you can lend us your strength in this matter. Lin Tian agreed without hesitation. All right, but I need you to do something for me. The scene changes to Fei Fei's brightly lit house. Inside the bathroom, she was on the phone with her grandfather. Why did you guys let Lin Tian go do this? The voice on the other end of the line replied, This is a test for him, and also a test for the country. Still, she disagreed. But you didn't have to send him on such a dangerous mission right from the start, did you? As she stepped into the bathtub, Fei Fei explained her reasoning. The Nightmare Phantom mission. The military initially sent a professional team. Even as she sank into the warm bathwater, her voice was incredibly serious. The weakest cultivator in that squad had reached the third-level Courage Spring Realm, and yet a team like that still failed, right? Her grandfather tried to persuade her. Fei Fei, I know you care about that boy, but we have no other choice. Besides, didn't I send 3 elites from the military to support him this time? Fei Fei's expression darkened when she heard her grandfather's words. Global spiritual energy has now been fully restored. The rules of the world have undergone a massive change. If we fall behind other nations, we will surely be invaded and plundered by them. When she didn't respond, her grandfather continued, The Nightmare Phantom is in the lowest level Class A danger zone that we can currently control. As long as we can conquer a Class A zone, our country will have a voice in this world. After hanging up, Fei Fei's worry was plain to see. She prayed silently, Lin Tian, you have to come back safely. The scene changes to a luxury car moving down the road. Inside the car, Yuting asked hesitantly, Captain Lin. Seeing her anxiety, Lin Tian asked, What's wrong? The girl asked her question curiously. So, what mission are we going on, and why did you only bring me? Aren't Zuo Qi and the others coming? As if he knew she would ask, he quickly replied, There are 4 of you, but you're the only one who has reached the 3rd-level Courage Spring Realm. I have to see if you've been slacking off lately. Here are the mission details. Lin Tian's words immediately made her tense up. I'll definitely do my best. I absolutely won't hold you back, Captain Lin. Lin Tian gently reassured her. You don't need to be so worried. Just think of this as a training opportunity. Besides, Director Liu said the military is sending people to assist us. After reading the documents carefully, Yuting cheered herself on loudly. All right, I'll definitely do my best to contribute for Captain Lin's sake. A little while later, the driver turned and announced, Mr. Lin, we've arrived at the port. Their car had reached the port, and everyone quickly got out. While Yu Qing was still moving slowly, Lin Tian was already observing the scene ahead. It turned out Zhu Mu had arrived early, he remarked aloud. The cultivators these days are getting younger and younger. Seeing him, Lin Tian spoke. Fourth level courage spring realm. In the current situation, that can indeed be considered an expert. Are you from the military? Then, Zhu Mu spoke in a serious tone. My name is Zhu Mu. I hope you two don't slow us down later. His attitude clearly annoyed Yu Qing. What's that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea how strong our Captain Lin is? But fearing they would start fighting, Manhwa immediately stepped in to mediate. All right. Old Zhu is a bit blunt. Please don't take it to heart. We're about to face a crisis together. It's not good to be fighting now. Luan Yu, standing behind them, spoke with an air of indifference. Everyone's here. Let's go. Despite just being looked down on, Lin Tian remained perfectly calm and offered reassurance. It's fine. Don't pay attention to them. We just need to do our jobs well. Yu Qing obediently agreed. Okay, Captain Lin. A while later, they swam down to the ocean floor one by one. Lin Tian, Yu Qing, and the people from the military were gently descending to the bottom of the ocean. Zhu Mu noticed something and spoke up. What's this? Something is sucking the spiritual energy from my body. Luan Yu's face was filled with shock. This is the corrosive ability of the dark attribute. Be careful. While trying to shield Manhwa, he said, if you lived in a place like this for a long time, you probably wouldn't last long. Yu Qing, swimming beside them, couldn't help but pinch her nose. Captain Lin, I feel sick. Why does it smell like something's rotting in the ocean? Even though they were underwater, Lin Tian took a deep breath. Immediately after, he created a stream of power that enveloped both of them. Not understanding what Lin Tian was doing, she called out shyly, Captain Lin. Without letting her overthink it, he replied calmly, I've helped you block some of the dark attribute's influence. Don't disappoint me. Lin Tian's seriousness quickly rubbed off on Yu Qing. Yes, sir. Up ahead, Zhu Mu snorted coldly, competing with him in his mind. If we're all this uncomfortable, that kid must be so scared he's about to piss his pants, right? Suddenly his eyes widened in utter shock. What? How is that possible? It turned out Zhu Mu had seen how calm Lin Tian and Yu Qing were. How could they act like nothing was wrong? After a moment of surprise, he snorted again. They must be using all their spiritual energy to resist the dark attribute. When faced with danger, he'd definitely just freeze up, not knowing what to do. While Chu Mok was still making malicious assumptions about others, Luan Vu had already spotted something. What is that? Everyone, be careful! Beneath the sea, a streak of light was moving as fast as lightning. The moment he saw this, Chu Mok spoke up, that monster is nearby. Just as he shouted, the night phantom appeared. It's here. In a flash, Su Yuting quickly gathered power in her palm, preparing to strike. Surprisingly, Lin Tian stepped forward to stop her from acting rashly. Don't be so quick to act. Observe carefully. This fish isn't the monster's true form. His firm, confident voice startled Su Yuting. What? On the other side, Chu Mok didn't even think before throwing a punch toward the night phantom. A magic circle instantly appeared in the middle of the ocean. He smirked condescendingly. Kid, don't just stand there gawking. A single moment of carelessness here will cost you your life. Chu Mok's contemptuous attitude towards others annoyed Su Yuting immensely. Are you stupid? That's an illusion, can't you tell? Upon hearing that, he immediately retorted loudly. What illusion? What nonsense is this girl spouting? That is. Right after, Manhwa's panicked voice rang out. Chu Mok, look out. No sooner had she finished speaking than tentacles appeared from nowhere, attacking everyone. Luan Vu screamed in terror. What's happening? Where did these tentacles come from? Just as he finished his question, the true form of the night phantom appeared. This is. Then, Manhwa instantly sensed its terrifying power. The 5th stage of the courageous spring. So it's a monster of the 5th stage of the courageous spring. Luan Vu's face finally showed some emotion. He finally understood why they had failed last time. Ignoring their fear, Su Yuting gathered her strength and unleashed her ice scythe flame dance slash. Despite his scorn, Chu Mok was still extremely worried and yelled, You fool, you're no match for it. She gritted her teeth, raised her weapon high, and made a silent vow. I absolutely cannot disappoint Captain Lam. I have to show Captain Lam what I'm made of. After freezing the nearby tentacles, Su Yuting cleanly sliced them into many pieces with a single strike. Then, she let out a joyous cheer, as if unable to control her emotions. Like a child, Su Yuting turned to report her success with a beaming smile. Captain Lam, I did it! It seemed her attack had angered the night phantom. Chu Mok immediately noticed something was wrong. Run! Unfortunately, he, Manhwa, and Luan Vu were all sent flying. Both Luan Vu and Manhwa coughed up blood. The next second, Su Yuting managed to create a snowflake shield for protection, but unfortunately, her defense was shattered by the tentacle's power. The sight left Su Yuting stunned and hopeless. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a blinding light shone all around, and Lin Tian's voice rang out. Good job. He had blocked the night phantom's attack right in front of her. Captain Lam, Lin Tian calmly instructed, just be more careful next time. Got it? His strength shocked Manhwa into disbelief. That kid actually managed to block the tentacle's attack. Luan Wu also exclaimed in disbelief, is the spiritual energy on his body a fire attribute? Why is it so different from the fire attribute I know? On the other side, Chumak also sensed something and voiced his speculation. How can there be such a powerful fire attribute spiritual energy? Could it be from that kid? Amidst the monster's frustration, Lin Tian casually chatted with it. You used your tentacles to injure Lan Yue during the day, so now I'll do the same to you. Fair is fair, right? Immediately after, he slowly drew his sword, thinking it was a good time to test the golden technique he had just acquired. Lin Tian's figure flashed, flying close to the Night Phantom. He leaped down from above, raising his sword high, preparing to strike. As expected, Lin Tian powerfully plunged the sword straight into its body. Lin Tian's recklessness made Chumak grit his teeth and curse, "You idiot! How could the body of a fifth-stage courageous spring be harmed by such a pathetic blade?" Ignoring his scorn, he slowly chanted, "Undying Sacred Flame Technique." The next second, the sword in Lin Tian's hand burst into brilliant flames. The fire on the sword grew larger and larger, as if wanting to burn everything around it. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the Night Phantom's body. It shrieked in pain as it was burned. Following that, the Night Phantom's entire body suddenly exploded, shaking the entire area. The situation left Chumak terrified. What's going on? Despite his increasingly loud voice, Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest. What is this power? Chumak went from frowning to gritting his teeth. So, everything the commander-in-chief said was true. He began to recall the conversation between himself and the commander. Back then, Chumak had yelled, "Commander, you think too highly of him. He's just a minor rogue cultivator. Without the resources and training from the military, how strong could he possibly be?" The commander had replied to his words, "Chumak, I know you're arrogant and proud, but this person named Lin Tian's strength cannot be underestimated." He calmly explained his point of view. To ordinary people, we cultivators are like frogs in a well looking at the bright moon in the sky. But for cultivators at our current stage looking at Lin Tian, it's like a speck of dust looking up at the blue sky. This person named Lin Tian can only be befriended, never made an enemy of. Returning to the present, Chu Mok was still in a daze, unable to believe it. Is he really human? With such talent, if he were nurtured and supplied with resources by the military, what realm would he reach? Then he glanced over at Su Yuting. Chu Mok silently praised her. That girl must be his subordinate, right? Facing danger without fear, calm and composed, and reaching the third stage of the courageous spring at such a young age. If she just matures a little more, her future will be boundlessly vast, impossible to predict. After thinking for a moment, his expression suddenly darkened a little. Chumak was disappointed in himself. It seems I've gotten old. Manhwa was supporting Luan Vu, and seeing his gloomy expression, she asked curiously, "Old Chu, are you hurt?" He also wondered, "What are you spacing out for?" The two helped each other over to Chumak. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry. A moment ago, I was only thinking about my own survival." Luan Vu didn't blame him. He gently placed a hand on his chest to comfort him. "It's all right. Just treat us to a round of drinks later and we'll call it even." Chumak smiled and replied, "Deal. I'll go apologize first, then we'll drink until we drop." With that, he walked over to Lin Tian. Chumak humbled himself and said, "Lin Tian, thank you for saving my life and the lives of my comrades. I was wrong before," he replied modestly. "Captain Chu was just worried about us. Don't mind it." He bowed deeply once more and replied, "Then, thank you very much." Su Yuting covered her nose with her hand and walked over, saying, "Captain Lam, Captain Chu, let's go up. It stinks to high heaven down here." Lin Tian nodded. "Yeah, let's go." After that, everyone quickly swam up to the surface. Lin Tian suddenly noticed something. Su Yuting turned around and asked, "Captain Lam, what's wrong?" He looked down at the seabed, then instructed, "You all go up first. I'm going to see what's down there." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian quickly swam back down to the seabed to search. A sparkling light suddenly appeared. He was surprised as two stardew flowers gradually came into view. He wondered, there are actually two stardew flowers. Lin Tian immediately approached, took the flowers in his hand, and thought, this time, both Su Yuting and Lan Yue can use these to increase their strength. After retrieving them, he began to swim to shore. Bright lights shone from a large crane on the seaport. Lin Tian walked while looking around, searching. "Where is everyone?" A voice suddenly called out to him. "Lin Tian, is that you?" Loi Nak appeared from the shadows with a serious expression, standing tall behind him. Lin Tian was momentarily taken by surprise. When did he get so close to me? Why didn't I sense him at all? He slowly spoke up and asked, "Who are you?" He handed a business card to Lin Tian and introduced himself. "My name is Loi Nak. I am the young Miss's bodyguard. This is my card," he explained calmly. "A few days ago, the young Miss was busy with a mission and couldn't meet you right away. In the future, If the young miss needs your help, you can call this number. Lin Tian picked up the business card, looked at it, and asked, "Who is this young miss you're talking about?" Lei Nuo replied, "Commander Shen's granddaughter, Miss Shen Fei Fei." He frowned, thinking, so it was her after all. I knew it. Among all the people I know, only she could have bodyguards of that caliber. Then he looked at Lei Nuo. I can't gauge this Lei Nuo guy's true strength. Could he be an Iron Vein Realm cultivator? Lin Tian wondered aloud. What are you doing here looking for me? And where are my friends? He answered sternly. Miss Su Yuting was taken home in a private car, while Chu Mu and the other two were picked up by a military vehicle. Then he noticed a luxury car behind Lei Nuo. He pointed to it and explained, I'm waiting here for you because the commander-in-chief wants to see you. Lin Tian couldn't believe his ears. He immediately asked again, the commander-in-chief? The head of the military? Lei Nuo replied, That's right. The commander-in-chief wishes to speak with you. Please, follow me. He walked over, opened the car door for Lin Tian, and formally invited him in. Once inside the car, Lin Tian asked curiously, Are you Commander Shen? Commander Shen greeted him warmly. Young man, you must be Lin Tian, correct? My granddaughter has been mentioning you constantly these past few days. Have a seat. He sat on the seat opposite Commander Shen. The commander began, My granddaughter tells me you've sealed the heavenly fire inside your body? Lin Tian replied simply, That's right. Commander Shen remarked with awe, This is truly a world of recovering spiritual energy. Anything is possible. He continued with praise. For a powerhouse like you to appear without any backing from the military or the state, it's truly a blessing for our nation. He scratched his face, embarrassed, and replied, Commander Shen, you're giving me too much credit. I was just lucky. Commander Shen suddenly smiled, stroking his chin. Good, humble but not weak, composed but not arrogant. I see why my granddaughter has taken an interest in you. After these few pleasantries, his tone turned serious as he got to the main point. Lin Tian, the world is undergoing a great change. Anomalies will become more and more common, and for ordinary people who can't adapt in time, it will be a devastating catastrophe. He remained silent for a moment before replying, Commander Shen, rest assured, if I encounter any anomaly harming civilians, I will absolutely not stand by and do nothing. Commander Shen continued to explain, I'm not telling you this to bind you with some moral obligation. I just hope you can increase your strength as quickly as possible. He told Lin Tian, of all the types of spiritual energy, the dark attribute is the most troublesome, because the dark attribute can corrupt any living creature, turning them into mindless monsters. Commander Shen's expression grew increasingly grim. Your lightning attribute spiritual energy is the best counter to the dark attribute. You must grow stronger quickly, for your own sake and for the sake of this country. Lin Tian replied with confidence. Yes, Commander Shen, rest assured. I will do my best to train hard. The commander handed him a phone. This is a dedicated military phone. It's completely secure. If you ever need help, you can call me directly. Lin Tian happily took it with both hands. Thank you, Commander Shen. Actually, there is something I was hoping you could help me with. Commander Shen was surprised. Oh, what is it? Tell me. He slowly drew the blade and explained, It's like this. This is the weapon that Chief Liu helped me acquire. As the blade was unsheathed, numerous cracks were visible on it. Lin Tian continued to explain, I thought this blade could withstand my spiritual energy, but upon seeing the blade, Commander Shen's face immediately showed surprise. I remember this blade being old Liu's most prized treasure, yet it's been damaged to this extent? Just how powerful is the spiritual energy in this kid's body? Then, Commander Shen calmly replied, Leave this to me. In a few days, I'll have someone bring you a sturdier blade to try. Lin Tian was overjoyed. Thank you, Commander Shen. The conversation between them ended. He stepped out of the car, the light of the crescent moon illuminating everything. Lin Tian watched the car drive away. Looks like I can't let my guard down for even a second. Suddenly, the phone rang. Someone was calling him. Lin Tian answered, Hello, Chief Liu? What's wrong? Chief Liu's panicked voice came through the phone. Lin Tian, Leng Yue is in trouble, he asked urgently. What happened? On Chief Liu's end of the line, Leng Yue was lying on a hospital bed, receiving emergency resuscitation from doctors and nurses. One doctor said frantically, Miss Leng's heart rate is slowing down. The others replied, I know, you don't have to say it. We have to find a way to extract the dark spiritual energy from her body. A conflict broke out in the emergency room. One doctor objected, No, she's still unconscious. Forcibly extracting the spiritual energy will cause what's left to run rampant. Another panicked. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to just stand here and wait for her to die? Chief Liu was sitting outside, stunned, tormenting himself with self-blame. It's all my fault. Suddenly, Lin Tian's voice came through. Chief Liu, I'm here. Chief Liu let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian, you're finally here. He quickly asked about the situation. How is Leng Yue now? Wasn't she fine when I left? What happened so suddenly? He suddenly asked. Do you know the properties of dark attribute spiritual energy? Lin Tian answered. Dark attribute spiritual energy can make living creatures lose their minds. Don't tell me? Chief Liu nodded and explained. That's right. Leng Yue has always been a very strong-willed girl. After you saved her, she started to doubt her own abilities, so she went on a mission by herself without discussing it with you," he said sadly. "If I had known, I would have had her take you with her before assigning them the mission." He immediately asked in his mind, "System, get out here. Is there any way to save Leng Yue?" The system's voice rang out. "Please touch Leng Yue's body for 3 minutes. The system will help the host analyze a treatment method for her." Lin Tian quickly opened the door to the hospital room. "I know. I'm going now." His sudden entrance left the doctors and nurses stunned. "Who are you? Nurse, get him out of here! We're trying to save a life!" Lin Tian walked over to Leng Yue, directly pushing a doctor aside. "If you can't cure her, then don't act like you can." Lin Tian began to touch her hand. "System, you have to save her." The system's voice immediately rang out. "Beginning analysis." The doctors in the room were furious, taking turns cursing at him. "Where did this insolent brat come from? Let go of me!" Have you been watching too many web dramas and power fantasy stories? You think you can cure her just by checking her pulse? Get the hell out. Don't interfere with Miss Lang's treatment. If Chief Lu holds you responsible later, none of you will be able to bear the consequences. Everyone was in an uproar. Dr. Lu shouted, "What about the security guards outside the door? Who let this kid in here?" Chief Lu entered and answered, "I let him in." "Dr. Lu, is there a problem?" The doctor immediately stepped aside in fear. Chief Lu, I didn't mean that. It's just that Miss Leng's injuries right now." He sighed, silently accepting the consequences of letting Lin Tian try. If even he can't do anything, then this old man will be the one who killed that girl. Dr. Lu turned to look at Lin Tian, wondering to himself, what's this kid's background? How could he make Chief Liu say something like that? The system panel showed, analysis 62% complete. The percentage began to climb, reaching 84%. Shortly after, his system presented the results. Treatment plan. 1. Crush the starlight dew flower into a powder and have the patient ingest it. This will break the balance between the ice attribute and dark attribute spiritual energy in her body. 2. Transfer lightning attribute spiritual energy from the host's body into Leng Yue's body. Guide the lightning energy to eliminate the dark attribute energy. 3. Slowly harmonize the lightning and ice spiritual energies within Leng Yue's body, while gradually withdrawing the lightning energy. 4. The entire treatment process is estimated to take 3 hours. Throughout the process, the host must maintain physical contact with Leng Yue. Lin Tian quickly turned and announced, "Chief Liu, I have a way to save Leng Yue, but I need everyone to step back a bit." Dr. Liu shouted, "Step back? Why? If you're saving a life, what is there that others can't see?" His body immediately erupted with powerful lightning energy. Lin Tian replied coldly, "Because in this state, I can only guarantee Leng Yue's safety. I can't guarantee yours. Understand?" Chief Liu ordered, "Everyone, do as Lin Tian says." He obediently replied, "Yes, sir." The room quickly fell silent again. Lin Tian began to grind the starlight flower into a fine powder. He mixed the flower powder with water. Next, he helped Lan Yue sit up and slowly gave her the mixture to drink. Right after drinking the medicine, Lan Yue suddenly had a violent reaction, and her body began to convulse intensely. Lin Tian transferred his lightning spiritual energy into her body, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life." A few hours passed, and the warm sun shone on the curtain hanging over the window. Lan Yue slowly opened her eyes, surprised. "Lamb, Lin Tian." He let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're finally awake." Lin Tian gently reminded her, "Don't be so reckless next time." Lan Yue asked dazedly, "Did you save me?" He covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, seeming very tired. Lin Tian replied, "Yeah, luckily I found 2 starlight flowers at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to save you." She asked sadly, "Do you feel like I'm just dragging you down?" Lin Tian wondered. "Why would you think that?" He used praise to comfort and coax Lan Yue. "You're a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of the Valiant Spring Realm. At this stage, you're nearly invincible in this world." She replied, disappointed, "But I'm still weaker than you." Lin Tian comforted the girl with a deadpan expression. "Don't be so stubborn. It's not that you're too weak, it's that I'm too strong. Have you ever seen anyone else as strong as me?" Lan Yue lowered her head and thought, "He's right. Before I met him, I'd almost never met a worthy opponent. Even with Chief Liu, I was confident I could surpass him within 5 years." He gave her a few instructions, then turned to leave. "If you're okay now, I'm going to get some rest. I was busy all night and didn't get any sleep. We'll meet in the forest outside the city early the day after tomorrow. I'll take you for some recovery training, so don't be late." The scene changes, revealing a vast, lush, green forest. A mutated hound charged aggressively. Lan Yue immediately gave it a swift kick. The mutated hound yelped in pain. Lin Tian observed from the side. "See? I told you you were strong." He continued to explain. This mutated wolf is at the peak of the third-level Valiant Spring Realm, yet you sent it flying with a single kick. Your current strength has definitely reached the fourth-level Valiant Spring Realm. Lan Yue turned her face away and said, "You don't have to flatter me. I know my own level." Lin Tian replied helplessly. "All right, the recovery training is almost done. We should get going." A loud noise suddenly erupted, cutting him off. Both of them were startled and immediately on guard. She asked curiously, "An explosion?" The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Extremely powerful dark attribute spiritual energy detected. Host, please be careful." Lin Tian looked around, then replied, "This isn't just a simple explosion. Deep in the forest, dark attribute spiritual energy is running rampant." Lan Yue couldn't believe her ears. What? In that same forest, a group of people were setting up tents to camp and rest. Kang Wu placed his hand on Xiaodong's shoulder, leaning in close to her and saying, "Xiaodong, later I'll catch a big fish and make a huge barbecue skewer for you." But she pushed his hand away with a look of disgust and replied, "Who wants your stupid skewer?" Immediately after, she walked over to the girl busy at the front and offered, "Tutuye, let me help you set up the tent." Witnessing this scene, Kang Wu's friend came over and teased, "Brother Kang, are you having a lover's quarrel with Sister Xiaodong?" He frowned slightly, explaining with annoyance, "She's just been sulking because I saw a beautiful girl a few days ago." His clueless friend just laughed loudly and joked, "Brother Kwang, next time you flirt with a girl, just be a little more discreet. As long as it's not in front of Sister Xiaodong, it's fine. But a scumbag will always be a scumbag," and Kang Wu quickly joined in the discussion with him. "You have no idea how hot that girl was the other day." Hearing that, his friend also became a bit curious and intrigued. "So there's a girl who can even captivate Brother Kwang like this? If I get the chance, I definitely have to meet her someday." The moment the words left his mouth, his ear was suddenly grabbed by a hand. "You won't have it tomorrow." That hand belonged to Tu Tuye. She dragged him by the ear away from the indecent conversation, scolding, "Get over here and set up the tent for me now." As he was being dragged away, he hurriedly tried to sweet-talk her. "Tu Tuyet, I was just kidding. You know I love you so much." Watching their affectionate display, Kang Wu felt a bit disgruntled and turned to leave. "Whatever, I'll go gather some firewood first." With that, he walked deeper into the forest and began to gather wood to bring back. On his way back, he suddenly noticed something. It was a dark spiritual energy treasure, blooming on the ground. Seeing it for the first time, Kang Wu wondered, "What is this?" Just then, he suddenly remembered a piece of news he had seen before. Latest news: the World Joint Council has just announced that Earth has officially entered the era of global spiritual energy revival. According to reports from spiritual energy experts, opportunities are now abundant all over the world. Because he recalled these words while staring at the flower for too long, his eyes seemed to have been hypnotized. Immediately after, he remembered a sensual image of Xiaodong and rushed towards it madly, shouting, "This is my power, the power for me to become a king. This is the chance heaven has given me. Lin Tian, I will definitely crush you under my foot." Kang Wu said while greedily eating it, "I'll turn you into a stray dog in front of that woman, just like you were in front of Xiaodong." Halfway through eating, his body suddenly went rigid. What followed was his blood-curdling scream as a massive amount of power suddenly erupted. This power mutated Kang Wu's face, causing veins to pop out as he laughed with a grotesque grin. "This is power! This feeling is absolutely amazing." Just as he was reveling in his excitement, a cry for help reached his ears. Help! Xiaodong's group was now surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves, and just as one of them lunged, Kang Wu flew in and sent it flying with a kick. "Are you okay?" Xiaodong cried out in worry. "Brother Kang, be careful! That's a whole pack of wolves!" With his new power, he confidently eliminated the wolves one by one, saying, "Don't worry. In front of me, this wolf pack is nothing but a bunch of ants." Seeing him like this, she was a bit surprised and wondered, "What's going on? Why did Kang Wu suddenly become so strong? Is this even a power that a human can achieve?" While she was still dazed, a comment from Kang Wu's scummy friend snapped her out of it. "Holy crap, Brother Kang. You've become one of those so-called spiritual energy cultivators the news was talking about, haven't you?" Xiaodong gasped in shock. "What? So this is a cultivator? I never thought a cultivator would have such terrifying abilities." Realizing this, she bit her lip, her mind racing with a decision. "A man this powerful must belong to me, Xiaodong." At the same time, in another extremely quiet part of the forest, Lin Tian led the way, reminding her, "Be careful. We're getting closer to that source of dark spiritual energy." Lan Yue nodded slightly in response. "I can feel it too." Tisk! He sensed something unusual and suddenly called out, "Wait!" He and she immediately leaped onto a nearby tree branch. The moment they landed in the tree, a pack of mutated wolves appeared right below them. Seeing that they looked unusual, Lan Yue asked, confused, "What's going on? Did this pack of mutated wolves run into something?" One of the wolves was injured, and a strange black smoke was emanating from its body. Seeing the wound, Lin Tian frowned slightly and muttered, "That's a wound caused by dark attribute spiritual energy." Realizing the situation seemed tense, she turned to look at him for his opinion. Should we report this to Chief Liu? His expression was grave now as he carefully considered. Let's investigate the specific situation first. Otherwise, Chief Liu will just send someone else anyway. Suddenly, he channeled power into his legs and leaped up. But before that, Lin Tian landed, blocking the wolf pack's path and declaring, I made a promise to Commander Shen. I can't let you creatures rampage into the city like this. Immediately after, he raised his hand, gathering a massive amount of power into it and shouting, Die! The sphere of power he launched engulfed the entire wolf pack, wiping them out in a single blow. After finishing them off, he called out to Lan Yue. Let's go. The two of them continued forward. Lin Tian looked at the scene before them and exclaimed, What's this? She looked around and quickly added, Someone was camping here. While you weren't looking, Kang Wu appeared from behind to ambush you. Luckily, Lan Yue managed to summon a shield just in time to block the blow for you. Watch out. Seeing her protect you, he felt a pang of jealousy. This girl is pretty, and strong too, just like the last one. Damn it, how does this punk Lin Tian know so many beautiful girls? Kang Wu pulled his hand back, slipped it into his pocket, and landed on the ground. He made an offer. Hey, little lady, your skills are pretty impressive. Let me buy you a drink later. Lan Yue looked at him warily and questioned, Who are you? Why did you attack Lin Tian? He didn't bother hiding it and answered bluntly, Because I've got a grudge against him, so I have to teach him a lesson. She shot back with disbelief and contempt. A lesson? If I hadn't noticed in time, he could have been in real danger. Your attack was more than just a lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, you immediately stepped forward, your face dark as you questioned him. Kang Wu, you swallowed the dark spirit treasure and became a cultivator, didn't you? Hearing that, Lan Huit's expression changed as she cried out, What? He laughed boastfully in reply, That's right. I'm a powerful cultivator now. After getting his confirmation, Lin Tian continued to press him. You were the one who drove off the wolf pack just now, weren't you? Do you have any idea how many innocent people would have died if those wolves had entered the city? Kang Wu didn't seem to care, replying nonchalantly, I'm a cultivator now. I don't need to care about the lives of that trash. Hearing him speak so contemptuously of others, Lan Nuyet was filled with rage. Lin Tian calmly stopped her. There's no point arguing with him anymore. What he needs now is a fist, not a lecture. Seeing your confidence, he laughed with amusement. Excellent. So, Lin Tian, you're finally not a coward anymore. Let me show you what a real cultivator is. Kang Wu's power erupted, growing more and more intense. He let out a maniacal laugh that echoed throughout the forest. Lin Tian also got into his stance, ready to unleash his own power to face him. Looking at this massive amount of power, you silently assessed it. Judging by this level of spirit energy, he's probably at the second stage of the Courage Spring Realm. It seems that in this world, after the revival of spirit energy, a single fruit can grant a person such a huge leap in progress. While you were still lost in thought, he used his speed and strength to rush in and attack from behind. Lin Tian reacted quickly, blocking the kick with his arm. Facing a worthy opponent, Kang Wu praised him with exhilaration. Not bad. Looks like you've got some power too. You didn't miss a beat, provoking him with your eyes. Is this all the power you have? Being looked down on like that? He roared in anger. You're asking to die! Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of punches at Lin Tian, but you blocked every single one. Kang Wu continued to throw punches in a rage, shouting, How is this possible? How can you block all of my attacks? You calmly opened your mouth and said nonchalantly, You're too weak, Kang Wu. Lin Tian prepared to counterattack, mocking him with contempt. If you weren't a cultivator, facing me would be a death sentence. As you spoke, you threw a punch straight into his face, but since you are a cultivator, you're nothing more than a speck of dust in the sky to me. He was knocked to the ground, muttering in disbelief. How? How can this be? Seeing him defeated, Xiaodong and the others cried out in alarm, Brother Kung? Are you okay, Brother Kung? At that moment, Xiaotong's resolve wavered as she wondered, since when did Lin Tian become so strong? Strong enough to defeat Kang Wu? Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have antagonized Lin Tian so soon. After taking down your opponent, you landed next to Lan Nuyet and told her to take them all back for a thorough interrogation to see if anyone else had a lucky encounter. She quickly took out her communicator and replied, Got it. I'll notify Director Liu to seal off this mountain immediately. On the other side, Kang Wu, full of resentment, cursed inwardly, I actually lost to Lin Tian. That damn bastard. It's impossible. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Do you desire power? The voice didn't stop, but repeated the question, Do you desire power? As soon as the voice faded, the world around him suddenly changed. Before Kang Wu stood a strange, dark figure, sitting on something like a throne. This was that dark figure, like a demon king from a novel. He was the Dark Sovereign. Without hesitation, Kang Wu immediately begged him, I want power. I want invincible power. As long as I can crush Lin Tian, I'm willing to pay any price. The Dark Sovereign didn't waste words, immediately shooting a beam of power from his finger towards him. The beam shot straight into the middle of Kang Wu's forehead. His eyes turned completely white, and veins bulged on his face. A moment later, he felt the abundant flow of power within his body and cried out in satisfaction, "Power. This is the power I wanted. This feeling is incredible." Back in the real world, Lan Nuit, still oblivious, walked towards them and said, "All right, you're all coming with me to the Cultivators Association to explain yourselves." Just as she finished speaking, Kang Wu began to unleash the power he had just received. Lin Tian rushed over to shield her, shouting, "Watch out!" The massive amount of dark power grew more intense, completely enveloping Kang Wu. The trees affected by the dark power withered one by one. Even his friend was harmed by it, screaming in terror. "Kung, what's happening?" Xiao Xue and Xiaodong begged in fear. "No, I don't want to die." Lin Tian and Len Wei were lucky to be far enough away to be unaffected. You grimly took in the scene before you. Commander Shen was right after all. Only she, not understanding the situation, panicked. What on earth is going on? The dark energy enveloping Kang Wu floated into the air, emitting a strange voice. Finally, the Dark Sovereign emerged from within it, comfortably exclaiming, "I have returned to this wonderful world once more." Seeing him, Lan Nuit was instantly on guard, a little bewildered. What is this? How could he break through from the second stage of the Courage Spring Realm to the fourth stage in an instant? Lin Tian warned her cautiously, "Be careful. That's definitely not the person you knew anymore." Just then, the system's monotonous voice rang out. Low-level Dark System monster detected, Dark Sovereign. Immediately after, the system panel displayed a quest notification, issuing temporary quest, Defeat the Dark Sovereign. Reward: a new spirit attribute cultivation pill. Receiving the quest, you felt a little worried. I've never seen this type of monster in my entire life. I have no idea what kind of attacks it has. While you were still strategizing, the Dark Sovereign looked at his body with disdain. The flesh and blood of these humans is so pathetic, it can't even help me form a complete body. These two have very strong spirit energy. If I can devour them, a large portion of my power will be restored. With that, he decided on his prey and lunged to attack. Then let's start with the weaker girl. I'll devour her first. The arrow he fired shot straight for Lan Nguit, and Lin Tian's eyes flashed instantly. You leaped in front of her, destroying the arrow with a single slash of your power. Seeing your reaction, the Dark Sovereign praised you with some interest. "Oh? Not bad, young man. You managed to skillfully block my attack?" You didn't answer his question, instead asking one of your own, "What the hell are you? And where is Kang Wu?" He replied with arrogant disdain, "You are not worthy of knowing who I am. You humans need only know to submit to me, or die." Seeing how confident he was, your expression slowly turned dangerous. "It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't learn how to speak properly." Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Dark Sovereign burst out laughing as if he'd heard a joke. "What an interesting human. To think you can teach me a lesson." He wasted no more words, activating a dark space to initiate the fight. "I will let you experience the ultimate darkness and see just how terrifying it is." The dark space immediately rushed towards you, surrounding you as if to swallow you whole. Lan Huiet cried out in panic, "Lin Tian!" She rushed towards the spatial sphere that was imprisoning you. Reaching the dark space, she immediately attacked it with her power. The beam of energy focused on one spot of the sphere, aiming to destroy it and set you free. But it was useless. The Dark Sovereign watched her, her efforts futile, a useless mockery. With an attack of this level, she would never break through. "Stop resisting. Just be a good girl and let me devour you." Suddenly, right where Lan Yue had struck, a powerful hand burst out from the tear she had just made. Seeing that arm, the Dark Sovereign's eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, continuous slashes appeared across the dark space. Then, with a tearing sound, the dark space was shattered. Lin Tian emerged from within, completely unscathed, and taunted. "Is that all you've got?" Although the dark space was broken, he wasn't flustered at all. He said, "Do you really think you can fight me just by breaking the seal of my dark space?" Lan Yue rushed over and quickly suggested, "Lin Tian, let's face him together." But he immediately rejected her offer. "No need. You stay right here and don't move. I want to see just how far my full power can go." Hearing that, Lan Yue was a bit stunned and confused. Full power? What does he mean? Without another word, he unleashed his full strength as his answer. "This is what I mean." He then shot straight towards the Dark Sovereign to attack. Because his speed was too fast, the Sovereign couldn't react, only able to watch as his hand reached out right in front of his face. Then, a colossal pillar of power blasted directly into the Dark Sovereign. Following this beam of light was a massive explosion that shook the very ground. The Dark Sovereign lay in the rubble after the explosion, lamenting resentfully. "To think I was pinned to the ground by a weak human." Lin Tian shot him a death glare and asked, "Scared yet?" His words enraged the sovereign, who charged forward with all his might, roaring, "You wretched human! How dare you look down on me? You're asking to die!" He launched an attack at him, screaming, "Die!" Lin Tian showed no sign of dodging, watching the attack get closer. Just as it was about to hit, he blocked it with one hand, unleashing the power of lightning and fire. Witnessing this, the Dark Sovereign ground his teeth in disbelief. Impossible. He blocked it, without a single scratch. Seeing the look on his face, he enjoyed taunting him. "Is that fear I see on your face right now? Looks like you can't even make me use my full power. What a disappointment." Just as he said, the Sovereign flinched back in fear. This guy, he's no ordinary human. His strength is even greater than mine right now. With that thought, he quickly turned to escape. "No, I absolutely cannot die here. I have to devour more humans, gain even greater power, and then I'll kill him to get my revenge." Seeing him try to flee, he narrowed his eyes, a spark of lightning flashing as he said, "Did I say you could leave?" The moment he finished speaking, a massive amount of lightning appeared and struck him directly. The Dark Sovereign screamed in agony as the storm of lightning struck him. Unable to bear it any longer, he transformed into a bat and fled, leaving a large part of his body to be destroyed. Watching the bat fly away, he clicked his tongue and muttered, he'd abandoned most of his body just to survive. The battle was over. Lan Yue saw him land and rushed over to ask, "Lin Tian, are you okay?" Completely unharmed, without a single scratch, he replied, "I'm fine. But a part of that dark monster escaped. We need to contact Chief Liu immediately." She quickly replied, "Okay." The scene changes to a large city under a gloomy sky, a weather forecast droning on. "Due to the influence of a cold front, our city will experience heavy rain this afternoon. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert for heavy rain. Everyone, please try to limit outdoor activities." Besides the weather forecast, the sound of a TV commercial can be heard. "Hey everyone, I'm telling you, something big is definitely going to happen this afternoon. In a bit, I'll put on a show for you all and get struck by lightning for clout." At the same time, on a deserted street, a girl was complaining angrily. "What the hell? It's clearly all his fault. We already agreed to go out today. Why would he cancel just because of some rain?" While she was grumbling, a strange noise suddenly reached her. The frightened girl turned her head and shouted, "Who's there?" It was only then that she realized she was lost and looked around in confusion. "Huh? Where am I?" Seizing the opportunity, a dark creature immediately lunged at her. Just as it got close and was about to attack, a bolt of lightning shot out from nowhere and destroyed it. Immediately after, a familiar voice rang out. "Didn't you listen to the news today?" Lin Tian stood there coolly, looking at the swarm of dark creatures in the sky, and advised the girl, "Go home, now. It's very dangerous outside right now. The weather hasn't improved, so don't go out until there's an announcement." But she didn't seem to be listening, completely mesmerized by his looks. "So handsome. So handsome." Ignoring her, he reached into his pocket, took out his phone, and made a call. Lin Tian put the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end, "Lan Yue, what's the situation?" She replied from the other side, "That dark creature that escaped is harder to deal with than we thought. That dark monster seems to have split itself into countless bats and has begun to attack people throughout the city indiscriminately. These small bats are constantly evolving by devouring the spiritual energy in people's bodies. Among the bats we've eliminated, we've already found some that have reached the Yongquan second realm, and their feeding hasn't stopped." Hearing her report, his expression turned serious for a moment. He thought to himself, it seems these bats want to turn the entire city's population into an energy source for their evolution. If all these bats evolve to the Yongquan third realm and then merge back into that dark creature, I'm afraid even I will have trouble dealing with it. I have to find a way to solve this before that happens. High up in the sky, there was one dark creature different from the rest. It was the Dark Sovereign. He watched intently as the city was completely enveloped by his hazy purple mist. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind. As long as I devour everyone in this city, I can restore my power to its peak. When that time comes, I will definitely make that human pay the price. I'll torture him horribly, make him wish he were dead. Down below, on the highway, a convoy of vehicles was moving forward. On those vehicles were soldiers from the army, along with modern weapons. At the same time, in another location, nimble hands were typing furiously on a keyboard, creating a rapid clicking sound. On the computer screen, a social media page appeared with a newly posted status. "Help! There's a giant bat crashing into my window." Following that status was a flood of comments. "Is this the apocalypse? I saw a bat suck a person dry with my own eyes. The bats have mutated. I just saw a giant one. Help! Something's banging on my security door. I'm too scared to look. If that handsome guy comes to save me, I'll offer myself to him." Overwhelmed by the flood of information online, a mass delete was executed with a single mouse click. Fei Fei, clearly annoyed, tried to control the information and prevent it from spreading further, sighing in exhaustion. "This is so annoying. Can't you people just stay quietly at home? Instead, You're here posting things that cause panic and fear. Do you think those dark system monsters aren't strong enough already? The more she worked, the more she couldn't take it. She shouted in anger, startling the people behind her. Can't we just cut off their internet? Tens of millions of people are posting. How are we supposed to delete everything with our army of tens of thousands? Lei Nuo reminded her helplessly. Young miss, if we really cut the internet, I'm afraid their panic will only get worse. Hearing him say that, she turned away sulkily and replied, I know, I was just venting. It's so frustrating. Then, as if remembering something, she asked about the situation. Lei Nuo, has the army still not broken through? It's been half an hour. He checked a report on his tablet. All roads into Tianhai City are blocked by Yongquan Third Realm bats. They definitely won't be able to get in anytime soon. Please be patient, young miss. Fei Fei's anxiety seemed to lessen as she told herself silently, Lin Tian, you absolutely have to be okay. Just then, the scene shifts to a high-rise building. Lin Tian and Leng Yue slowly enter. Seeing them, Yu Qing hurriedly calls out, Captain Lin. Tian Feng joyfully chimes in, Boss. Lin Tian walks over and asks, Is everyone okay? Yu Qing quickly replies, At that time, Sister Qi and I were training at my villa. It wasn't until Director Liu called that we realized the anomaly had occurred. As soon as she finishes, Tian Feng cuts in, boasting confidently, Boss, when the anomaly hit, I was having a barbecue with my little brother. A mutated bat swooped in to attack him. I killed it with one punch, then skewered it and grilled it up with my brother. Lin Tian, a bit exasperated by this, reminds him, just don't get a stomachache. After the greetings, Chief Liu, sitting at the head of the table, speaks up, Lin Tian, now that you're here, we can start the video conference with military command. He agrees without another word. With that, he brings up the communication screen and says, Commander Shen, my side is ready. The image of Commander-in-Chief Shen immediately appears on the large screen behind them. Since everyone from the Spirit Energy Association is present, let's begin discussing the rescue plan for Tianhai City. Currently, the two main highways in the east and west, leading in and out of Tianhai City, are completely blocked by a massive number of mutated bats. At the central plaza in the southeast, Tianhai City is showing an extremely large energy reading. We believe that's likely the entity controlling these mutated bats. Hearing this, Lin Tian murmurs thoughtfully to himself, The central plaza, huh? Suddenly, he notices the person in front of him trembling slightly and wonders, why does Li Qi look so unwell? Unaware of their distraction, Commander-in-Chief Shen continues, We plan to force a breakthrough from the eastern highway to open an escape route, then guide the civilians at the central plaza to evacuate, followed by suppression with heavy firepower. To evacuate the civilians faster, we need the Spirit Energy Association's help to approach the central plaza from another route and begin the evacuation ahead of time. According to the analysis department's calculations, this entire operation must be completed within 50 minutes. Otherwise, the creature at the central plaza will evolve into something we can't handle. After finishing his presentation, he asks them, Are there any other questions? At this point, Li Qi stands up and hesitantly voices her concern. Commander-in-Chief Shen, if the military can't reach the central plaza in time, will the detonation be postponed? He replies instantly, without a second's thought. No. At the designated time, all firepower will converge on the target to ensure that mutated creature cannot evolve to a level we can't handle. Hearing this, she becomes furious, slamming the table in protest. How can you do that? Aren't you gambling with the lives of the people at the central plaza? But his next rebuttal makes her freeze. If that dark monster successfully evolves, it won't just be the people at the central plaza who die. All of Tianhai City, and even the entire Donghai province, will be destroyed. Li Qi trembles, stammering, unable to speak. But Commander-in-Chief Shen doesn't let her say more, cutting her off with a question. You have someone important to you at the central plaza, don't you? His words hitting their mark, she can only stand there trembling, head bowed, biting her lip as she answers, My family lives in the residential area near the central plaza. A silence falls over the room. Yu Qing gently helps Li Qi sit down, reassuring her, Sister Qi, don't worry. I'll definitely help you save your family. Captain Lin gave me special training a few days ago, and I've gotten much stronger. Tian Feng also stands up, boldly promising, That's right, I'll call my boys right now and tell them to drive over. Commander-in-Chief Shen reluctantly gives an order. Miss Li Qi, under the circumstances, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to withdraw from this operation. Shocked by his request to withdraw, she shouts indignantly, Why? He remains unmoved, criticizing her frankly. A soldier ruled by emotion will undoubtedly affect the mission's success. Can you honestly say that when you reach the central plaza, your parents won't be the first thing on your mind? Director Liu, to ensure the mission's success, please reconfirm the personnel assignments. As Chief Liu hesitates, looking troubled, someone suddenly speaks up, Wait. The one who spoke was Lin Tian. He retorts without hesitation, Commander Shen, your plan has a fatal flaw. Sensing his bad attitude, the commander asks, slightly annoyed, And what would that be? He raises a hand. wagging his finger slightly. Your bombs won't do a single bit of damage to that monster. Hearing this, Chief Liu and the others in the room exclaim in surprise. What? Seeing he's been called out, Commander-in-Chief Shen frowns slightly and demands, how would you know that? Lin Tian smirks arrogantly, boasting, because not long ago, I'm the one who seriously wounded that monster. Commander Shen, I don't think your plan is viable. Let's go with mine instead. The commander, a bit curious, asks cautiously, and what is your plan? He shoves his hands in his pockets, slowly standing up to state his plan. Have your men bring in the weapon I told you about a few days ago. I'll kill that dark-type monster. How about it? Meanwhile, a girl stands before a pitch-black tunnel leading into the city center. The watch on her wrist ticks away. It's now 12 o'clock. She's waiting for orders from the command center. Fei Fei tightens the straps on the box on her back, leading Zheng Yi and the armed soldiers as they prepare to charge into the tunnel. For the people of Tianhai City, I must get this into Lin Tian's hands. Just then, an order comes through her earpiece. All units, listen up. We will now commence the anomaly subjugation mission in Tianhai City. From headquarters, someone gives a specific directive. The operational route begins at the eastern highway entrance of Tianhai City and ends at the Tianhai City People's Plaza. Commander-in-Chief Shen clasps his hands, his voice clear and distinct. The mission objective is to escort a weapon transport. Participants will be divided into 5 small teams. No matter the cost, you must ensure the weapon is delivered safely to the People's Plaza. His eyes gleam with determination for the people. On Fei Fei's side, she and the other teams receive the order and begin to move out. They respond in unison, for the people. Inside the highway tunnel leading to the city center, thousands of bats fly out. The soldiers don't hesitate, simultaneously attacking the bats with modern firearms. However, the sheer number of bats is somewhat overwhelming. Not long after entering, someone is bitten and injured by the bats. Piercing screams echo through the dark tunnel. Fei Fei is also covered in scratches. She leads the group to break through. Everyone, charge with me. As a soldier, she refuses to surrender to fate. Her eyes are filled with grim determination. She thinks to herself, I must survive. In Tianhai City, the sky is filled with bats. They smash through glass, trying to attack and drain the spirit energy of the people trapped inside. But before they can break in, a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar zaps them to a crisp. The one who acted was Lin Tian. He clicks his tongue as he attacks. If I'd known it would be this much trouble, I wouldn't have gone easy on it in the forest. Yu Qing and Leng Yue are right behind him. Captain Lin, wait for us. The bats in the city are countless. No matter how many they fight, more just keep coming, swarming the 2 women. However, they are not to be trifled with. Yu Qing uses her water dragon technique, and Leng Yue coordinates perfectly with her frozen ice hammer. Together, they successfully repel a tough group of bats. The bats are turned into blocks of ice that shatter on the ground. Seeing the countless bats that remain undefeated, Leng Yue's face pales with worry. Damn it, just how many of these things are in Tianhai City? Yu Qing is also uneasy. I can feel that these bats are cloning themselves by absorbing spirit energy. Leng Yue thinks of a chilling possibility. If that's not a dark cloud covering the sky, I'm afraid the number of bats is something we can't even begin to count. Su Yuting agreed with her. If all these bats merged into one entity, just how strong would it be? As they were worrying, Lin Tian appeared behind them and put them at ease. Don't worry. That thing in the forest couldn't beat me, so it won't be able to win out here either. The most important thing right now is to get to the People's Square and regroup with Shen Fei Fei and everyone else. Meanwhile, Fei Fei and her group had made it through the highway tunnel into the city. Everyone was panting with exhaustion, all of them injured to some degree, some worse than others. A human voice echoed from within the dense swarm of bats in the sky. My dear aunt is mine. You're Kang Wu? His eyes were strange. He was clearly no longer the Kang Wu they knew. He flashed a cunning smile. We meet again, beautiful. Fei Fei frowned in annoyance. So, it's you again. Facing this strange version of Kang Wu, she demanded, are you the one behind all the chaos in Tianhai City? Do you have any idea how many innocent people have died because of this? Kang Wu couldn't care less. He just picked at his ear. I don't know, and I don't care. Besides, that scum didn't deserve to live in the first place. They should consider it an honor to become my nourishment. Fei Fei was enraged. She instantly leaped up and aimed a kick at his head. You bastard! But her kick had no effect on him. In fact, her own leg throbbed with pain. Fei Fei was shocked and horrified. What the? A dark aura radiated from Kang Wu's entire body as his smile widened. My dear beauty, to me, spirit energy cultivators like you are like fine wine to an alcoholic. He gathered the dark energy, explaining with mock kindness, if you all hadn't fought so desperately to break through, I could have devoured everyone in Tianhai City and only recovered half of my peak power. But now, just by devouring all of you, I can be restored to my absolute peak. Fei Fei stumbled backward in shock. What did you say? But she was too close. He had her trapped. Kang Wu's laughter echoed in her ear. Just like that little brat, Kang Wu. Be a good girl and become my nourishment. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a sharp pillar of ice shot up between Kang Wu and Fei Fei, freeing her from the dark energy's grip. Loi Nok stepped forward, his sharp gaze glinting with displeasure. My young miss doesn't seem to like you very much, which means I have no choice but to send you to hell. Fei Fei was stunned by his audacity. Loi Nok. Kang Wu radiated even more dark energy, sizing up Loi Nok with amusement. Fourth stage of the spirit spring? No. Your spirit energy concentration has already reached the fifth stage. He grew excited. If I devour you, not only will I be restored to my peak, I'll evolve to an even higher level. Loi Nok turned to Fei Fei. Young miss, take the others and find Lin Tian. I'll handle things here. She knew staying would only get in his way, so she obeyed and led the others away. As she left, she couldn't help but call out, "You have to be careful." Seeing his beautiful prey escaping right under his nose, Kang Wu gave chase, displeased. And where do you think you're going? But Loi Nok threw up an ice wall, blocking his path. His expression hardened, annoyance clear in his eyes. You're not going anywhere either. Fei Fei and her group made a clean getaway. They no longer had to face a monster like Kang Wu, but the bats were no easy opponents. The guns in their hands never stopped firing. The bats were a damn nuisance, swooping down to bite them at the slightest opening. Fei Fei gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. Damn it, there are just too many of them. As she kept firing, she suddenly realized something. Shit, these bats have evolved. Normal bullets don't even hurt them anymore. The group fought as they retreated, and Fei Fei was consumed by anxiety. She wondered if she could really deliver this thing. Even if she made it, would Lin Tian and the others actually make it to Daxia? She gritted her teeth, steeling her resolve. No. Stop thinking like that. They can do it. I can't let my faith waver. As Fei Fei focused on breaking through the swarm, a bat snuck up on her from behind. It opened its mouth, bearing sharp fangs, ready for a tasty meal. But before it could reach her, it was vaporized by countless bolts of lightning, the scent of blood filling the air. Lin Tian appeared, lightning crackling around him, looking impossibly cool. Finally found you. Fei Fei looked up, overjoyed. Lin Tian! He reached out and ruffled her hair, his voice soothing. It's all right, I'm here now. You don't have to be scared anymore. Did you bring it? Fei Fei unslung the case from her back and handed it to him. This is what he told me to bring. This thing is so heavy. What is it anyway? Taking the case, Lin Tian was surprised she didn't know what was inside. Commander Shen didn't tell you? Fei Fei shook her head. No, my grandfather just said it was a very powerful weapon. He didn't tell me what it was specifically. Lin Tian opened the case and pulled out a blood-red sword, its sharp blade gleaming with a cold light. Seeing a melee weapon, Fei Fei was confused. A sword? How much damage can that possibly do? Lin Tian was satisfied with the sword in his hand. Oh, it can do plenty. I'll show you its destructive power right now. A man of his word. He yelled out to Trin Jia. Hey, grandson, get clear. Your old man is about to help you out. Hearing that, Trin Jia immediately gave an order. Everyone, spread out. My godfather's about to make his move. Up above, with nothing to hold them back, the swarm of bats charged straight for Lin Tian. He calmly looked at the system interface in front of him, then reached out and pressed a button. The aura around Lin Tian shifted. The lightning bolts turned a sinister black and red. Combined with the red sword in his hand, they radiated a demonic, dangerous energy. He unleashed his lightning flame technique, swinging the sword twice to form a devastating cross in the air, a cross slash. A deafening explosion roared in everyone's ears. Countless bats were instantly annihilated. Trin Jia grinned, completely thrilled. So badass. My godfather is on another level. Fei Fei's eyes shone, filled with awe and a yearning for that kind of power. She asked, Lin Tian, that was so cool. Can you teach me that move? Lin Tian sheathed his sword, turned, and smiled. Sure. But if you want it to be that effective, you'll probably need to cultivate to at least the fourth stage of the spirit spring. He glanced around, doing a quick head count. Is this everyone? Did the others sacrifice themselves? Only then did Fei Fei remember. Oh, right. Loi Nok is fighting Kang Wu. Lin Tian, can you go save them? Hearing the name Kang Wu, Lin Tian was a bit surprised. Kang Wu? Wasn't he devoured by that dark monster? He thought. Did he come back to life or something? Under that same gloomy sky, in another corner of the city, Loi Nok was fiercely attacking with ice. His barrage froze the bats that swarmed between him and Kang Wu. Kang Wu hadn't bothered to lift a finger the entire time. He just stood there with his arms crossed, smirking. You're certainly powerful, but your spirit energy will eventually run out. He commanded the bats to attack, boasting smugly, but my bats are endless. The bats swarmed toward their frozen brethren, as if trying to rescue them. But Loi Nok's sharp eyes noticed something was wrong. He gritted his teeth. They're not trying to save them. They're devouring the residual spirit energy. He calmly assessed the situation. Some of them have already evolved to the third stage of the spirit spring. More and more bats swarmed in. Loinok no longer had the strength to attack. He could only create an ice shield to defend himself. But the bats were getting stronger, and their sheer numbers quickly began to crack his thick shield. With a loud crash, the ice shield shattered, and the swarm descended upon him. What the? Loinok was thrown back several feet. He struggled to stay upright, clutching his injured arm. He winced, thinking, this is getting a little troublesome. Kang Wu laughed arrogantly, keeping such a careful distance from me. Could it be that you're afraid? Unwilling to back down, Loinok gathered his strength, focusing all his energy into one powerful attack. Ice Thorn! A long, sharp arrow of ice shot forward, aimed straight at Kang Wu in the sky. He just smiled, pleased, like a predator watching its prey walk right into its mouth. As the arrow neared, Kang Wu used the dark energy surrounding him to seize control of it, stopping it dead in its tracks. Loinok was stunned. What? Kang Wu let out a loud, classic villain's laugh. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd get desperate. And all this potent spirit energy. I won't be polite. The arrow was quickly absorbed. Loinok cursed angrily. Damn it. Is this bastard using my own spirit energy to power himself up? Kang Wu finished evolving. He held out a hand, pronouncing his opponent's death sentence. To thank you for helping me reach my peak, I've decided to grant you a swift end. Model. A blast of dark energy shot straight toward Lei Nuo. He was too weak to dodge and could only shut his eyes, his heart filled with guilt toward Fei Fei. I'm sorry, milady. However, in that hair's breadth moment, a figure appeared before him. Grateful to his rescuer, Lin Tian, Lei Nuo shouted a warning. Get out of the way! That's a full-power strike from a 4th stage Yongchuan realm expert. You can't stop it! Contrary to his expectations, Lin Tian casually swatted Jiang Yu's attack aside. The dark energy slammed into the ground, setting off a thunderous explosion. Lei Nuo looked around, speechless and in disbelief. Only then did Lin Tian turn his head and ask innocently, Huh? What were you just saying? Clutching his injured arm, Lei Nuo asked about Fei Fei. Lin Tian, is Milady safe? He replied nonchalantly. Oh? Don't worry. She's with Leng Yue and the others fighting off these annoying bats right now. With that, Lin Tian instructed, you should go meet up with them. I'll deal with this thing, and then find you all to discuss our next move. Exhausted, Lei Nuo had no choice but to follow his arrangement. All right. After his comrade left, Lin Tian looked at the monster-controlled Jiang Yu and asked grimly, So, we meet again? This time, before I kill you, can you tell me who or what you are? Jiang Yu let out a loud laugh, his expression turning demonic. What are you talking about? Lin Tian, it's me, Jiang Yu. Don't you recognize me? Lin Tian shook his head. If you're not going to talk, then fine. He grabbed the hilt of the blade on his back, preparing to strike. Don't worry, this will be quick. Floating in midair, Jiang Yu arrogantly tilted his chin up. Lin Tian, do you still think I'm the same person you met in the forest? He gathered a massive energy ball and hurled it toward Lin Tian. Let me show you my true peak strength. Lin Tian didn't dodge, instead asking calmly, Is that all you've got? He swung his sword in a single slash, a brilliant red light effortlessly deflecting the energy ball. The sword's afterglow even continued hurtling toward Jiang Yu. He panicked. What? But it was too late to dodge. The slash, like a rift in space, consumed Jiang Yu's body, swallowing several nearby bats along with him. Suddenly, the bats hastily departed, flying up toward the dark clouds above. Lin Tian watched them go, his sharp gaze tinged with suspicion. This same scene was happening everywhere. Swarms of bats all over the city were taking flight in a massive exodus. It was as if they were being summoned by the dark cloud overhead. Yu Qing was surprised. What's going on? Leng Yue couldn't hide her anxiety, her brows furrowed tightly. Yu Qing, can you also feel the energy coming from that dark cloud? Yu Qing replied, Yeah, it's like these mutated bats received some kind of order. They're all moving toward that cloud. Fei Fei stared at the device in her hand, unable to believe it. You've got to be kidding me. How is this possible? Noticing her unusual reaction, Yu Qing quickly asked, Miss Shen, what's wrong? Fei Fei, her face pale, shared the information. Based on the readings, the thing in the sky could be what legends call a super mutant entity. The two girls beside her were simultaneously stunned. Fei Fei explained, the anomaly level, the lowest danger rating, indicates the presence of minor abnormalities with very little impact on the environment or people. Cultivators are usually not required. The disturbance level, apparitions or monsters that pose a slight threat to ordinary people, capable of causing small-scale disturbances or panic. These are typically handled quickly by low-level cultivators. The danger level, monsters or events with clear destructive power, capable of posing a major threat to a town or a large crowd. This usually requires coordinated action from mid-level cultivators. A super mutant entity is a monster of a higher danger level, possessing immense destructive power capable of devastating a small city. It typically requires a joint effort from multiple mid and high-level cultivators to deal with. The calamity level refers to beings with extreme destructive power, enough to threaten the safety of an entire major city, causing severe casualties and massive property damage. This requires top-tier cultivators or elite cultivator teams to respond. The havoc level can cause a nationwide catastrophe, powerful enough to destroy an entire country's defense forces. Only a handful of the most powerful cultivators can stand against it, requiring a full-scale, coordinated combat deployment. The World Ender level, the highest threat, represents a global survival crisis that could directly lead to the destruction of human civilization. It absolutely requires the mobilization of all top-tier cultivators, along with the entire Alliance defense system, to fight back with full force. The situation had spiraled out of control. Fei Fei could only pray silently that Lin Tian would make it out alive. As a high-ranking military officer, she made a decisive command. Leng Yue, contact Bureau Chief Liu, and tell them to send more people. I'm calling my grandfather. We can't let Lin Tian face that kind of monster alone. Leng Yue cooperated immediately. Got it. Back at command headquarters, everyone was trying to contact the combat team. Captain Fan, please respond. Captain Fan. The communications officer cursed in frustration. Damn it, my comms signal is completely dead. It seems these bats have blocked all the signals. Commander-in-Chief Shen Dan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Have Fei Fei and the others gotten out safely? Just then, an anomaly was detected on the screen. An observer spoke up. Everyone, look, the bats seem to be converging in the same direction. Watching the bats' flight path on the screen, everyone was bewildered and confused. What is going on? Captain Li, in charge of communications, held his radio and called continuously. Captain Fan, I can hear you. Are you still alive? A staff member in the monitoring team announced loudly. Team 2's communication signal has been restored. Captain Li, Captain Li. After the bats left, the signal came back. We can contact the Vanguard team now. Captain Li wasted no time gathering intelligence. Captain Fan, what is your situation? Report immediately. Captain Fan's voice came through the radio. We were attacked by an enormous swarm of bats, approximately at the second stage Yongquan realm. A moment ago, for some unknown reason, the entire swarm suddenly flew up into the sky and departed. Another staff member received similar news and immediately reported, Commander Shen, Teams 2 and 3, encountered the exact same situation. Commander Shen showed no signs of relaxing and immediately ordered, tally the casualties. The staff members replied, yes, sir. Just then, Commander Shen's aide walked in with a radio. Commander, it's a signal from the young miss. Commander Shen took the radio, concerned. Fei Fei, you kids. Fei Fei's urgent and anxious voice came through the radio. Grandpa, this is bad. A super mutant entity is about to appear in Tianhai City. The military personnel in the command room were filled with anxiety upon hearing this. To prevent a potential crisis from false information, Commander Shen's face turned grim and his voice hardened. Deputy Commander Shen Fei Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Hearing her grandfather use her full name and title, Fei Fei also reported seriously, Commander Shen, I am not spouting nonsense. Those bats intentionally left the area around Tianhai City to offer all the spiritual energy they consumed to the super mutant entity at the center of that dark cloud. The first soldier was aghast, stammering, We're done for. Tianhai City is done for, and so are we. The second soldier worried. Is there really no other way? The third soldier held his head in his hands. A super mutant entity requires at least a 5th stage Yongquan realm cultivator to handle. Commander Shen repeated Fei Fei's words, his voice wavering. A super mutant entity. He struggled internally, his lips pressed into a thin line, teeth grinding. Finally, he made his decision. Commander Shen covered his face, his voice trembling. Fei Fei, I'm sorry, my child, but I cannot allow the nation to be endangered. I hope you won't be angry with me. I truly have no other choice. Understanding her grandfather's decision, Fei Fei offered a comforting smile. Yes, I know. I won't blame you. After disconnecting with Fei Fei, Commander Shen stood up and gave his order. All personnel, immediately begin preparations for a destructive strike. We must, at all costs, contain the super mutant entity within Tianhai City. With that, he roared, conveying the most critical mission objective to everyone. We absolutely cannot allow this disaster to spread to other cities. Hearing this, the aide was slightly panicked and tried to intervene. Commander, please calm down. At least let's rescue the young miss first. However, Commander Shen just yelled back at him. Out here, there are only generals and soldiers. There's no room for family. We make these sacrifices so the people we protect never have to go through this kind of pain. With that, he turned to everyone. All units, prepare on my command. Just then, the radio crackled to life. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? The voice on the other end didn't seem very skilled at using a radio. How the hell do you turn this thing on? Hey! Hey! Hearing a familiar voice, General Shen was so surprised he forgot all about the order he was about to give. Lin Tian, you're alive? Inside the city, Lin Tian stood under a colossal black cloud, holding the radio without a hint of worry. General Shen, I haven't even gotten to flirt with your granddaughter yet. Are you already hoping I'd kick the bucket? I'm just saying, your granddaughter's gonna hate you for this. After joking around, he got down to business. Stop the bombing. I'll handle this super mutant class monster. The military personnel in the command room were stunned. What? You'll handle it? One of them spoke up, questioning him. Can you really do that? That's a super mutant class monster. Lin Tian's annoyed voice came through the radio. What nonsense. Why else would I be wasting time arguing with you all? Seeing the Dark Sovereign emerge from the black clouds, preparing to descend, he told General Shen, if you want Tianhai City and your granddaughter to be safe, then give me your full support. The assistant hesitated. Commander, General Shen had no other choice but to trust Lin Tian. He agreed. All right, Lin Tian, what kind of support do you need from us? At that moment, the Dark Sovereign appeared in its most complete form, a wicked smile on its face. Lin Tian's voice remained perfectly calm. There's just one thing I need you to help with. He slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face, and stated his request. Just be responsible for compensating for anything that gets destroyed in this fight. The Dark Sovereign thought with delight. So this is the spiritual energy of the real world. It feels wonderful to be alive. Not only have I been successfully resurrected, but I've also evolved into a being that has reached the peak of the 5th stage of Yongquan. The smile on his lips grew even wider with excitement. I can feel it. I am now the invincible being here. With that thought, he spoke out to the boy, you must regret not killing me back in that human forest. Immediately after, he launched a dark creature, a bat, straight at Lin Tian. Seeing the dark creature, he laughed out loud in satisfaction. But his joy didn't last long. Suddenly, the smile on the Dark Sovereign's face vanished. It wasn't just him who was surprised. The people in the control room were shocked as well. How is that possible? It was a bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky, tearing the dark bat creature in two. Although Lin Tian hadn't made a single move, the lightning bolt came from his power. The people inside the control room watched in astonishment, exclaiming, is that the legendary lightning attribute? It's terrifying. A person who possesses such an ability could definitely be considered a monster. Commander Shen rested his chin on his hand, watching the boy's every move intently, praising him inwardly. Kid, it seems you really don't disappoint. At that moment, on the ground below, bustling crowds were swarming onto evacuation vehicles. Everyone, please don't panic. The city buses are arriving in succession. Please don't push and shove. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning shot straight up into the sky from where Lin Tian was, illuminating the entire area and drawing the attention of all the citizens. Seeing this, a citizen in the crowd immediately shouted, everyone, look, is someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation? They all started chattering excitedly. Lightning that huge. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. It must be a great master undergoing a tribulation. That has to be the 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation. Yu Qing, who was on duty, saw it and quickly spoke to the person beside her. Sister Leng Yue, that's definitely Captain Lin's power. She frowned slightly, squinting as she stared intently at the pillar of lightning, thinking to herself, Lin Tian's power is terrifying. I thought that by entering the 4th stage of Yongquan, I could try to catch up to him. But now, I see I'm just a joke in his eyes. At the same time, elsewhere, Fei Fei was under the strict protection of a group of soldiers. She was a little annoyed but couldn't help but feel proud. Lin Tian, as expected of the man I've chosen. Returning to the battle, a dark figure in the sky slowly flew toward the Dark Sovereign. Lin Tian pointed his sword at him and declared, my turn. The creature panicked and hastily fired a beam of power toward him in an attempt to stop him. However, Lin Tian easily blocked the beam with the blade of his sword. Following that, Lin Tian unleashed a slash of his Thunder Flame sword technique, the Ice Mountain Cleave, toward him. The Dark Sovereign looked in panic at the attack, rushing toward him. He quickly raised his hand to summon a magic circle as a shield, but it was useless, shattering in less than a second. The Dark Sovereign took the full force of the blow, shouting in utter surprise, what? After the attack passed, he was left heavily injured. Enraged, dark tendrils sprouted from his back and shot toward Lin Tian as he cursed, you bastard. Lin Tian gracefully and fluidly dodged all of his attacks. This enraged him even more, and he screamed non-stop. Damn it, if it weren't for that sword, you would have been dead long ago. Hearing this, Lin Tian decided to provoke him even further, issuing a challenge. Oh? Then aim right here. The Dark Sovereign, now completely enraged by him, launched his attack. You're courting death. He fired a vortex-like beam of power at Lin Tian. He aimed precisely at the spot between Lin Tian's eyebrows that he had indicated, but the beam of power simply bounced off. Seeing this, he was horrified and couldn't believe his eyes, blurting out, no, impossible. That was my full power attack, at the peak of the 5th stage of Yongquan. How are you completely unharmed? Could it be... Have you already evolved to the 6th stage of Yongchuan, or perhaps an even higher realm? Hearing this, Lin Tian raised a hand to touch the spot where he had just been hit. If this is the full extent of your power, he said, then you can just die here. Seeing that Lin Tian was preparing to attack him again, the Dark Sovereign's brow furrowed as he calculated his options. I can't die here. I must absorb more power, evolve, and become stronger. And once again, just like last time, he turned to flee. Just wait until I've cultivated to the 6th stage of Yongquan. No, the 7th stage. Then I'll be back to take my revenge on this brat. But the situation was different this time. Lin Tian locked onto his target. I'm not letting you get away this time. With that, he began to gather power for his Thunderflame sword technique, 10,000 banners, at the tip of his blade. Seeing the immense power he was accumulating, the creature was shaken and gritted its teeth, trying desperately to escape. But it was too late. Lin Tian launched the attack, piercing through the Dark Sovereign's body and officially finishing him off. He let out an unwilling, heaven-shaking scream. No! No! After that blood-curdling scream, the Dark Sovereign, along with the attack, disintegrated into a handful of ash that scattered into the air. The people in the control room cheered with joy. We did it! We've defeated the super mutant class monster! Tianhai City is saved! Tianhai City is saved! This thunder flame is the dawn of Tianhai City! No, this is the dawn for all of humanity. The commander immediately stood up and began delegating post-battle duties. Everyone, start organizing the rescue work at once. We must ensure that all victims receive timely medical treatment. Still overjoyed, they quickly responded to him. Yes, sir. Time flew by, and a few days later, at Lin Tian's house, Chief Liu was sitting in the living room chatting with him. Lin Tian, Tianhai City was fortunate to have you during this crisis. The military and the Spirit Energy Association intend to give you some rewards. Is there anything you want? Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately sat up straight and leaned in close to him. Actually, there is one thing I desperately need. I hope you'll be able to help me. Chief Liu listened intently to his request, then said, Oh? He pointed toward the 3 girls holding a round-table meeting over there and proposed, Can you get these people out of here? And fast. My house isn't that big to begin with. Lin Tian was so angry, he was practically breathing fire, complaining, They come over here all day long. I can't live a normal life. What's more, those 2 are being a bad influence on Yu Qing. Can't you see? Hearing this, Chief Liu paused for a moment in thought, rubbing his chin. Well, Leng Yue can't leave, which means Shen Feifei can't leave either. And if they aren't leaving, then it doesn't really matter whether Su Yuting goes or not. After a moment of thought, he finally understood what Lin Tian was getting at. Ah, I get it. You mean I should trade him for a big villa? And so, you 2 were talking past each other. A transaction based on a misunderstanding was approved. Lin Tian, this is too simple. Leave it to me. I'll definitely make you happy. Another beautiful morning arrived atop a certain skyscraper. A small meeting was taking place inside the building. Next up is the main topic of our meeting today. The meeting's chairman pointed to his image on the screen and got straight to the point. Lin Tian performed a great service during the recent crisis in Tianhai City. What kind of reward should we give him? Someone at the conference table immediately spoke up with an opinion. I think we could give him some resources to turn him into a super cultivator for our country, like the national heroes of Western countries. That man and the person next to him chimed in, agreeing with each other. That's right, we'll also promote him into a celebrity. Exactly. A hero figure like this can encourage more young people to become cultivators. However, another person, who looked more stern and proper, quickly refuted them. A celebrity? Are you kidding me? Lin Tian isn't just the hero of Tianhai City, he's also a cultivation genius of our Ha country. I believe we should have him join the military's top ranks and be in charge of training our army's cultivators in the future. Commander-in-Chief Shen seemed to agree with this idea and continued to ask for more. Anything else? Just then, someone walked in, interrupting their meeting. I object. The person who had just appeared was Han Xiaofeng. Seeing him, they were a bit startled and exclaimed, Commander Han, why are you here? Commander-in-Chief Shen also felt a bit suspicious and worried. Xiaofeng, why is he back? Could it be? Without any greeting, he probed with a serious expression. Commander-in-Chief, I heard from my subordinates that you went to give rewards to those kids. Hearing this, Commander-in-Chief Shen rested his clasped hands on the table and replied, Commander Han, what do you mean by that? Having asked the question he wanted, he didn't hesitate to express his thoughts. What I mean is, a brat who beat a monster through sheer luck is not qualified to receive a medal. This opinion of his was immediately met with opposition from the others. Commander Han, that's going too far. Lin Tian didn't resolve the Tianhai City crisis by relying on luck. That's right, the entire Tianhai City mission was recorded. But relying on his authority, Xiaofeng shot them a disdainful look and lectured them in a low voice. Is this any place for 2 good-for-nothings like you to speak? A hand quickly tapped the table, cutting through the tension. Commander-in-Chief Shen calmly explained to him, Commander Han, A 5th-level Gushing Spring monster cannot be defeated by luck alone. I understand your doubts about Lin Tian, but his mettle is not for you to decide. Seeing that the commander had made up his mind, Xiaofeng had no choice but to sit down and let them continue the meeting. So, you're stubbornly insisting on giving him the medal. Well, there's nothing I can do, but I won't acknowledge it anyway. Right after, Commander-in-Chief Shen, acting as the chairman, asked for other opinions. The meeting will continue. Does anyone have any ideas? Lin Tian didn't help us for things like fame and fortune. What he wants isn't a position or public attention. In response, there was only silence, as no one had any more ideas. Seeing how useless they were, he turned his attention to Lu An. Old Lu, do you have any ideas? He had been waiting for this moment, and he smiled inwardly with delight. Your relationship with brother Lin Tian isn't good enough. At this crucial moment, it's still up to me. Only I, Lu An, know what brother Lin Tian needs most right now. With that thought, he cleared his throat and began to present his opinion. A few days ago, I met with Lin Tian and asked him what he needed. He made one point very clear to me. The others in the meeting looked on expectantly, praising him. Oh, old Liu, we can always count on you. Old Liu, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Luan, full of wisdom, recounted Lin Tian's exact words as he recalled the image of the boy shouting furiously in his mind. Those people come here every single day, making it impossible for me to live a normal life. What's more, those two are corrupting Vuthan, don't you see? And from that, he drew a conclusion and made a proposal for today's meeting. Therefore, Lin Tian wants a bigger house, so he can live with Lin Hiet and the others without it feeling so cramped. The others, hearing Luan's eloquent theory, seemed convinced and agreed. So that's it. Why didn't we think of that? That's right, we overlooked the most basic needs like food and shelter. Only Commander-in-Chief Shen gloomily realized what the boy's words really meant. He thought to himself. What Lin Tian actually meant was for Lin Hinuyet and the others to stop staying there. But then again, it seems that Fei Fei Girl also has a thing for Lin Tian. Whatever. Since we're already wrong, let's just go with it. After making his decision, he coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and spoke. If that's the case, everyone, see if there are any suitable villas or large apartments in Thienhai City. Xiao Feng, who had been silent until now, chimed in as if on cue. Stop looking. I know of a very suitable villa. Hearing him kindly recommend a house, the person next to him felt a bit uneasy. Wait, wasn't Commander Han just objecting a moment ago? Why the sudden change of heart? Commander-in-Chief Shen seemed to understand which place he was talking about and exclaimed, Oh, the villa there? Xiao Feng gave a dangerous smile as he introduced the place. Green Lake Manor on Shikduang Road in Seaside City. Hearing this name, the officials in the room were filled with confusion. Hasn't Seaside City been sealed off? The abnormal changes in Seaside City. According to military documents, it's already reached the 6th level Gushing Spring, right? Realizing Xiao Feng's intention, Luan immediately spoke up to question him. Commander Han, my Spirit Qi Cultivation Association has never offended you. Why are you trying to make things difficult for Lin Tian? The purpose of today's meeting is to reward Lin Tian, not to give him a new mission. Xiao Feng casually adopted a challenging posture. I just think that if he can't even clean up that villa, then he doesn't deserve the reward. And of course, these words also got to Commander-in-Chief Shen, causing his expression to turn serious. Commander Han, are you questioning my decision? Xiao Feng, not backing down, directly confronted him in response. I wouldn't dare. I just want to see for myself whether the hero you all speak of truly lives up to his name. A while later, at Lin Tian's house, a guilty voice was heard as a stack of documents was presented. Brother Lin Tian, I'm sorry. Luan awkwardly scratched his head at the boy's confusion. You went through hell and back this time. The military originally wanted to give you a proper reward, but someone caused trouble along the way. The result on that stack of papers was the information about his property ownership. Homeowner, Lin Tian. General situation. Joint ownership by property location. Green Lake Manor. Shik Duang Road. Seaside City. Seeing it, he was so shocked he was speechless. Holy crap, this place must be worth at least tens of millions, and they're just giving it to me? Seeing him trembling and silent, Luan thought he didn't want it and quickly offered, Lin Tian, if you don't like it, I'll risk this old life of mine to get you a different one. But before he could touch the papers, the boy snatched them back and yelled, Damn it, is a multi-million-dollar house a matter of liking it or not? It's a matter of whether I deserve it. Without a second thought, he quickly stuffed the papers into his clothes, deciding to take this house. Seeing this, he didn't have any more objections and casually reminded him. Also, last month, a 6th-level Gushing Spring mutated creature appeared in Seaside City, and the center of its power is right inside this villa. The military has prepared a combat squad for you to ensure a successful subjugation. Lin Tian immediately showed a look of disdain and refused. Why go through all that trouble? I can just go by myself. Luan was a bit anxious and hurriedly explained to him, Lin Tian, I know you just defeated a 5th-level Gushing Spring monster, but that mutated creature in Seaside City is a 6th-level Gushing Spring. Don't be reckless. Even though the 5th and 6th Yongquan realms are only 1 level apart, the gap between them is as wide as heaven and earth. You absolutely can't let your guard down. You're still young. Just be patient and focus on your training for the future. Without letting the old man ramble on, he cut him off flatly. I know. He raised a hand to pick his nose, his expression saying it all. But I'm in the 7th Yongquan realm now. Hearing this, Chief Liu was so stunned, her jaw dropped. What? A car sped down the highway, filled with conversation. Boss, what's the deal with this kid? Why do we have to work with him? Second Lieutenant Li chimed in with a scoff, speaking to Xiao Feng. Besides, our guys from the barracks have been trying to take Green Lake Manor for half a month with zero progress. You really think some kid who's barely an adult can pull it off? He replied gravely. Whether he can handle it or not, we'll see for ourselves soon enough. Let's just hope he didn't get here on dumb luck. Otherwise, whatever's inside Green Lake Manor won't let him leave alive. Hearing this, the other man agreed. The boss is right. That kid must have just gotten lucky with the incident in Tianhai City. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare show up to the Army's award ceremony in person? If you ask me, he's scared. Buoyed by these words, Xiao Feng's arrogance grew. These hot-headed youngsters need elders like us to give them a little encouragement now and then. Just then, Secretary Chen leaned forward from the back seat, adjusting her glasses to give a reminder. Commander Han, please don't let your personal feelings jeopardize the Army's mission. Reclaiming the land for Seaside City must be accomplished, no matter the cost. Feeling her implied rebuke, he snapped in a cold, annoyed tone, I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. A moment later, the car pulled up to a luxurious villa where a figure was already waiting for them at the entrance. Secretary Chen approached him and extended her hand. Hello, Lin Tian. I'm Secretary Chen from the Seaside City Mayor's office. He returned the greeting politely. Hello. She then gestured toward Xiao Feng and Second Lieutenant Li. These two are Commander Han and Second Lieutenant Li. They're in charge of handling the mutated creatures in Seaside City. The moment she finished, the commander stepped forward to question him. So you're the one who took care of the 5th realm Yongquan monster in Seaside City? He gave a slight nod and asked back, what about it? Xiao Feng sized him up with a deadpan expression, saying nothing. I thought you'd be rugged like the men in my barracks, not some pretty boy. Seeing the commander's disdain, Lin Tian shot back without hesitation. So what? You think because you guys are big and buff, the monsters will go easy on you? Hearing Lin Tian insult Xiao Feng, Second Lieutenant Li grew furious. The commander immediately cut in, preventing a conflict. Lin Tian, if all you've got is a sharp tongue, you probably won't make it out of this manor alive. Lin Tian retorted without flinching. Don't worry. I'm a practical guy. I prefer to act rather than talk. If you two are scared of dying, you can just stay out here. Seeing the tense situation and realizing they would continue their war of words if she didn't intervene, Secretary Chen quickly spoke up. All right, I don't know if you all get along, but I expect you to agree on one thing. Once you enter Green Lake Manor, you will have each other's backs. Is that clear? Since no one is objecting, I'll take that as a yes. Now, I'll brief you on the specifics of the mission. With that, she began to recount the events that had taken place at the villa. After the planet's spirit energy was restored, a powerful surge of dark attribute energy suddenly appeared inside Green Lake Manor. It was then occupied by an unknown creature. According to our spirit energy readings, the mutated creature inside is at least at the 5th Yongquan realm. After casualties in Seaside City reached 68 people, we managed to contain the monster within the manor's grounds. That's all the intel I have. The rest is up to you. Be extremely careful on this mission. The moment she finished speaking, he turned and pushed the door open. If the talking's over, let's go. Watching his bold move, Second Lieutenant Li exclaimed in shock, Boss, is this kid insane? He didn't even wait to discuss a battle plan. He just charged right in. Xiao Feng urgently spurred them on. Let's go. Follow him. Don't let that kid get too far ahead. As he walked, he opened his system screen. Another dark attribute monster. That's the 3rd one in just a few days. Last time I completed a mission, I was rewarded with a new attribute slot. Should I choose the dark attribute? Or maybe the light attribute? The more he thought, the deeper his frown became. In my past life, I was nowhere near this powerful, so I don't know anything about light and dark attributes. So which one should I pick? To keep Ling Yue and the others from ending up in a situation like this, I'll try the light attribute. Hopefully, it has some healing abilities. Just as he finished making his selection, Xiao Feng and the loudmouth, Second Lieutenant Li, caught up to him. Hey, you just charged in here recklessly without any kind of plan. What were you thinking? He answered calmly. It's pointless to make a battle plan from the outside based on pure speculation. You have to see it for yourself. Just as the lieutenant was fuming at his attitude, wondering if he could be trusted at all, Xiao Feng suddenly spotted something and yelled, Watch out! A mutant dog charged at them from out of nowhere. The commander shoved Second Lieutenant Li out of the way and lunged forward, landing a punch that stopped it in its tracks. The mutant dog was knocked back several feet. Shielding the lieutenant, Xiao Feng asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The lieutenant got into a defensive stance. "Thanks, boss." On the surface, he seemed okay, but inside, Second Lieutenant Li's face was pale with fear. A mutated creature on the outskirts of the manor is already stronger than me. So what's waiting inside? While he was lost in thought, Xiao Feng charged forward again, shouting a warning. "Both of you, be careful. This mutant dog is already at the 4th Yongquan realm." And so, the commander engaged the 4th realm mutant dog in combat. Watching from the sidelines, Second Lieutenant Li was filled with awe. "That's our boss for you, going toe-to-toe with a beast like that." After a flurry of punches, he landed a solid kick to the mutant dog's face. The beast was heavily injured, its mouth dripping with blood, but the effort left the commander panting and exhausted. Watching the fight from a distance, Lin Tian spoke up, his voice laced with boredom. "Commander Han, are you done playing around? Can we proceed further into the manor now?" Seeing his attitude, Second Lieutenant Li snapped at him. "What do you know? This mutant beast is at the 4th Yongquan realm." "You think so?" Before the lieutenant could finish his sentence, Lin Tian reached back, drew the sword from his back, and brought it down in a single slash. The attack shot forward, cleanly finishing the mutant dog in an instant. Witnessing this, Xiao Feng's jaw dropped in utter shock. Lin Tian then coolly turned to walk away, leaving them behind. "I'm going on ahead. You two can take your time out here." With a single slash, he cut the monster I was fighting on even terms with in half. So that means Second Lieutenant Li also sensed this kid was no joke and asked cautiously, "Boss, did we just pick a fight with the wrong person?" Without a second thought, the commander urged him, "Go and apologize to Brother Lin Tian immediately. We absolutely cannot afford to offend someone like him." By now, he had reached the villa's entrance and pushed the door open. Looking at the empty scene before him, he felt something was off. This isn't right. 68 people died, so why isn't there a single body in the entire manor? Just as he was pondering this, Xiao Feng ran up. Lin Tian immediately called out, "Commander Han, let me ask you something." The commander was now incredibly attentive, listening closely. "Go ahead, Lin Tian. Ask away." He got straight to the point. "Did your army come in here and move the bodies?" He answered slowly and frankly, without hiding anything. "No, we used all our strength just to contain the mutants within the manor grounds. We couldn't get this deep in. Why?" Lin Tian showed Hefong the empty scene before them and said doubtfully, "If you're telling the truth, then I'm afraid the mutant in this villa is probably stronger than a 5th stage Yongquan." Inside the magnificent, luxurious villa, Hefong asked with great curiosity, "Is it possible the bodies were eaten by the monster?" Lin Tian immediately refuted him. "Mutants prefer to devour spiritual energy, not our flesh." With that, he glanced at the two of them and reminded them, "Anyway, be careful. Let's split up and search. Who's going upstairs?" Because of what had just happened, Hefong was very sensible and followed his lead wholeheartedly. "Brother Lin Tian, we'll listen to you." Hearing this, he didn't think twice and immediately assigned the roles. "Then I'll go upstairs. You two check the basement." The man responded quickly with full confidence. "Got it." The high-quality leather of his shoes tapped slowly against each step as he ascended the stairs. After the staircase, a long corridor appeared before his eyes. Lin Tian carefully walked to each door and opened it. He opened one door after another until he reached the room with the large door at the end of the hall. He went inside to assess the situation, thinking to himself, something's not right. Even if a monster ate the bodies, it should have left bones, right? Let's see if this new light attribute spiritual energy is useful. As he was activating his light attribute spiritual energy, several streaks of darkness suddenly appeared around him, trying to reach out and touch him. They grew denser and denser, but they couldn't even touch him. And thanks to that spiritual energy, he found something interesting and exclaimed, "Found it." At the same time, down in the basement, Second Lieutenant Li and Hefong entered a wine cellar with a sense of unease. "Boss, this place feels off." The man kindly and gently reminded him, "Stay sharp. Be ready to fight at any moment." Of course, Second Lieutenant Li was very obedient and replied, "Yes, sir." The moment the words left his mouth, a huge, massive shadow leaped over their heads. Seeing it, Hefong and Second Lieutenant Li exclaimed in shock, "What the?" That massive thing landed heavily where the two of them stood, creating a tremendous crash. As soon as it landed, the two of them tensed up, on high alert, because in front of them was a lizard-like monster with a skull for a head, drooling greedily. Without another thought, the two of them charged forward as Hefong shouted, "Old Trong, let's attack it together." Second Lieutenant Li quickly replied, "Yes, boss." Seeing them rush towards it, the monster exhaled a thick, foul breath. Following that, it slashed forward with its claws. Hefong threw a powerful punch, blocking its 3 claw marks. Although he blocked the attack, his hands were trembling as he continuously assessed the situation. This beast is strong. Second Lieutenant Li rushed forward, using a wind-style combat technique, Gale Fist, to launch a sneak attack from behind. Die. He put all his strength into a punch aimed at the center of the monster's body, but it didn't even cause a scratch. He exclaimed in utter disbelief. How is that possible? Its hide is so thick. Just as he was distracted, the monster suddenly turned, opened its mouth wide, and charged. Hefong rushed forward, completely unarmed, and yelled, "Don't you dare harm my brother in arms!" Before he could even touch it, the monster whipped its tail, striking him squarely in the chest. That one tail whip sent Hefong flying, crashing hard into the wine racks behind him. He clutched his chest and let out a soft groan of pain. Seeing this, Second Lieutenant Li cried out in worry, "Boss!" Filled with rage and losing all reason, he charged forward recklessly. "I'll kill you, you bastard!" Hefong shouted in alarm, trying to stop him. "Old Truong, don't!" Just then, a familiar bolt of lightning struck down from the ceiling, piercing through the manor monster and finishing it off. Second Lieutenant Li froze for a moment in a daze, looking up. Lin Tian looked down at the two of them through the hole he had just created and jabbed. "What are you two playing at? You can't even kill a single weakling?" Hefong clutched his injury, trying to stand up, and asked curiously, "Lin Tian, you killed the monster at Luko Manor in a single blow? Just how strong are you now?" He gently leaped down from above, landing in front of the man, and corrected him. "What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even seen the real monster yet." Hearing him, the man repeated with some doubt, "This is the monster from Luko Manor." Lin Tian sighed softly and said, "No, it's not. That was just a dark incarnation. Explaining is a hassle. It's better if I just show you." As he spoke, he activated his light elemental power, shining like a bright star. "Now, I'll show you the real world." The two of them were blinded by the halo of light he emitted. When the halo faded, a terrifying scene immediately appeared before their eyes. Witnessing the sight before him, Hefong was stunned, speechless. In front of them were monsters identical to the one that had attacked him and Second Lieutenant Li. They were all tearing into the corpses of the soldiers on the ground. A wave of emotion washed over him as he muttered, "Old Trung and I struggled so much with just one. I can't believe there are so many here." Second Lieutenant Li was just as bewildered, exclaiming in shock, "Why? Why are there so many here?" Lin Tian, beside him, spoke up to remind them. "What stupid thing are you saying? Isn't Luko Manor the monster's main base? It's only natural for there to be a few monsters." Hefong approached him and urgently suggested, "Let's pull back first. I'll call the military and have them bombard this place with heavy firepower. Otherwise, we can't get in." Second Lieutenant Li agreed with him, saying, "That's right, boss. Let's retreat first." But how could he possibly agree to that? Lin Tian seemed to fly into a rage, unleashing a tirade of reproaches. "Damn it, isn't this villa supposed to be my reward? If you blow it up, where am I supposed to live?" With that, he looked towards the horde of monsters, drew his sword, and said, "It's not that complicated. Dealing with these weaklings only takes one move." The single blow he unleashed created a giant vortex that wiped out the horde of monsters in an instant. The vortex swept through each manor monster, finishing them off. Seeing this, Hefong and Second Lieutenant Li's faces turned pale with fear, both sharing the same thought. What level of power is this? He wiped out all those monsters with a single slash. A moment later, the vortex dissipated, and the monsters had vanished. At this point, the two of them began to praise him. Hefong was the first to speak. "Brother Lin Tian." "No, big bro Lin Tian, you're incredible. So the Luko Manor problem is solved." Second Lieutenant Li quickly added, "That's right, I thought I was going to die here, but you solved it all with one slash." But he immediately refuted their words. "No, the monster of Luko Manor hasn't been dealt with yet. These things that died were just cannon fodder." Hearing this word, Hefeng's jaw dropped, and he shouted in shock, "What? Cannon fodder?" His mind was filled with deep contemplation as he pondered the boy's words. He calls those powerful monsters cannon fodder? Then what does that make us? Who fought for our lives against one of them? Useless trash? But he didn't dwell on it, and quickly spoke to him. "Big bro Lin Tian, you can't be serious. Last month, the military command surveyed this area. The strongest signal they detected was only around the 5th stage Yongquan." The boy calmly replied to Hefong, "That just makes it clearer. Within this past month, that 5th stage Yongquan monster has evolved and gotten stronger." Hearing this, Second Lieutenant Li asked worriedly and carefully, "Then, big bro Lin Tian, what are our chances of winning?" He turned and walked forward, giving an order. "Don't worry, you two just stay behind me and don't wander off. Leave the rest of the anomalies to me." At this moment, his words carried immense weight for them. They replied respectfully, "Yes, no problem." Then, he led the two of them forward. "Let's go." After getting inside the house, Lin Tian unleashed several slashes forward. One after another, the slashes turned the horde of monsters into slices of meat. Hiding behind the door, a terrified Xiao Feng watched and said, "So this is the power of a spirit energy cultivator?" He's killing them way too fast. Lieutenant Li, hiding behind him, added, Boss, right now, the two of us are just like a couple of experience point piñatas waiting to be farmed. Right after, the two of them carefully stepped over the monster corpses, following him forward. In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters on the first floor of the villa had been eliminated by him. Lin Tian took the lead, forcefully cleaving a monster in two to clear a path. The further he went, the more he could sense what he was looking for. That aura was coming from the backyard. With that thought, he immediately shot forward. I'm going to check the backyard. You two be careful. Not wanting to be left behind, they hurriedly ran after him. Boss Lin Tian, we're coming too. When he reached the backyard, a brilliant red light flared up. Lin Tian paused for a moment, looking at the source of the light and exclaimed. In front of him was something that looked like a blood-red heart, and it was even beating. Thump, thump, thump. Continuously, just like a living thing. Without much hesitation, he immediately began gathering his power like a Super Saiyan, telling himself, looks like this thing is the leader of Green Lake Manor. Seeing him like that, Lieutenant Li wanted to step forward and call out, Brother Lin Tian. Xiaofeng immediately stopped him and gestured, Quiet. Don't talk. Boss Lin Tian is gathering his power. Since he was the only one there who didn't understand what he was doing, he asked, what on earth is he gathering his power for? Could that be the final monster of Green Lake Manor? Xiaofeng calmly explained to him, Old Trong, the aura on Boss Lin Tian. I've only ever felt it on one other person. Hearing that, he had a dawning, hesitant realization. Don't tell me. It's... He nodded slightly, finishing his sentence. That's right. The president of the Hai Thuong City Spirit Energy Cultivator Association, the 6th level fused Spring Realm expert, Mr. Wang. This is the aura of a king during a decisive battle. Just as he finished speaking, a strange leg suddenly emerged from the heart. Lin Tian hastily unleashed a thunderflame single-blade slash at the heart. However, that bird-like foot simply grabbed his attack and shattered it. Immediately after, the heart tore open, and a phoenix emerged from within, its cry echoing across the sky. Seeing it, Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li screamed in terror. We're done for. What do we do now? Why is there a monster this strong? But Lin Tian, full of excitement, radiated an even stronger lightning aura and praised it. Finally found one with some real power. The phoenix flew straight into the sky, then fired several beams of power downwards. He leaped up gracefully, trying to dodge the arrow-like beams that shot straight down. It didn't stop there. The phoenix let out another roar, shooting bolts of lightning at him. Lin Tian immediately flew up, charging towards it. Gotcha! He flew right in front of it and activated his bright cyclone power. The ball of light was thrown straight at the phoenix, making it cry out in pain. Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li cheered with joy. Boss Lin Tian, you're so cool! Realizing it was no match for him, the phoenix quickly turned to flee. Seeing its intention, he used his light-based power to chase after it. Did I say you could leave? Thanks to the speed of his light-based power, he flew to block its path, getting into a ready stance. Lin Tian gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and unleashed a thunderflame mountain-shattering slash. The phoenix roared, wanting to counterattack, but it was useless. The attack slammed into it, knocking it to the ground. He quickly followed up with 2 thunderflame cross slashes. The 2 slashes formed a cross, pinning the phoenix down as it shrieked and wailed. Lieutenant Li exclaimed with excitement, My God, that's just too damn strong! Xiaofeng was also full of praise, boasting, See that? That's my boss Lin Tian. Cool as ever. Having finished taking down the manor's monster, he immediately landed on the ground, slung his sword over his shoulder, and declared majestically, Then this building is mine now. The phoenix struggled uncomfortably, trying to break free from the restraint. Lin Tian walked over to it, raising his sword high, ready to strike down. I'll send you on your way. Suddenly, an unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. Out of nowhere, a cluster of sharp thorns rained down, piercing through the phoenix's body. The thorns impaled it, causing the phoenix to cry out in agony. Xiaofeng shouted with excitement, praising him. Whoa, that's amazing, Boss Lin Tian. But his next words made him jump. That wasn't my move. There's someone else here, he exclaimed in shock. What? Lin Tian put his sword away and shouted, Come on out. I can already feel your spirit energy moving. Just as he finished speaking, a spatial rift immediately appeared in front of them. From within the spatial rift, a figure slowly stepped out, since you've already defeated it. Tan Kai, with his extremely handsome appearance, suggested, Then why not spare its life? Seeing him, Xiaofeng spoke up, puzzled. Mr. Wang, why are you here? Hearing that they seemed to know each other, he asked, You know this guy? He immediately turned to introduce him. Boss Lin Tian. This is Mr. Wang, the president of the Hai Thuong City Spirit Energy Cultivator Association, and also a 6th level fused Spring Realm expert. He then continued, introducing him to Tan Kai, Mr. Wang. This brother is a cultivation genius from Tianhai City. He was invited by our military to help resolve the troubles at Green Lake Manor. Hearing their purpose, he no longer held back and suggested, If that's the case, then you all should spare this monster's life. I want to see if I can study anything from it. Towards him, Xiaofeng was extremely agreeable. Of course, Mr. Wang, we. But before he could finish, Lin Tian immediately cut him off. No, you don't have the right to decide whether this monster lives or dies, and you certainly don't have the right to decide what I do. Hearing that, Xiao Feng was a bit flustered and quickly tried to persuade him, Boss Lin Tian, Mr. Wang is not only the president of the Haithuang City Spirit Energy Cultivator Association, but the military's operation to reclaim Haithuang City basically relies on Mr. Wang's support. Lieutenant Li chimed in, agreeing with him. That's right. Mr. Wang is very kind. He has used his light attribute spirit energy to save many soldiers in our military district. He is a very good person. After the two of them finished speaking, Tan Kai began his lecture. Young man, although this monster has committed serious crimes, if we can tame it with love and turn it into a friend of humanity, wouldn't that be better than killing it? As he spoke, he used his power on the phoenix. All things in this world have a spirit. We must use love to tame all living beings. The phoenix's eyes changed, and it gazed at him intently with gentle, sparkling eyes. Suddenly, in the sky, a familiar bolt of lightning appeared again. The lightning bolt cut off Tankai's stream of power, finishing off the phoenix. It didn't stop there. Another attack was rushing towards his back. Tankai reached out his hand and quickly activated his power, creating a shield. His shield was incredibly sturdy, blocking Lin Tian's attack. Following that, he clenched his hand into a tight fist. With his movement, the shield instantly shattered, knocking the blocked attack away. Tankai frowned slightly, silently assessing his power. This kid's energy is really strong. Immediately after, he calmly put his hands in his pockets and questioned him. Kid, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to become an enemy of this old man? Or do you want to become an enemy of all humanity? Because of Lin Tian's recent actions, the two behind him were in a state of mild shock. Ignoring them, he bluntly explained his reason to him. You want to know why? Fine, then I'll tell you. First, this monster killed a lot of people in this villa. It has to pay the price for that. Second, I, Lin Tian, never need anyone else to teach me what to do. You're not qualified to give me orders. As he spoke, he raised his sword to his shoulder. And the third reason is the most important one. He pointed his sword at Tan Kai, confronting him without fear. Ever since you showed up, this monster's aura has gotten incredibly weird. Hearing this, Xiao Feng was a bit confused. Brother Lin Tian, what do you mean? A weird aura? He calmly gave him an answer. This monster is afraid of him. It's more afraid of Mr. Wang, who wants to save it, than it is of me, a human who's trying to kill it. Hearing this answer, Tan Kai scoffed and lectured, Kid, in its eyes, you and I are both just humans. Besides, I'm the one who sealed its movements with a cage of light, so it's only natural for it to be afraid of me. Seeing how confident he was, he sheathed his sword behind his back and decided, if that's the case, then let me use my special ability to see what memories are inside this monster's brain, shall I? Seeing this, he was inwardly shaken and cried out, What? Lieutenant Li found it hard to believe and asked, Brother Lin Tian, you have that kind of power too? He turned his head to look at him and replied, I got this ability after the monster subjugation in Tianhai City. By connecting our spiritual power, I can make direct contact to read the memories in the monster's right brain. And so, he walked step by step past Tankai, moving forward. He watched him pass, seemingly in disbelief, and thought to himself, this kid must be bluffing. Lin Tian approached the phoenix and activated his light-based power on it. The phoenix, as if revived, let out a loud cry. It slowly began to flap its wings, rising up within his spiritual connection power. Like a security camera with 4 screens, 4 memory panels instantly appeared. Witnessing this scene, Tan Kai and Xiao Feng were too stunned to speak. Lin Tian observed the memory panels, muttering in dissatisfaction, Looks like I should have chosen an earlier time. The method of infusing spirit energy must have been around then. Tan Kai realized the situation was no longer in his favor. He immediately shot a bolt of lightning at him, trying to stop him from finding out more. Seeing his action, he smirked slightly. You took the bait. Lin Tian spun around, drawing his sword to counter, and shouted, Bring it on! Tan Kai's lightning bolt collided with his slash. The two onlookers braced themselves against the terrifying clash of power. A bewildered Xiao Feng shouted, Mr. Wang, what are you doing? He no longer hid it, officially revealing his dangerous power, as he declared, Since you've all found out, I have no choice but to send you to your deaths. Lin Tian stood before Wang Tan Kai, sword in hand. Mr. Wang, this giant bird monster. You've been raising it in this villa, haven't you? Xiao Feng was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening and said, Brother Lin Tian, what nonsense are you talking about? Lieutenant Li agreed. That's right, Brother Lin Tian. Mr. Wang even led our brothers in the army to hunt this beast down. Lin Tian stuck to his point. Then how is it that this monster is still alive for me to find today? Xiao Feng answered, Maybe the last hunt didn't go this deep. Lin Tian retorted, Do you even believe what you're saying? Mr. Wang, ever since you appeared, this monster's body has been trembling. It looks like you've done unspeakable things to it. Wang Tankai smirked. Lin Tian, you're very smart. But don't you know? Smart people don't live very long. Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. What? Is what Brother Lin Tian said true? As he spoke, Wang Tankai began to explain, it's true that I raised this monster in this villa using my spirit energy, but I need to make a small correction. I didn't raise it to harm humanity, but to protect it. Hearing this, both Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li were furious. Wang Tankai, you bastard, do you have any idea how many of our brothers we lost to reclaim High City? Tankai remained incredibly smug about his work. Their deaths were incredibly meaningful. Their deaths helped this monster evolve from its initial 3rd level Yangquan realm to its current peak of the 6th level Yangquan realm. Lieutenant Li trembled with rage. And you used the lives of soldiers as experiments. Tankai said, you lowlifes could never understand the thoughts of someone from a higher class like me. I raised this monster not only to use it to destroy other monsters and reduce human casualties, but also to study its evolution, to find a way for human cultivators to better adapt to this world of revived spirit energy. Now, this monster is completely under my control. I've said what needed to be said. It's time to send you on your way. With that, Wang Tankai swiped 2 fingers downwards, and a surge of power appeared. It shot straight towards Lin Tian. The system announced, strong light attribute energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Lin Tian thought gleefully. Is there really such a good deal? Of course I'll absorb it. Then, Lin Tian raised both hands and absorbed Tankai's abundant power. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li panicked, thinking he had been hit by Tankai's attack, and rushed to help. Brother Lin Tian! Tankai paid them no mind, turning his attention to the 2 remaining targets. Symbols appeared beneath the feet of Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li. He laughed slyly and said, next, let me enjoy the sounds of your painful screams. Arrows shot up from below, piercing their bodies. Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li screamed in agony. Tankai admired his spectacular attack and said arrogantly, this is the price you pay for daring to cross me, Wang Kai. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was still absorbing his power. The system reported, Lightning System Level 2, 251 out of 1,000. Fire System Level 2, 336 out of 1,000. Light System Level 1, 150 increased to 999 out of 1,000. Next, Light System Level 2, from 0 to 325. Lin Tian was pleased. This trip was really worth it. Not only did I get a free house, but my strength also leveled up. Lin Tian flew up from behind, launching a fire and lightning attack at Tan Kai, successfully rescuing Xiaofeng and Lieutenant Li. Xiaofeng looked up at the sky. Brother Lin Tian, thank you for saving us. Lin Tian replied, what are you waiting for? Let's end this quickly. Tankai was stunned. What's going on? How can you move freely? Weren't you trapped by my light shield? Lin Tian asked, did you really think a piece of trash from the 6th level Yangchuan realm could trap me? As thanks for helping me get stronger, I'll give you a quick end. Tankai refused to believe it and sneered, you? A snot-nosed brat dares to judge me? Let's see what you've got. With that, Tankai launched a wave of power at Lin Tian. He drew his sword and unleashed the Thunder Flame Dragon Annihilation Slash, instantly deflecting Tankai's ultimate move. He gritted his teeth helplessly as Lin Tian quickly appeared behind him. He quickly turned his head. How is this possible? How is this kid so fast? I'm done for. I can't dodge it. At that moment, Lin Tian easily struck Tankai. So, this is the peak of the 6th level Yangquan realm. Tankai clutched his injured shoulder and spoke. Lin Tian, you're courting death. Tankai immediately unleashed his power. Lin Tian, you have completely pissed me off. Let me show you the true power of the peak 6th level Yangquan realm. Then, Tankai summoned a large magic circle above Lin Tian's head. It seemed the magic circle didn't affect Lin Tian much. Even using all your strength is just struggling for a little longer. Tankai didn't care. He used all the remaining power he had. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart. Rays of light immediately shot down from the circle. Lin Tian unleashed a move that blocked his entire attack. Tankai didn't give up. He moved quickly towards him. Die, Lin Tian. Bright sword formation. Lin Tian glanced at the sword pointed at him. An attack with immense destructive power exploded, creating a massive tremor around it. But it was nothing to Lin Tian. He taunted him. You're too slow. Tankai cried out in alarm. Where? Just as he said it, Tankai was immediately hit by his attack. And so he fell, hitting the ground hard and sprawling out. Tankai struggled to get up in pain. Lin Tian, even if I die, I will absolutely not lose to you. Suddenly, Tankai's body convulsed in pain as he let out muffled groans. A series of Chinese characters appeared around him. Tankai then stood up as if he were completely unharmed. He grew a pair of wings and flew forward. Lin Tian, let me show you what a full power strike looks like. A brilliant light flared. Lin Tian replied, a good strike. Let's see which is harder, your fist or my sword. Thunderflame, sword style, extreme ice mountain, earth-shattering slash. A clash erupted between Lin Tian's Dragon of Light and Tan Kai. Naturally, the victory went to Lin Tian. Tan Kai fell backward, unable to accept it. Impossible. Then two vortexes appeared, sucking each of them in. Tan Kai lay sprawled on the ground. You, how can your power be greater than mine? Your strength is even above the peak 6th level Courage Spring Realm. From above, Lin Tian replied, the mere peak of the 6th level? What's so hard about that? Hearing this, Tan Kai didn't dare to boast anymore. He trembled. Could it be that he's already reached the 7th level Courage Spring Realm? Impossible. It hasn't been that long since the spirit energy returned, and he's already reached the 7th level Courage Spring Realm. Seeing him silent, Lin Tian continued, all right, I have other things to do. It's time to send you on your way. Tan Kai started to cry. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't die here. He just couldn't. But Lin Tian drew his azure sword to begin the execution. Pay for what you've done, you bastard. Lin Tian showed no mercy, slashing towards him with a single strike. Trash will always be trash. Thiu Li was dumbfounded. Oh my god, did brother Lin Tian just one-shot a peak 6th level Courage Spring fighter? Xiao Feng's jaw dropped in awe. Damn, as expected of my boss Lin Tian. With everything settled, he asked to go see that big bird. The two of them scrambled. Oh, okay, this way, brother Lin Tian. The scene changes to where the monster raised by Tan Kai is. Xiao Feng looked at it, still terrified even though it was tied up and defeated. Boss Lin Tian, let's kill this evil monster and get out of here. Lin Tian replied, it's not an evil monster, it's just another victim. With that, he channeled his power towards it. It let out a screech, startling Thiu Li and Xiao Feng. Boss Lin Tian, be careful, Lin Tian said. I'm not Wang Tan Kai. I'm not gonna hurt you. I just want to help you. Understand? It opened its eyes, a pair of crimson eyes staring at Lin Tian. Then, it seemed to understand Lin Tian's intentions and bowed its head to let him heal it. Instantly, it became much gentler. Its appearance truly reflected its heart. Tu Yili and Xiao Feng were stunned. It turned into an owl. What in the world just happened? Lin Tian gently petted it and said, I don't know either. At first, I just planned to use my light attribute spirit energy to heal its wounds. I didn't expect it to turn into this after the treatment was done. Thiu Li spoke up. That's right, Boss Lin Tian. Can you really see the past? Let us see what happened to this owl. Lin Tian revealed his trick. Ah, I was bluffing. It was just to trick Wang Tan Kai into a trap. They exclaimed in surprise, huh? But what about that image from before? Lin Tian chuckled and replied, I used my light attribute spirit energy to condense my own memories. Luckily, he fell for it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do then. All right, everything's settled. Let's go home. I'll have to find a repairman later to see how much it'll cost to fix this house. Seeing him turn to leave, the two of them still couldn't believe it. Wait, Boss Lin Tian, are you planning to keep that owl as a pet? Lin Tian said, I've never thought about raising a spirit beast, but this little guy is very well behaved. It wouldn't be bad to keep it at home, or maybe your military can raise it. Huang Xiaofeng immediately refused the thought. Oh, no way, the military's budget is limited. Besides, this is a spirit beast that you worked so hard to rescue. How could we be qualified to raise it? It's better if you take it. Following you will definitely be much more comfortable than being managed by the military. Lin Tian called his bluff. Do you have to be so worried? I'm actually trying to negotiate with you. Xiao Feng replied in a soft voice, Boss Lin Tian, please don't joke with me anymore. How would we dare to take your spirit beast? Then Lin Tian negotiated, how about this? I'll take it back and see what the freeloaders at my place think. If anyone objects, I'll send it to your military. The scene changes to the military side, where news of Tan Kai's treason had reached them. A file was thrown in the man's face. Damn it, what the hell is your Spirit Energy Association managing? Not only are the cultivators from the Haithuang Spirit Energy Association raising monsters, but they're also using our military personnel as test subjects. The man from the association quickly explained, Commander Shen, this is truly a misunderstanding. I knew absolutely nothing about Wang Tan Kai's actions. He's the most experienced and powerful expert in our association, and his strength is on another level. I really didn't dare to offend him. Commander Shen frowned and said, You didn't dare to offend him? So you dare to offend our military instead? Cornered, the man explained nervously. I wouldn't dare, Commander Shen. Please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Most of the association's work is handled by the cultivators. There's really nothing I can do. Commander Shen replied, Nothing you can do? You make it sound so simple. If I hadn't put pressure on you today, were you planning to just shirk all responsibility? The man replied, Wang Tan Kai is a peak 6th level Courage Spring cultivator, and I'm just an ordinary person. How could I dare to provoke him? The Spirit Energy Association and the military. I'm just a normal guy. I can't afford to get on anyone's bad side. Commander Shen, please be merciful and give me a way out. Commander Shen said coldly. A way out? Do you know how tragically the soldiers killed by that monster died? When their family members were crying their hearts out, weren't they also begging for a way out? Hearing that, the man was speechless. Commander Shen continued to lecture the man from the Spirit Energy Association. Let me tell you, from this day forward, the military will conduct a detailed investigation of all members of the Spirit Energy Association. You had better cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for using military law. The man quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. I will definitely cooperate with the military's investigation. I only beg Commander Shen to show mercy and not let the Spirit Energy Association's reputation be completely destroyed. Otherwise, those cultivators will tear me to shreds. Commander Shen finally relented. All right, get out of here. And tell those cultivators to be honest, you hear me? The man hurriedly bowed at a 90-degree angle and replied, yes, sir. The scene changes to the apartment Lin Tian had just acquired. He opened the door and walked into the room. Lan Yue and Fei Fei were already waiting. Are you okay? Honey, you're back? Lin Tian looked at them and thought to himself, is this what a family feels like? It's really nice. To continue living like this, Lin Tian knew he had to become even stronger. Having a family with 2 wives really does look happy. Lost in his happy thoughts for too long, Fei Fei asked, why are you spacing out? Lin Tian replied, everything's been taken care of. I even brought back a pet for you two. Lan Yue asked, puzzled. A pet? As he finished speaking, Lin Tian summoned it, and an owl landed on his head. The two of them looked at it with affectionate eyes. So cute. Wow, it's so cute. And it's an owl. Where did you buy this owl? It's adorable. Lin Tian replied, I picked it up in the mutated villa district. Lan Yue touched it. To survive in a place like that, it seems the will to live is truly strong in creatures. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, it is indeed very strong. After all, this thing is a peak 6th level courage spring realm beast. At this, the two beauties froze as if struck by lightning. Lin Tian, what did you just say? Lin Tian repeated, I said this owl is a peak 6th level courage spring realm beast. The owl looked at Lan Yue and Fei Fei innocently, but in contrast, the two girls were terrified. Honorable, honey, is this beast really at the peak 6th level courage spring realm? It's not going to peck me to death, is it? Fei Fei, don't move. A beast at this level could tear us both to shreds in a minute. Lin Tian looked on helplessly. All right, don't worry so much. It's very well behaved. If it wanted to attack you two, it would have done so a long time ago. You all should just focus on yourselves. When are you going to break through? Lan Yue answered shyly. We want to work hard too, but it's not like our strength can increase just because we want it to. Fei Fei chimed in. That's right. Do you think everyone's a genius like you? Lin Tian stretched. Just train harder. If we run into another crisis like last time, I'm not sure I'll be able to save you all in time. I'm going to get some rest. With that, Lin Tian fell deep into a dream. The scene shifts. Some military personnel are discussing amongst themselves. Have you heard? The strongest cultivator in Haithuang City has been killed. How many of our brothers did that bastard harm? Serves him right. Dead? He was a peak 6th level Yongquan cultivator. How did he even die? Was it a powerful mutated beast? Maybe a 7th level Yongquan? Suddenly they get a smack on the head. Don't talk nonsense. If there really was a 7th level Yongquan beast, none of us brothers would still be alive. Getting smacked hard, the man held his head and asked, then how did he die? At this, the man looked around cautiously, then recounted, I heard he was killed by a powerful cultivator from Tianhai City. They say this cultivator also resolved a major crisis in Tianhai City. They were startled, unable to believe it. What? A cultivator from Tianhai City is actually that powerful? Just then, Xiao Feng appeared. What are you all whispering about over here? Seeing their big boss arrive, they quickly stood at attention. Boss, we were just changing shifts, so we sat down for a drink to warm up and chatted a little. Xiao Feng's voice was stern. I'm warning you all. Chatting is fine, but you are not to reveal any specific information to any cultivator from Tianhai City. Otherwise, it will be considered leaking military secrets. Everyone acknowledged the order. Yes, boss, Xiao Feng commanded. All right, dismissed. After everyone left, he thought with apprehension, you all have no idea just how strong Lin Tian is. I'd even go as far as to say that right now, Lin Tian is someone who can influence the international standing of our Xia nation. The scene changes to an early morning, with gentle sunlight falling on Lin Tian's house. In a room, Fei Fei is sitting at a desk, one hand on her chin, looking something up on the computer. On the computer screen, a news headline appears at the top of the page. Fei Fei smiles and exclaims, it really made it to the hot search. Fei Fei scrolls down, and 3 comments appear one after another below. Fei Fei's eyes scan down, looking at a very long comment from another person. Fei Fei clicked on a line of text, and another comment immediately appeared. Scrolling further down, 2 more comments showed up. Fei Fei looked at the screen and exclaimed in frustration, why are the cultivators from Taehong City so rude? Lan Yue appeared from out of nowhere. She asked, What's wrong, Fei Fei? What are you muttering to yourself about? Fei Fei turned to Lan Yue and replied, there's some netizen named Tai Hong Forever Supreme who claims to be a 7th level Yongquan cultivator and is threatening to challenge Lin Tian in the martial arts tournament. Lan Yue placed a hand on Fei Fei's chair, her eyes on the screen, and asked, a martial arts tournament? What kind of competition is that? Why haven't I heard anything about it? Fei Fei replied softly, I just found out about it myself. Fei Fei squinted and told Lan Yue, my grandpa said the military is about to organize a nationwide competition for cultivators from all over the country to train hard together and protect national security. Fei Fei turned her head to the side and shouted angrily, Lin Tian, you have to win the championship and slap them in the face! Nearby, Lin Tian was trying to stuff a piece of food into the spirit beast's mouth. He urged it angrily, hurry up and eat! This is the most expensive bird food. It's almost 1 yuan per jin. You hear me? The spirit beast closed its eyes and suddenly turned its head away, completely ignoring Lin Tian's presence. Lin Tian got closer to the spirit beast and muttered irritably, I think you're about to rebel. Normal birds would be lucky to even get millet to eat. Do you have any idea how much a jin of millet costs? Fei Fei looked at Lin Tian with a troubled expression. Lan Yue, standing beside her, let out a sigh and asked, don't treat it so badly. So, have you heard about the martial arts tournament? Lin Tian turned his head back and quickly dismissed it. Not going. I'm not interested. I have other important things to do. Lan Yue wondered. Why not? Fei Fei, beside her, was also confused. Yeah, what could be so important? Lin Tian gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Of course I have to hurry up and renovate the villa that Haithuang City gave me. Lin Tian pointed at the pile of sparkling furniture in front of them and yelled, before you two turn my house into a hotel, I absolutely have to move in there as soon as possible. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Spirit Chi Association, where a shocked voice rings out. What? Lin Tian isn't participating? In a room where the association leaders were meeting, someone exclaimed in confusion, what on earth is going on? Lei Nuo sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. According to the young miss, it seems he's busy with renovations, so he's not interested in this martial arts tournament. Li Yang sat still, his hands clasped together. He smiled and said, that's great. This is truly good news. If he doesn't come, there will likely be a lot less trouble. Commander Shen, sitting across from Li Yang, frowned and asked him, Fatty Li, what do you mean by that? Li Yang raised a hand to scratch his cheek and replied awkwardly, Commander Shen, what I said is just the truth. I've learned after more than 10 years as an official. No matter what event you're organizing, the fewer people who participate, the less trouble there is. Commander Shen's frown deepened, his face showing clear anger. His voice dropped. Shut your mouth. Commander Shen's voice rang out. This tournament isn't just for cultivators, from various places to learn from each other and promote progress. More importantly, it's to secure talent for the upcoming international competitions. Commander Shen looked around the room at everyone and continued, without a genius like Lin Tian, what are we going to use to compete against the cultivators from other nations? Shaywan looked visibly uneasy and spoke up. But Commander, you already know Lin Tian's personality. He doesn't care about this kind of empty fame. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to persuade him. Cheng Feng, sitting next to him, added, that's right. Commander Shen squinted, his voice tinged with helplessness. Are we just going to let things be like this? If talents like Lin Tian don't participate, it will be a huge loss for the country. Lu Yi, nearby, suddenly spoke up. What if we offer some rare cultivation resources as a reward? Surely there must be something that would interest Lin Tian, right? A voice rang out. Doesn't our military have some low-level mutated spirit chi sites? Another person in the room added. Isn't Lin Tian already at the 7th level Yongquan? Why would he even glance at a low-level mutated site? Chief Liu turned to look at Commander Shen and said, Old Shen, I've thought of a very good idea. Commander Shen frowned and urged, if you've thought of something, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Chief Liu stood up, crossed his arms, and began to explain, I remember that in Haithuang City, isn't there still a dangerously rated mutation point at Green Lake Manor? Commander Shen squinted, not yet grasping Chief Liu's meaning, and blurted out, you mean? Chief Liu held up a finger and continued, if the strongest martial artists from all over the country are coming to participate in this tournament, shouldn't we take this opportunity to eliminate the super-level mutation point in Haithuang City once and for all? Chief Liu spread his hands to his sides and continued to explain his idea. After all, if we succeed, not only can we completely reclaim Haithuang City, but we can also strike fear into those foreign cultivators. After all, no other country has ever been able to eliminate a super-level mutation point. As soon as he finished, the room began to buzz. Someone laughed and said, this is a great idea. A voice rang out. Indeed. Li Yang suddenly stood up, his hands thrust forward and shouted, absolutely not. Li Yang looked at Chief Liu, sweat beading on his forehead, his voice filled with discontent. I completely disagree. Do you people have any idea how much responsibility I'd have to bear for something like this? Why don't you all just go to another city? I think the neighboring Taehong city is pretty good. I'm old, and I really can't take this torture from you guys anymore. Commander Shen raised a hand. He tried to calm Li Yang down. Li Yang, do you really need to be so worked up? Old Liu's proposal is indeed bold, but it's not impossible. As long as our military implements comprehensive protection and prevention measures beforehand, we will absolutely never let the situation get out of control, and we certainly won't cause you any trouble. Li Yang put his hands over his face, pleading, prevention measures. The words I've heard most in recent years are those two words, prevention measures. But what happens every time? The grander the promises, the greater the chaos in the end. I'm begging you, please just give me a break. I'm old, and I just want to lie low and wait for retirement in peace. I really can't do this anymore. Commander Shen frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. Commander Shen said in a stern voice, Li Yang, you are the chairman of the Spirit Qi Association in Hai Thuong. This is a matter of great significance to the country, and there's no room for backing down. Li Yang slumped into his chair, his face full of helplessness. He sighed and said, I knew it. Once you people make a decision, no one can stop you. I surrender. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I've said everything I needed to say. Commander Shen looked towards Chief Liu and made his decision. Old Liu, your proposal is very good. Let's settle it like this. Commander Shen looked around the room, announcing to everyone present. Next, Old Liu will be responsible for planning the tournament and coordinating with relevant personnel for logistical support. Chief Liu lowered his head slightly, a thought crossing his mind. Leng Yue, we might have news about your parents soon. Scene changed to Lin Tian's house. In his room, a strange light was emitting. Lin Tian was sitting on his bed in a meditative posture, his mana flowing out powerfully. Lin Tian opened his eyes, which shone brightly, his power erupting violently. Lin Tian gave a faint smile and whispered with satisfaction. I finally reached the 9th level of the Gushing Spring Realm, just one more step to the Iron Vein Realm. Scene changed to early morning. Warm sunbeams gently fell upon Lin Tian's house. In a room, he was sitting on a chair, holding a book in both hands, his eyes focused on its contents. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Lin Tian was slightly startled, his eyes darting towards the door as a thought crossed his mind. Who would come at this hour? Lin Tian went to open the door. Standing outside was Secretary Chen. She greeted him gently. Hello, Mr. Lin Tian. It's been a while. He quickly asked, Secretary Chen, what brings you to my house so early? Secretary Chen smiled and replied, I came here today mainly to deliver some rewards to you, and there are also some procedures that require your signature. Lin Tian turned around and said politely, Please, come in. Secretary Chen was grateful. Thank you. Secretary Chen sat down on a chair and took some documents out of her briefcase. Secretary Chen said to Lin Tian, These are the rewards the military has prepared for you, including the villa transfer procedure, a cost reimbursement form, and some additional living allowances. You just need to sign in these places. Lin Tian took the stack of papers and replied with a slight smile, That's quite thoughtful. Secretary Chen smiled and announced, Mr. Lin Tian, there is one more important matter I need to discuss with you. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and asked, Is it that martial arts tournament? Secretary Chen replied, her voice slightly surprised. Yes, it is. Lin Tian placed the papers on the table, his voice cold. Go on. Leng Yue and the others heard those rumors online before, but I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Secretary Chen chuckled softly and began to explain. It's like this. The venue for the martial arts tournament will be the Super Mutant Special Point in Hai Thuong City. Lin Tian looked away, exclaiming with concern. Another Super Mutant Special Point? Why is this Hai Thuong City so dangerous? A map appeared in Secretary Chen's mind as her voice rang out. Hai Thuong City is located at the intersection of several spirit veins. Since the recovery of Spirit Qi, the city's soaring Spirit Qi levels have given rise to many dangerous special points. Lin Tian was slightly astonished. The intersection of spirit veins? No wonder it's so problematic. Secretary Chen placed her hands on her lap and continued, That's right. Therefore, if Hai Thuong City can be successfully secured, it will be a great thing for all the cultivators in our country. Secretary Chen smiled faintly and continued the conversation. According to the information we have, this super mutant special point contains extremely pure lightning elements. Lin Tian looked down, his eyes closing as his voice suddenly deepened. Lightning elements? Secretary Chen handed another stack of papers to Lin Tian. She confirmed, That's right. The lightning attribute Spirit Qi at this special point is extremely dense. And here is the detailed information. Lin Tian looked at Secretary Chen and said sarcastically, You guys really went to great lengths to get me to join this martial arts tournament, huh? Secretary Chen was startled and quickly clarified, Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand us. Lin Tian looked at the documents in his hand and reassured her, It's all right. No need to be so nervous. I'll look over these documents first before I decide. Secretary Chen stood up, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. You can call me anytime. Scene change. Time passed to midday. The clock on the wall struck 12 o'clock. Lin Tian placed several bags of food on the table and called out loudly, "Hey, you ladies, wake up and eat." Fei Fei appeared from somewhere. She covered her mouth as she yawned. Fei Fei spoke up, coming. I'm so sleepy I could die." Leng Yue walked forward, rubbing her eyes with one hand, her voice a bit groggy. "I'm here." Leng Yue's eyes shifted to the stack of papers on the table, and she asked curiously, "What's this?" Lin Tian looked behind him and answered, "Those are the documents about the martial arts tournament and the rewards from the last mission that the military brought over this morning." Fei Fei smiled brightly, picking up a document with both hands, her tone full of excitement. "Let me see what kind of reward Grandpa gave us. Is there a rank or a position?" Lin Tian quickly replied, "It's not as grand as you're making it out to be. It's just the villa transfer procedure and reimbursement for the renovation costs." Fei Fei exclaimed in disappointment. "What? How can Grandpa be so stingy? Just one measly villa?" Fei Fei frowned and declared, "I'm going to ask Grandpa if he can give us another piece of land." Lin Tian pushed Fei Fei forward, urging her, "Hurry up and wash your face, then be a good girl and eat for me." Leng Yue watched the whole scene from a distance and just let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, Leng Yue realized something. She was startled, her eyes fixed on the pile of documents. On the table, a single sheet of paper with a line of text on it had appeared, mixed in with Lin Tian's documents. Lin Tian's documents. Lan Yue's eyes widened as a thought struck her. This is, clutching the papers. Lan Yue trembled, thinking, isn't this the singularity where my parents disappeared all those years ago? Lan Yue flipped through the pages, her mind filled with questions. Why are there pages missing? Her expression fell slightly, her thoughts clouded with suspicion. Did the military intentionally hide them? But why would they hide it like this? Could it be that they don't want me to know the truth? In the bathroom, Lin Tian was watching Fei Fei brush her teeth. He turned his head towards the room where Lan Yue was standing. Lin Tian suddenly realized, this girl has probably noticed. The scene shifts to nightfall, his thoughts drifting far away. Lan Yue, it's better if you don't know about this. In Lin Tian's room, he was leaning against the wall, holding a piece of paper. On the document, an event was recorded in detail. Lin Tian pulled out his phone and called Secretary Tran. Secretary Tran, I've decided to go to that singularity. Secretary Tran's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. That's wonderful, Mr. Lin Tian. Suddenly his voice dropped. But I'm very dissatisfied with the way you military people do things. Secretary Tran asked. What do you mean, sir? Lin Tian lowered his head slightly and said quietly, you people knew Lan Yue's parents were connected to this singularity, and since I couldn't just ignore it, you forced my hand like this. On the other end, Secretary Tran's voice was frantic. It might be a misunderstanding or a coincidence. We didn't mean it like that. Lin Tian immediately dismissed it. You think I'd believe that? Secretary Tran stammered in reply. Mr. Lin Tian, I will definitely report your opinion to my superiors. He frowned. Lin Tian angrily warned her, cut the crap and stop passing the buck. I don't care what the military is thinking, but this probing behavior of yours is pissing me off. Lin Tian crumpled the paper in his hand and warned Secretary Tran, tell your people, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Secretary Tran hastily replied, Mr. Lin Tian, please rest assured, I will relay your exact words to my superiors. Lin Tian hung up, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and turned to walk back into the room. Lin Tian paused for a moment. In the distance, Lan Yue was asleep on the armchair. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed something. He glanced down at the table, where a piece of paper was covered in Lan Yue's notes, as if she were analyzing something. Lin Tian took a blanket and draped it over the sleeping Lan Yue. He stood up straight, looking at her as a thought crossed his mind. Don't worry, I will definitely find a clue about your parents. The scene shifts to early morning. Lin Tian's car stops in front of a large building. He opened the door and got out, when suddenly he heard a loud shout. Boss Lin Tian is here! Several nearby soldiers ran over, one of them yelling, hurry and welcome Boss Lin Tian! The other soldiers bowed to him, shouting in unison, we greet you, boss. Lin Tian raised a hand and said awkwardly, guys, don't be like this. It's a little embarrassing. Xiao Feng appeared, smiling as he said, boss, this is the respect you deserve. If you hadn't killed that bastard Wang Tan Kai, who knows how we brothers would have been tortured? Lin Tian frowned and replied softly, all right, don't exaggerate. I just did what had to be done. Xiao Feng smiled and continued, you don't know how big of an impact the Wang Tan Kai incident had on the military. We brothers are truly grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts, so you are more than qualified to receive these cheers. Trin Hao, standing behind, suddenly spoke up, Boss Lin Tian, I heard you killed Wang Tan Kai with a single sword strike. Is that true? Lin Tian placed a hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, That guy wasn't too hard to deal with, just a bit annoying. The soldiers raised their hands high, cheering happily. As expected of the boss. The boss is the greatest of all time. Lin Tian held out his hands, sheepishly reminding them. Okay, everyone disperse now. Don't crowd around here. Fei Fei, sitting inside the car, called out, Honey, you should get used to this. There will definitely be more of this in the future. The sooner you adapt, the more comfortable you'll be. Lin Tian turned his head and sighed helplessly. All right. Who asked me to be such a rare Superman, right? Lin Tian put his hands in his pockets and said to Xiaofeng as he walked, Xiaofeng, do you know where Director Chief Liu is? I have something to ask him. Xiaofeng replied politely. This way, please. The scene shifts to a military camp with neatly arranged barracks below. Inside a tent, Chief Liu was sitting and reading a document. A thought crossed his mind. There are too many uncertain dangers in this singularity, so I need to carefully vet the list of people going in. Lin Tian suddenly walked in and said, Director Liu, it's been a while. Chief Liu was surprised and exclaimed, Lin Tian, you're here? Come, sit down. What brings you to me? Lin Tian pulled up a chair and asked Chief Liu, Director Liu, I heard from Secretary Tran that you arranged this singularity trip. Is that right? Chief Liu replied softly, That's right. I know this would make you unhappy, but I really had no other choice. Chief Liu averted his gaze and continued, Although Nguyen Ni is a good and understanding child, she still often cries secretly at night. Lin Tian listened intently to Chief Liu's every word. Before I met you, I wanted to rely on the military and my own strength to help her find her parents. But I've led my team into that place no less than 5 times. Not only did we fail, but many people died upon our return. Chief Liu turned back to Lin Tian and continued, I hoped you could participate in the tournament to help other cultivators improve, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to help Lan Yue find her parents. Chief Liu bowed his head in apology, his voice pleading, If this has offended you, I will bear all the consequences. But please, don't resent Lan Yue because of this. She doesn't know anything about it. Lin Tian let out a sigh and replied, Uncle Liu, next time, you should just tell me things like this directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Chief Liu was a bit stunned and asked bluntly, What do you mean? Lin Tian crossed his arms and began to speak. Lan Yue and I are friends. You don't need so many reasons to do things for a friend. Chief Liu's eyes widened, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Lin Tian. The scene changes. Xiaofeng stands before a crowd of thousands. He said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this martial arts tournament. I believe you all know that this tournament is not just a competition, but also a challenge. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, his voice deepening. What I'm about to say next are the important details about the singularity you are about to face. Below, Lin Tian was standing with Fei Fei, Lan Yue, and Su Yuting. Zhao Feng's voice continued to ring out. The main venue for this tournament is the mutant-level singularity in Hythian City. This singularity is located at the intersection of converging spiritual veins. It contains powerful lightning-type spiritual energy, but it also comes with an extremely high level of danger. Suddenly, Ma Chu walked towards Lin Tian and said, You're Lin Tian? I'm Ma Chu, a cultivator from Tanthi. Lin Tian shook hands with Ma Chu, his eyes wide, his tone a bit flustered. Hello. Ma Chu scratched his head and exclaimed, I never thought the sword saint, Lin Tian, would be so approachable. Lin Tian stood frozen, blurting out in confusion. Sword saint? Ma Chu raised a finger to the sky and began to explain, This nickname is based on the legend that you killed Wang Tan Kai with a single sword strike. It is spread throughout our Tanthi Cultivator Association. Hasn't it reached you guys yet? Lin Tian thought awkwardly. Good thing it hasn't, or I'd die of embarrassment. Lin Tian looked at Ma Chu and asked, What did you want to see me about? Ma Chu replied, Oh, right, I almost forgot. Ma Chu rubbed his hands together and proposed, Brother Lam, after we enter the singularity, can I tag along with you guys? Fei Fei's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Go with us? Lin Tian calmly asked back, Why do you want to come with us? Isn't this the mission the Tanthi Spirit Energy Association assigned to you? Ma Chu moved closer to Lin Tian and whispered, Brother Lam, I need to tell you something in private. Please don't tell anyone, or it'll be hard for me to explain when I get back. Although I was sent by the Tanthi Spirit Energy Association, I'm basically just a placeholder. I don't have any real power at all. Lin Tian frowned, his voice filled with doubt. You're a cultivator. How can you not have any power? Besides, the Tanthi Spirit Energy Association sent you here just to make up the numbers. Aren't they afraid of losing face? Ma Chu spread his hands, replying helplessly. Losing face? They don't give a damn whether I'm embarrassed or not. They just wanted to have enough people. I'm just a part-time cultivator who they thought looked decent, so they conveniently sent me along. Lin Tian felt a bit awkward, his tone sarcastic. So you gotta come here just because you have a nice body? This Tanthi Spirit Energy Association is pretty interesting, huh? Ma Chu covered his face with his hands and cried out in fear. I'm really scared of dying. I heard that even some veteran cultivators have a hard time dealing with that singularity. If I go in there, won't I just die on the spot? Lin Tian asked softly. So you want me to take you with us? Ma Chu's anxiety was obvious as he hastily replied, That's right, Brother Lamb. You're so strong. At least with you, I'll have a chance of getting out of there alive. Fei Fei put a hand on her hip and sneered at Ma Chu. You worthless coward. It's because of gutless people like you that we have such a bad reputation internationally. Lan Yue, standing nearby, raised her hands to placate Fei Fei. Fei Fei, don't talk bad about people to their face like that. Fei Fei turned to look at Lan Yue and replied coldly, If I said it behind his back, wouldn't that just make me a bad person? Fei Fei frowned and said to Ma Chu, Fine, as long as you can guarantee you won't drag us down. Ma Chu raised a hand and quickly shouted, I won't drag you down, not at all. I promise to follow orders and I absolutely won't cause any trouble for anyone. Su Yuting walked closer to Lin Tian and called out, Captain Lam, how about we take him with us? Lan Yue quickly agreed. That's right, he really doesn't seem like someone who could pose much of a threat. Let's just let him tag along. Lin Tian crossed his arms, accepting Ma Chu's proposal. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll take you with us for a while. But remember, you are not to act on your own. Ma Chu raised a hand to scratch his head, thanking them profusely. Thank you, Brother Lamb. Thank you, ladies. Don't worry, I absolutely will not cause any trouble for any of you. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed out. Lin Tian, Fei Fei, and Ma Chu all turned towards the source of the sound. A large crack had appeared in the space, shattering into pieces and revealing a dark, shadowy dimension behind it. Xiao Feng immediately shouted in a serious voice. The first great Xia Cultivator tournament officially begins. Below the spatial rift was a vast desert landscape with undulating rock formations. From the spatial rift, countless cultivators participating in the tournament rushed down to conquer this place. Lin Tian's group also joined the competition. They had just landed on a tall stone pillar to observe the situation. Standing behind Lin Tian, Fei Fei spoke up. Isn't Hai Thuong supposed to be a city? How did it end up like this? Lan Yue immediately replied, The aberrant beasts in the singularities can alter the original terrain. It seems they prefer an environment like this. Su Yuting looked at Lin Tian and asked, Captain Lam, what's our next move? Before she could finish her sentence, the place where they were standing began to shake violently. Everyone shouted in panic, What's happening? Although Ma Chu had begged to come with them, he had no combat ability and could only crouch down in fear, holding his head and screaming for help. Lin Tian immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Be careful! Anything can happen in a secret realm. From beneath the sand dunes, a dense swarm of monsters formed from sand suddenly appeared. After appearing, they quickly targeted the cultivators who had just entered and charged at them. Lin Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with his teammates and gave the signal, Prepare for battle. Suddenly, a person holding a sword rushed forward and unleashed a flame slash. Following the voice, a fiery sword aura shot towards the monsters. They were swept by the flames from the sword, incinerating a large number of the monsters in the front line. Lin Tian and the others, surprised, turned to look at the person who had just come to help. Tong Jin Gang held a greatsword, hovering in midair with a golden aura of power protecting his body. He spoke, Are you Lin Tian? Lin Tian looked up at Tong Jin Gang, not rushing to answer, but asking instead, Who are you? He slung the sword over his shoulder and introduced himself confidently. I am the strongest cultivator of Taehong, Tong Jin Gang. I left a message online a few days ago. Fei Fei looked at Tong Jin Gang in surprise and asked, You're the one they call the pinnacle of Taehong? Hearing Fei Fei, he said, If your girl has already seen the post, then this makes things easier. Tong Jin Gang pointed his sword at Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, I'm here to challenge you. Lin Tian ignored Tong Jin Gang and replied, Challenge me? Sorry, right now I have neither the time nor the interest. He then ordered him away. If you're only here for such nonsense, then please leave. Tong Jin Gang frowned, sneering at Lin Tian with contempt. How disappointing. It seems the story about you killing Vuong Tan Koi with a single strike was just the military hyping you up. Tong Jin Gang shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving only his words behind. When you have the guts to face me, come find me. Seeing Tong Jin Gang's arrogance, Fei Fei angrily yelled after him, You bastard, if you have any guts, come down here. This lady will teach you a lesson. Lin Tian, beside her, tried to calm her down. Fei Fei, let's go. We have more important things to deal with. Ma Chu also tried to console Lin Tian. Brother Lam, don't be angry. That brat was on the same flight as me, and he didn't say a single word to me the entire trip. It pissed me off so much. Lin Tian looked off into the distance and replied, I'm not bothered by it. We're heading towards that mountain next. We need to be extremely careful on the way. Remembering the events of his past life, he worriedly prayed that Lan Yue's parents would be safe. Lin Tian's group set off, flying through the majestic stone pillars of the desert. Suddenly, as if sensing something unusual, Lin Tian called out to everyone, Wait, something's wrong here. Hearing his announcement, everyone landed to investigate and discovered another spatial rift below. Lin Tian led the group inside. The ground was mottled with countless pools of blood and scattered embers. Lan Yue looked at the traces left after the battle and deduced, a fight definitely happened here. From the looks of it, it was probably a fire attribute aberrant beast. Lin Tian walked deeper inside and said, "Since we're here, let's go in and scout things out." Everyone followed him deeper inside to assess the situation. Lin Tian looked around warily, observing every small detail along the way. Suddenly, the group stopped in their tracks at the sight before them. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise, "It's a group of cultivators fighting together against a massive, bull-headed monster. Its body was fiery red. Its tail was covered in spikes, and its sharp claws were grabbing the unlucky ones. With just a light swing of its claws, it left a person who had just charged forward covered in blood. Another person who tried to attack from above was hit by a fireball shot from its mouth. Only then did they realize this monster was no easy opponent. The cultivators turned and fled for their lives. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. Help! A young man was also struggling to survive. Just as he took a step, he saw Lin Tian's group arriving. The young man, as if seeing a path to survival, shouted with joy, "Big Brother Lamb is here." Hearing the name, the entire crowd began to clamor. "Big Brother Lamb, please save us!" Someone even shamelessly yelled, "Godfather, save me!" Looking at the rampaging monster, Lin Tian assessed its power to be around the 4th stage of the Yongquan realm, perfect for Lan Yue and Su Yuting to test their skills. He turned back and gave an order. "Lan Yue, Su Yuting, you're both ice users. Go take it down and get some practice." "Let's get some more combat experience," the two of them replied in unison. Lan Yue and Su Yuting charged forward, flying over the hot lava to approach the monster directly. Seeing this, it spewed a powerful stream of lava towards them, trying to incinerate them. Su Yuting didn't flinch. She calmly unleashed her defensive move, Frost Barrier. At the same time, while the monster was focused on fighting Su Yuting, Lan Yue quietly approached from behind. She coordinated smoothly with Su Yuting and began to unleash her second technique. Ice Thorn, a flower made of snow, covered in sharp spikes, formed in Lan Yue's hand. Without hesitation, she launched it forcefully at the monster's thigh. The snow flower embedded itself deep in its flesh. The injured monster roared in pain and fury, tilting its head to the sky. Taking advantage of its delayed counterattack, Lan Yue suddenly appeared behind it, preparing for her next move. She rushed forward, arms outstretched, then swiped them forward in a cross shape, shouting, "Flying ice blades!" At Lan Yue's command, 2 sharp streams of ice energy shot towards the monster. It couldn't dodge in time and took 2 powerful slashes straight to the chest. Meanwhile, Su Yuting wasn't idle and continued her attack. Ice Spear! Instantly, a sharp pillar of ice appeared in her hand. Su Yuting channeled her power and launched the ice pillar. It pierced straight through the monster's chest like a final finishing blow. It let out its final screams before slowly shattering into pieces. A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in praise of their coordination. So powerful. Qin Yi, standing nearby, said admiringly, "Goddesses have descended. They're truly goddesses descended to earth." Watching the excited crowd surround Lan Yue and Su Yuting, Lin Tian stood on the sidelines, thinking he should let the two of them experience the feeling of being cheered on by everyone. Looking at where the monster had just been destroyed, Lin Tian suddenly noticed something strange. He saw an amber-colored gemstone lying in the rubble of the monster's body. Lin Tian wondered curiously, "What's this?" "A fire attribute spirit crystal." He joyfully rushed towards the crystal, thinking, "This is great!" This crystal was just what Fei Fei needed to advance another step. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping Lin Tian in his tracks. "Hold on, that fire element crystal is mine." Seeing the arrogant Tong Jin gang behind him, Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked in annoyance, "You again?" He thought Lin Tian was weaker than him because of their last encounter, so he arrogantly held out his hand and said, "You little punk, hand it over. If you don't blame me for what happens next." Seeing Tong Jin gang trying to snatch the prize, the crowd started yelling insults. Where did this 4th-rate piece of trash come from? Yeah, he was hiding somewhere when we were fighting the monster, but now that there's treasure, he shows up. What's wrong with him? What's he running out here bragging about? Being scorned by them, Tong Jin gang's face turned hostile. He scowled angrily and yelled, "All you worthless pieces of trash, shut your mouths for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword towards the murmuring crowd and shouted, "Flame slash!" A blaze of fire cut through the air, rushing towards the cultivators. They quickly warned each other, "Be careful, get out of the way." Those who couldn't dodge in time were sent tumbling to the ground by Tong Jin gang's attack. Seeing the power of the attack, which had carved a deep gash in the ground, they thought in fear, "So strong. This guy is not someone we can afford to mess with." After intimidating the crowd, Tong Jin gang pointed his sword up challengingly. "If you're not afraid to die, come up here and talk to my sword." At this, no one dared to speak a word. The atmosphere became completely silent. Seeing this, Tong Jin gang let out a gleeful, contemptuous laugh. I thought you all had more guts than that. Turns out you're just a bunch of cowards hiding in your shells. He looked at the crowd once more and asked defiantly, I'm taking this fire element crystal. Anyone got a problem with that? By now, Lin Tian had seen enough of Tong Jin Gang's despicable actions and spoke up. I do! Tong Jin Gang turned, saw him, and said scornfully, And who the hell are you? Seeing that Lin Tian dared to oppose him, he asked, Well, isn't this strange? Lin Tian, the last time we met, you were just a coward hiding in your shell. What makes you so brave now? Lin Tian didn't want to waste any more time replying. If you're looking to die, then don't blame me. He channeled powerful spirit energy into his hand and without a moment's hesitation, rushed at Tong Jin Gang. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he looked at him. Today, he would teach him some manners. Lin Tian shouted, Flame Fist! Instantly, his arm was engulfed in flames. Lin Tian sent a punch straight through Tong Jin Gang, who had no time to react. Tong Jin Gang paid a heavy price for his overconfidence and thoughtless actions. He quickly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Unable to stay standing after Lin Tian's punch, he collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Seeing his true power, the people around them exclaimed in admiration. So strong with just one punch. At that moment, Tong Jin Gang was suddenly surrounded by blazing red flames. He screamed in fury, Are you trying to die? The flames seemed to be fueling Tong Jin Gang. He suddenly shot back to his feet and roared, and the fire energy around him erupted violently, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Those standing closest quickly raised their hands to shield themselves, exclaiming, What's going on? How did his aura suddenly get so much stronger? It's the fire element attribute. He himself has an abundance of fire element spirit energy, so his power is stronger here than usual. Hearing this, the others said to each other in despair, What? Doesn't that mean he's invincible in this cave? You could say that. Mo Chiu also asked Fei Fei, trembling with worry. Sister-in-law, will Big Bro Lamb be okay? Her expression didn't change as she answered confidently, Don't worry, I've yet to meet anyone who can actually hurt Lin Tian. Thinking he had the upper hand, Tong Jin Gang looked at him and said, Lin Tian, this cave is filled with the fire element. In here I am a god. At this, he didn't even deign to look at him and said contemptuously, Just a dog at the peak of the Yongquan 7th realm dares to stand here and bark at me? Hearing this, Tong Jin Gang's expression turned extremely ugly. He roared in fury, Go to hell! He swung his sword violently towards Lin Tian, and streams of fire followed, attacking him. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't even touch Lin Tian's body. He slowly reached for the azure thunder sword on his back and said mockingly, Too weak. He took his stance, swung a powerful slash towards Tong Jin Gang, and shouted, Lightning Flame Slash. A crimson bolt of lightning shot forward, colliding with Tong Jin Gang's flames and creating a terrifying explosion. After shattering Tong Jin Gang's defenses, the lightning bolt didn't stop and continued straight for his left arm. It flashed out, severing Tong Jin Gang's left arm and making him scream in agony. His arm rolled on the ground, and Tong Jin Gang collapsed, writhing in pain. He clutched his arm, cold sweat pouring down his face from the pain, and roared in anger. You actually dared to cripple me? Lin Tian walked over and said coldly, You ignorant fool. The only reason I didn't bother with you before was because I had better things to do. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? He walked up and pointed his sword at Tong Jin Gang's face as a warning. Consider today's wound a warning. Out of respect for the army, I'll spare your life. Glancing at him on the ground, Lin Tian added, Next time, no one will be able to save you. Staring at the blade, Tong Jin Gang frantically begged, I was wrong, Lin Tian. Please spare me. I'm willing to submit to you. But in his heart, he secretly engraved the memory of this humiliating grudge. Tong Jin Gang thought to himself, Lin Tian, one day I'll make you pay. As the battle ended, the crowd cheered. Lin Tian is too strong. He defeated Song Tong Jin Gang in just one move. That's right, and Song Tong Jin Gang is at the peak of the Yongquan 7th realm. Lin Tian must be the chosen one. He's invincible. Mo Chiu ran over to suck up to him. Big bro Lin Tian, you're so amazing. You're my idol. Su Yuting also walked over and said with a smile, Team Leader Lam, you're truly incredible. Fei Fei didn't hesitate to confess either. My love, you were so cool. Lin Tian walked over and gave the crystal he had won to Fei Fei, saying, Fei Fei, when we get back, you should absorb the energy inside this fire element stone. Fei Fei joyfully cradled the crystal in her hands and said, Really? Can I? But you have fire attribute spirit energy too, Lin Tian replied. This thing isn't very useful for me anymore. Fei Fei moved in close, placed a kiss on his cheek, and said sincerely, My love, you're so good to me. Lin Tian blushed at her actions. He turned to ask Lan Yue, Do you know why we came here? She asked with some suspicion. Isn't it for the martial arts tournament? Lin Tian shook his head. No, I'm not interested in this tournament at all. I came here to help you find clues about your parents. Seeing Lan Yue staring at him in disbelief, he smiled and said, Don't look so surprised. I saw some mission files that mentioned your parents. She suddenly realized and asked Lin Tian, "Were you the one who took the missing pages from the mission files?" He nodded in admission. "I hid those pages because I was afraid you'd overthink things." Lin Tian looked at her and explained, "According to the documents, your parents came to this singularity when you were little, looking for something. And this was the last place they came to." He asked, "Do you know anything else? For example, did your parents say anything to you before they left?" Lan Yue lowered her head sadly and replied, "No. I was too young back then, so I can't remember what my parents said. If it weren't for the photos Uncle Lu gave me, I might have forgotten what my parents even look like." Seeing this, Lin Tian patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Don't worry. I'll definitely help you find your parents this time," Lan Yue said gratefully. "Lin Tian, thank you. But this singularity is very dangerous if you go too deep." Lin Tian reassured her. "Don't worry. No matter what this singularity is, I'm going to destroy it today." He turned back to give instructions. "Fei Fei, everyone stay here. Don't go any deeper. I'm taking Lan Yue deeper into the singularity." Fei Fei worried. "Honey, are you sure about taking Lan Yue in there alone? It could be very dangerous deep inside the singularity." He smiled at her reassuringly. "Don't worry. To me, this kind of singularity is just a walk in the park." Lin Tian suddenly turned to tease. "Mo Chiu, you want to come with us?" His face went pale as he quickly waved his hands and replied, "No, no way, absolutely not. I don't like willingly walking into danger." Lin Tian gave Mo Chiu a look that was both a warning and a request, saying, "All right, then I'm leaving Fei Fei and Su Yuting's safety in your hands. If anything happens to them, I'll hold you responsible." Startled and flustered, he asked, "Wait, didn't you just say I was useless?" Lin Tian ignored him and led the way, saying, "Lan Yue, let's go." The two of them continued deeper into the anomaly. Lan Yue followed Lin Tian inside. Now that it was just the two of them, Lan Yue was a bit on guard, carefully observing her surroundings. Seeing her like this, Lin Tian turned back and said, "Relax, you don't need to be so tense." After walking through a cave for a while, the two of them suddenly stopped. Lin Tian had also noticed something in front of them. They stood on a ledge looking down at a lake below, where a dazzling beam of light emanated from the center. Lan Yue stood behind Lin Tian, looking at the strange light, and asked, "What is that thing?" Suddenly, the system continuously notified him. Spirit energy attribute detected. High-grade fire spirit energy attribute detected. Purifying flame lotus detected. Overjoyed, Lin Tian exclaimed inwardly, "I've hit the jackpot. I've really hit the jackpot. This is a huge score. To think I'd find such a rare spiritual item." He turned back to instruct Lan Yue. "I'm going down to check it out. You stay here, okay?" She obediently replied, "Okay." After jumping down, Lin Tian first observed from a distance, thinking that this flame not only had no poisonous smoke, but its temperature wasn't high either. He channeled his spirit energy to create a protective barrier around his body. "Let's see just how powerful this flame really is." After a moment, the system announced again, absorbing high-grade fire elemental spirit energy. Fire elemental attribute experience points plus 154. Fire elemental attribute experience points plus 154. Fire elemental attribute experience points plus 545. Suddenly, beneath the water's surface where he stood, a massive shadow slowly appeared. Lan Yue looked down from above. Noticing something was wrong, she shouted a warning. Two yin sharks shot up from the water to snap at Lin Tian. They seemed to be protecting the source of spirit energy in the middle of the lake. Seeing that Lin Tian had dodged, one of them prepared to charge again, baring its sharp teeth. Lan Yue, extremely worried, ignored the danger, jumped down, and shouted, "Lin Tian, watch out!" She drew the small blade from her hip, leaped up, and headed towards the yin shark that was about to attack Lin Tian. Lan Yue plunged it deep into its eye, drawing blood and causing the monster to become disoriented. Using the monster as a foothold, she kicked off it to launch herself into the air. Lan Yue turned to deal with the remaining yin shark. She quickly unleashed a wave of cold sword energy from her small blade. Struck squarely in the back by Lan Yue, it thrashed and roared in pain in midair. The yin shark, knowing it was no match for her, dove back into the water and fled. Only then did Lan Yue breathe a sigh of relief and turn back to check on Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, are you okay?" He was concentrating in the middle of the lake and called out to Lan Yue for help. "I need a few minutes to absorb this flame. I need you to stand guard and stop any other monsters from bothering me," Lan Yue replied with a determined look in her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let anything get near you." She was completely unaware that above her, a green Jiaolong was watching her every move, waiting for a chance to strike. After locking onto its target, it dove down from above, sharp teeth bared, charging towards Lan Yue. Fortunately, she spotted the green Jiaolong quickly and dodged the attack. After missing its target, the green Jiaolong didn't give up, but roared and continued its assault on Lan Yue. The monster closed in on her and swiped at Lan Yue's arm with its sharp claws. She cried out in pain, clutching the wound caused by the green Jiaolong. A deep gash had been torn in Lan Yue's upper arm. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she cast a spell, shouting, "Ice Thorn!" Instantly, a pillar of ice shot towards the monster's face. It quickly dodged the ice pillar. Its head was covered in hard scales, so it only suffered a minor scratch. The green Jiaolong glanced towards where Lan Yue was standing. Seeing it was unharmed, Lan Yue exclaimed in shock and panic, "What?" The previous attack seemed to have agitated it even more. It lunged towards her, spitting a strange green liquid. Lan Yue quickly backed away to dodge. When the droplets hit the ground, a sizzling sound echoed, as if the liquid could corrode anything. However, while she was distracted, the green Jiaolong seized the opportunity. It spun around and whipped its tail at Lan Yue. She quickly channeled her spirit energy to create a wall of ice in front of herself. But because the green Jiaolong's scales were too hard, combined with its strength, it shattered the ice wall directly and slammed hard into Lan Yue's stomach. She was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The green Jiaolong's last attack seemed to have completely defeated her. Gasping for breath, Lan Yue lay on the ground, barely conscious, thinking, "This is it. I can't move my body." Seeing its prey served up on a platter, the green Jiaolong opened its maw full of sharp teeth and lowered its head, about to swallow Lan Yue whole. Suddenly, a powerful beam of energy shot out, piercing straight through the green Jiaolong's neck. Blood filled its mouth as the monster let out a pained roar, shifting its attention to the newcomer. Lin Tian had finished absorbing the spirit energy and walked over with his arms crossed, saying angrily, "You dare touch one of mine? Are you looking to die?" Spirit energy now surged around Lin Tian. He flew over, looked at the green Jiaolong, and said, "Just a mere beast? And you dare to run wild?" Seeing the one who had just stolen its prey, it roared furiously at Lin Tian. Layers of tough scales were arranged on its body without a single gap. They shimmered with a mysterious green light. It seemed the green Jiaolong was also protected by an abundant source of spirit energy. It raised its claws and lunged, swiping fiercely at Lin Tian. He quickly leaped onto its head to evade. Lin Tian reached behind him, grasped the hilt of the thunder sword, and slowly drew it from its sheath. He slashed down the length of the green Jiaolong's body, shouting, "Thunder Flame Slash." The bolt of lightning struck the monster's scales, but it remained unharmed. Next, it whipped its spiky tail back around and slammed it into Lin Tian. But he managed to block it with his sword. Man and monster were evenly matched. They temporarily separated, both retreating sharply after the close quarters clash. Lin Tian remarked, "As expected of a 7th-level Yongquan realm demonic beast, it really has some power." The green Jiaolong was still full of energy. It turned back to look at Lin Tian and roared, a show of dominance. Gripping his thunderclap sword, he channeled his spiritual energy into it and declared to the green flood dragon, "All right, playtime's over. Let's end this." After transferring the spiritual energy he had just absorbed into the blade, Lin Tian said, "Let's see just how powerful this purifying lotus flame really is." He swung the flaming sword towards the green flood dragon and roared, "Purifying lotus world-ending slash!" Unaware of the purifying lotus's power, it continued to charge headfirst at Lin Tian. The moment the purifying lotus flame touched the green flood dragon, it incinerated all the spiritual energy around its body before splitting the monster in two. After dealing with the dragon, Lin Tian rushed over to check on Leng Yue. "Leng Yue, are you okay?" She replied weakly, "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have." Lin Tian shot back, "It was just a little lizard. No big deal. Just be more careful next time and don't get ambushed again." Leng Yue knew in her heart that he was just trying to help her save face, so she simply replied, "I know." Suddenly, the air around the lake felt strange. Lin Tian also fell silent, listening intently. His expression darkened as he called out to the eavesdropper, "Come on out. Stop hiding in the lake." The moment Lin Tian finished speaking, the surface of the lake began to churn violently, splashing everywhere. Immediately after, a massive blue dragon spread its wings and burst out of the water. It exclaimed joyfully, "Finally! I'm finally free from the seal at the bottom of this lake," Leng Yue said in shock. "Is that a dragon? There are dragons in this anomaly? And it can talk." The blue dragon looked up arrogantly and replied, "I am a mighty being of the 9th-level Courage Spring Realm. Is it really so strange that I can speak the language of you humans?" Sensing the spiritual energy radiating from it, Lin Tian calculated internally, "This dragon's aura feels a bit dangerous. I'll try talking to it first." He lowered his sword and asked the blue dragon, "Hey, did you create this anomaly?" It corrected Lin Tian. "This anomaly wasn't created by me, but it was created for me." Leng Yue, a little confused, looked up and asked the blue dragon, "Created for you? What does that mean?" Since it had just been unsealed, the dragon was in a good enough mood to tell its story. "Over 10 years ago, I was cultivating in this very lake, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through my bloodline's shackles and reach a higher realm. But unexpectedly, 2 wretched humans barged in. They joined forces to suppress me, not only sealing me at the bottom of the lake but also plotting to steal my power. Lang Yue suspected those two might have been her parents and pressed, "Do you remember what they looked like? What happened to them?" The blue dragon replied, "I only remember the man was named Lang Chuan and the woman was named Shui Xing." Lang Yue was stunned, unable to believe her suspicion was correct. She stammered emotionally, "It was them. Father. Mother." Hearing this, the dragon laughed loudly and replied, "What a cruel twist of fate. The ones who freed me are the descendants of my captors." The blue dragon gave them a meaningful look and said, "It seems I'll have to thank you two properly." Lin Tian, knowing exactly what its thanks implied, immediately called it out. "So, your so-called thanks is just repaying kindness with malice?" Taking to the air, the dragon didn't deny it. Repaying kindness with malice? This is the law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak. Now, pay for what your parents did. Lin Tian immediately stepped in front of Lang Yue and yelled back at her, "Get out of here, now!" She replied resolutely, "No way, I can't just abandon you. Besides, I have to find out the truth about my parents from it." Seeing this, the blue dragon said maliciously, "Don't even think about escaping. You will all become sacrifices for me." With that, it spat a pillar of fire toward the two of them. Lin Tian quickly slashed with his thunder sword, parrying the blue dragon's attack. He urgently turned back to warn her, "Lang Yue, don't try to force it. You're no match for it right now. I'll handle this dragon." But Lang Yue was still determined to stay by Lin Tian's side, replying, "No, even if I'm not strong enough, I can't leave you to face it alone." From above, the blue dragon sneered, "What touching camaraderie. Too bad neither of you will be leaving here alive today." Lin Tian tried to calm Lang Yue down. "Let me handle this dragon. You go look around and see if your parents left any information behind." His words swayed her. She lowered her head, considering it. Information from my parents. Knowing that anything related to her parents would make her hesitate, Lin Tian urged her, "Go, leave this to me." Lang Yue knew she would only be in the way here. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and said, "Thank you." Then she turned and ran. The two split up. Seeing Lang Yue run, the blue dragon furiously swung its tail at her, roaring, "You're not going anywhere." Lin Tian leaped forward, raising his sword to block. The collision of the dragon's tail and the thunder sword sent sparks flying through the hot air. Now Lin Tian could focus 100% of his power on dealing with it. He growled, "You're way too confident." Meanwhile, Lang Yue darted into a cave. She seemed to be in a hurry. As she ran, she saw a giant crystal ahead and stopped to observe it, intrigued by the massive stone. She murmured to herself, "What is that?" Inside the crystal were her parents, both with their eyes shut. Lang Yue stared wide-eyed at them, overcome with worry. "Father, mother." Lang Yue was frantic. She touched the crystal, trying to find a way to rescue her parents. "I'll get you out right now." After examining it for a moment, Lang Yue unleashed an attack. She seemed very determined. Frigid Ice Thorn! Lang Yue's attack struck the crystal directly, but it didn't even crack. Witnessing this, Lang Yue was completely bewildered, her eyes filled with alarm. What? Growing more and more furious, she continuously launched attacks at the crystal. Why? Why? But no matter how hard Lang Yue tried, the crystal remained unscathed. She began to cry, collapsing in front of the crystal, completely helpless. Why? Why is it like this? Elsewhere in the cave, some areas of which were now frozen over, Lin Tian was confronting the blue dragon. The dragon threatened him, "Your death will be the first step in my revenge." The blue dragon attacked Lin Tian impatiently, as if it couldn't wait another second. Die, Dragon Wing Storm. Although the blue dragon's attack was powerful, for Lin Tian, dealing with it was a piece of cake. You're not even close to being qualified. He swung his sword, and the power radiating from it overwhelmed the blue dragons. Only then did the dragon realize the reality of the situation. It said, slightly annoyed, "It seems you have some strength after all." The blue dragon's rage intensified as it unleashed an extremely powerful strike. "If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Faced with this attack, Lin Tian didn't flinch in the slightest. He was perfectly calm, too weak. Lin Tian used all his strength, leveraging his sword to block the blue dragon's blow. The space within the cave was engulfed by the two immense powers of Lin Tian and the blue dragon. Soon enough, Lin Tian's power overwhelmed the dragons. Through the thick smoke, his voice rang out, "Is this the full extent of your power?" The smoke gradually dissipated. Lin Tian remained perfectly calm, crossing his arms as he sized up the blue dragon. Is a creature of the 9th level Courage Spring Realm really this weak? The dragon couldn't believe its attack had been blocked. It stammered, "No, impossible. How could you block 80% of my power? That was 80% of the power of a 9th level Courage Spring Realm being." Pressing his advantage, Lin Tian ordered the blue dragon, his eyes fixed on it. "I'll give you one last chance. Use your strongest power and your ultimate move. Otherwise, you die." The blue dragon was incredibly stubborn, its voice still defiant. It flew up, ready for action. "You asked for this. Now, I'll show you my full power. The blue dragon intended to engulf Lin Tian in flames. It prepared to breathe fire. Dragon's breath! Burn with regret for angering me, human! Lin Tian braced himself for the attack, perfectly calm as he retorted, Is that all you've got? With that, Lin Tian leaped high into the air. He parted the blue dragon's flames and charged straight through them. The blue dragon saw Lin Tian approaching and stared, its eyes wide with disbelief. Without giving the blue dragon a chance to defend itself, Lin Tian immediately swung his sword and slashed it. Thunder Flame. After striking, he landed firmly back on the ground. The blue dragon still refused to admit defeat, starting to get annoyed with Lin Tian. Damn you. If it weren't for that sword, I would have burned you to a crisp by now. Hearing this, Lin Tian feigned surprise just for fun. Lin Tian threw the sword to the ground, then nonchalantly suggested the blue dragon try again. Seeing this, the blue dragon was utterly stunned. It froze for a moment. What did you say? Lin Tian beckoned with his hand and ordered once more, a look of annoyance on his face. Try it again. The blue dragon was still very obedient. It repeated the same full power technique from before. You brought this on yourself. After accumulating enough power, the blue dragon spat out a massive blue flame. Ma Longba. The blue dragon's blue flame shot straight towards Lin Tian. This was an incredibly powerful attack. Lin Tian's expression darkened. He raised his hand, seemingly intending to counter it barehanded. Bring it on. As expected, Lin Tian only needed one hand to block the blue dragon's attack. He clenched his fist as if trying to grasp the flame, and the cave was once again engulfed in the blue dragon's blue fire. By now, Lin Tian had easily blocked the blue dragon's attack. This left the blue dragon resentful. No, impossible. How can a puny human block my Ma Long Ba with his bare hands? Lin Tian then replied calmly, pointing at the blue dragon. We're both at the 9th level of the Yongquan realm. Why wouldn't I be able to block your Ma Long Ba? You're nothing but an outdated relic. I am the true lord of this land now. As if he couldn't wait any longer, Lin Tian quickly made his move. If you're done with your moves, then it's my turn. The blue dragon seemed to have gone mad. It refused to lose, so it decided to attack. I can't die. I have to live. I'm already at the 9th level of the Yongquan realm, just one step away from the TMI realm. I absolutely cannot die here. At this moment, Lin Tian picked up his sword, took his stance, and prepared to unleash an attack. Too late to run. Then, Lin Tian unleashed a technique aimed at finishing the blue dragon. The blue dragon roared as it took the hit. Thunderflame Slash! After taking the full force of Lin Tian's blow, the blue dragon could only flee, having realized the immense gap in their strength. After they regrouped and understood the situation, Lin Tian placed a hand on Leng Yue's shoulder, as if to reassure her. I'll go check out this crystal. Both Leng Yue and Lin Tian walked towards the crystal that encased Leng Yue's parents. He observed the crystal and made a mental note. These runes, they give off a terrifying aura. Curious about these writings, Lin Tian opened the system and gave a command. System, analyze what these runes on the crystal are. The system immediately got to work. Analysis in progress. It didn't take the system long to complete the analysis. It immediately reported the information to Lin Tian. Analysis complete. This is runic energy. The host must evolve to the TMI realm to absorb it. After hearing the information from the system, Lin Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully and remarked, So that's how it is. Looks like there's no way for me to break this crystal right now. Lin Tian continued to think, and then he came up with a brilliant plan. If I can't break it from the top, I'll start from the bottom. Lin Tian slammed his sword hard onto the rocky floor of the cave. Leng Yue witnessed everything he was doing. She asked in surprise, Lin Tian, what are you doing? Lin Tian stopped, turned around to answer Leng Yue with a confident expression, I'm going to dig this crystal up. After speaking, Lin Tian poured all his strength into his sword. He was determined to break the crystal free. Come on out! Thanks to Lin Tian's cleverness, the crystal finally flew up from the ground. After the crystal flew up, it returned to its original spot, but it was no longer deep within the earth. Lin Tian looked exhausted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Finally, got it out. Seeing the crystal unearthed, Leng Yue was momentarily at a loss. What's next? Lin Tian answered Leng Yue's question quickly, touching his own muscles. Move it outside. Inside the cave, the blue dragon was still flying around, looking for a place to hide after its defeat at Lin Tian's hands. Although it had been defeated once, the blue dragon showed no signs of giving up. It thought, that damn human dared to injure me. Once I've recovered, I'll definitely find him and get my revenge. As the blue dragon was flying, it encountered a crystal right in front of it and suddenly stopped. Still, in that same cave, a group of people were resting and chatting. I told you so. Big brother Lin Tian is amazing. That sword strike just now was insane. I wonder how much stronger he is than Songjin Gang. Qin Ye, noticing they were being a bit loud, gave them a reminder. Keep it down. He's still over there. Mo Yun turned around, his eyes filled with anger. So what if he's there? A guy who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. What's there to respect? On the other side, Jin Gang was severely injured, clutching his chest in discomfort. If I hadn't lost an arm, I would have slaughtered all of you scum. While they were resting and talking, they encountered something. They all turned their eyes in one direction in surprise. It was the blue dragon. It had reached Jin Gang's group and attacked them with a technique. Dragon's breath. One person was incinerated by the blue dragon's flames, screaming in agony. The others who witnessed the scene became increasingly vigilant. A dragon! Everyone, be careful! One person shouted orders. Everyone, focus your attacks on this blue dragon. But some were already starting to lose heart in the face of the blue dragon's power. Others had already sprung into action. They charged forward together. Flame slash, ice slash, water dragon's calamity. The blue dragon saw that its power had overwhelmed the people here. It laughed triumphantly. This is the feeling I should have. True power, true domination. The blue dragon continuously breathed fire, incinerating several people. This is the feeling of power. This is the feeling of a ruler. Jin Gang saw this, but he had no intention of joining the fight. This isn't a monster I can beat. I have to retreat immediately. I absolutely cannot die here. However, the blue dragon seemed to have spotted Jin Gang. It was unclear if it would spare him. The answer was no. The blue dragon raised its claws towards Jin Gang, its voice menacing, trying to run, and so Jin Gang couldn't escape. He was caught tightly in the blue dragon's claws. Damn it, I've been spotted. After capturing Jin Gang, the blue dragon was smug. It adopted a superior tone. Did you really think you could escape from my grasp, human? Jin Gang could smell danger. He begged the blue dragon in panic. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything for you! The blue dragon became even more smug. It sneered and asked Jin Gang, a one-armed cripple like you, what do you think you could possibly do for me? Finally, to save himself, Jin Gang negotiated with the blue dragon. I can help you kill all of these cultivators. Seeing Jin Gang betray his comrades, everyone was furious. Song Jin Gang, you bastard! Selling us out just to save your own skin. Big brother Lin should have just killed you with one strike. You piece of shit! As for the blue dragon, it seemed Jin Gang's offer wasn't enough to move it. That alone isn't enough to keep you alive. I could kill them in the blink of an eye. Next, Jin Gang made an even more tempting offer. I can get you out of this singularity. Hearing this, the blue dragon felt like it had found a lifeline. It was surprised. You can get me out? Jin Gang looked in a certain direction, then showed his determination that he could help the blue dragon. I can use the spiritual power of the singularity's teleportation gate. With enough spiritual energy, I can break this seal and help you enter the outside world. At this moment, the blue dragon said nothing, but suddenly unleashed an immense power. The fierce surge of energy made it look even more ferocious and crazed. Yu Qing, witnessing Jin Gang's treachery, spoke out in anger. Song Jin Gang, how dare you betray humanity? Fei Fei couldn't hold back either. She shared Yu Qing's sentiment. You ungrateful beast, don't forget that it was humanity that raised you. But he still looked pleased with himself. Ungrateful? This is called being a wise man who adapts to the times. After hearing Jin Gang's words, the blue dragon just chuckled. It said, a wise man who adapts to the times, you say? Well said. Then, the blue dragon made a show of power, ordering Jin Gang, I'll give you a chance to prove your worth. Tong Jin Gang roared, unleashing all his power to help the blue dragon, as well as himself. Gradually, Tong Jin Gang's cloak caught the blue dragon's flame, but it didn't burn away. Tong Jin Gang's hand also changed strangely, as if it had transformed into something like the blue dragon's. Su Yuting and Fei Fei witnessed everything, both of them extremely worried about the situation. Seeing that the dark transformation was about to succeed, the blue dragon gleefully urged him on. Now, prove your worth. Tong Jin Gang finally transformed successfully. One of his hands had the exact same structure as the blue dragon's. Understood, Lord Blue Dragon. Su Yuting turned to Fei Fei beside her and said, Fei Fei, we can't let this traitor escape. Fei Fei replied, that's right, we have to stop him, even if we have to risk our lives. Tong Jin Gang smirked and scoffed. You two think you can stop me? That's absolutely ridiculous. Tong Jin Gang raised his sword, a wave of power radiating from it as he spoke arrogantly. Let's see what you two've got. Ma Chu, standing behind them, tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, let's just talk this out. Don't fight amongst ourselves. Su Yuting immediately brushed him off. Get out of the way. Don't interfere. Su Yuting waved her hand, and a series of ice-cold chains appeared as her voice rang out. Frozen chains. Take this. Tong Jin Gang laughed arrogantly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Too weak. Tong Jin Gang swung his sword forward, instantly slicing through Su Yuting's incoming chains. Fei Fei suddenly appeared from behind. Her legs were wreathed in flames. Fei Fei launched a kick at Tong Jin Gang. Suddenly, Tong Jin Gang's entire arm transformed, and hard scales grew over it. Tong Jin Gang grabbed Fei Fei's leg, managing to stop her attack just in time. Fei Fei's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise that the enemy had blocked her strike. Tong Jin Gang turned his head, his hand still gripping her ankle, and gave a demonic smile. Tong Jin Gang slammed her down, and Fei Fei's entire body smashed into the rocky ground. Tong Jin Gang raised a hand and drew the sword from his back. Fei Fei's eyes widened, her mind reeling in shock. Damn it, I can't dodge this. Tong Jin Gang gritted his teeth, gripped the hilt of his sword, and swung it down with all his might toward Fei Fei. He suddenly froze for a moment, his mind filled with confusion. What is this? What's this strange feeling? In the distance, Su Yuting was chanting a spell, icy chains flying around her. Su Yuting's voice rang out, "Let Fei Fei go." Su Yuting's chains stopped Tong Jin Gang's fatal blow. He angrily swung his arm, slashing away the chains binding him. Covered in injuries, Fei Fei said gratefully, "Thanks, Su Yuting." Su Yuting ran to help Fei Fei up, reminding her, "Fei Fei, we have to be careful of his attacks." Tong Jin Gang frowned at Su Yuting and Fei Fei and said angrily, "You two were lucky just now, but your luck has just run out." Tong Jin Gang slammed his sword into the ground, and a shockwave instantly erupted. He yelled, "Let's see what other tricks you've got." The ground shattered into pieces, and the tremor launched both Fei Fei and Su Yuting into the air. Rocks fell below as a chasm opened in the ground. Fei Fei and Su Yuting fell straight into the deep pit. Their bodies were in free fall, colliding hard with the solid ground below. Fei Fei's body was covered in wounds. She struggled to sit up, her eyes turning towards Su Yuting nearby. Fei Fei crawled towards the unconscious Su Yuting, calling out worriedly, "Su Yuting, wake up!" Su Yuting's eyes were closed, her body motionless. Fei Fei's mind filled with dread. Damn it, Su Yuting's injuries are too severe. From behind, Tong Jin Gang flew down. He spoke arrogantly. "Do you understand the difference in our power now?" Fei Fei frowned, retorting angrily, Tong Jin Gang, you shameless disgrace to humanity, who only knows how to kneel and beg for your life. When Lin Tian gets back, he'll definitely make you pay." Tong Jin Gang chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, even if he doesn't come, I'll go find him myself." A massive amount of power was unleashed from Tong Jin Gang as he screamed, "After all, my power is terrifying now." Tong Jin Gang swung his sword fiercely, and a slash flew towards Fei Fei and Su Yuting. He roared, "Die!" Fei Fei held Su Yuting tightly in her arms, thinking, "Lin Tian, I'm sorry." A surge of energy appeared before the two of them, directly blocking Tong Jin Gang's attack. That energy absorbed Tong Jin Gang's slash and then slowly faded away. Fei Fei opened her eyes, looked forward, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Ma Chu walked up from behind and said, "You scared me to death. For a second there, I had no idea how I was going to face big bro Lin Tian." Fei Fei turned her head, looking at Ma Chu with surprise and confusion. Ma Chu. The image of his previous attack flashed through Tong Jin Gang's mind. Tong Jin Gang said, "My last attack wasn't fatal. That was your doing too, wasn't it?" Ma Chu raised a hand to scratch his head and admitted, "Big bro Tong Jin Gang, you really are amazing. There's no hiding my little tricks from you." Ma Chu pointed a finger to the sky and suggested, "So how about this? Let's just call it a day here, okay?" Tong Jin Gang thought to himself, "I've never seen this brat's abilities before. I have to be careful." He replied, "What are you trying to say?" Ma Chu spread his hands and explained, "What I mean is, you take that dragon and leave this singularity right now, and then we'll pretend none of this ever happened. All right?" Fei Fei suddenly turned and said decisively, "No way. If we let that dragon leave the singularity, the army outside will be completely unprepared. Who knows how many people will die then?" Ma Chu raised a hand to scratch his cheek and tried to persuade her, "Sis, you and Su Yuting are seriously injured. You need treatment right away. Otherwise, when Big Bro Lin Tian gets back, how am I supposed to face him? Besides, I was just here for the experience at first. I never expected to run into a situation like this." Ma Chu tried to convince Fei Fei, "Sis, just listen to your little bro here. Even if those two get out, they won't be able to cause any real trouble." Ma Chu's words provoked Tong Jin Gang. This Tong Jin Gang guy is just some loser who already lost to Big Bro Lin Tian. When Big Bro gets back, taking care of him will be a piece of cake, right? Tong Jin Gang swung his arm, and 3 slashes flew straight at Ma Chu as he roared in fury. "You wanna die?" Ma Chu took a small step back and yelled, "So scary. Big Bro Tong, you're so intimidating. I'm about to be overwhelmed by your presence." Tong Jin Gang continuously attacked Ma Chu as his voice rang out, 10/flame strike. Ma Chu stood calmly, neutralizing all of Tong Jin Gang's moves. Ma Chu replied nonchalantly, "Big Bro Tong, let's just stop here. I'm a pacifist." Tong Jin Gang gritted his teeth and yelled in anger, "Damn you. If you've got any guts, stop using these cheap tricks and come face my attack head on." Ma Chu said calmly, "Getting angry, Big Bro Tong? I've been physically weak since I was a kid, so I hate fighting head on like this. But..." Ma Chu's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he said softly, "That doesn't mean I don't have my own strengths." As soon as he finished speaking, all of Tong Jin Gang's previous slashes reappeared, all turning towards him. The slashes glowed, flying straight at where Tong Jin Gang was standing. Tong Jin Gang's face filled with terror, his eyes wide as he watched helplessly as the attack rushed toward him. The attack collided with Tong Jingang's body, and the sound of the explosion echoed through the space. Tong Jingang collapsed, his hand leaning on his sword, which was stuck in the ground. Tong Jingang looked up and yelled angrily, "You shameless brat! What the hell kind of power did you awaken?" Ma Chu spread his hands and replied nonchalantly, "Oh? Who in their right mind would tell someone else about their own abilities?" Ma Chu continued, his voice mocking, "Just take the dragon and go, big bro Tong. There's no point in us fighting like this." Tong Jingang gripped his sword tightly and charged at Ma Chu, his voice booming, "I am Tong Jingang. I could never lose to a shameless punk like you." Ma Chu flicked his wrist lightly, and a spatial rift appeared, directly neutralizing Tong Jingang's attack. He said, "Big bro Tong, that attack of yours will only end up hurting yourself." From behind, Tong Jingang's own slash appeared, flying right back at him. Tong Jingang cried out in pain. Kim Kuang launched a barrage of attacks at Mach Thursday. He declared, "I don't believe it." Mach Thu stood still, raising one hand, and summoned a series of spatial rifts to block Kim Kuang's attack. Kim Kuang's attack was deflected, and he was hit by his own technique. His thoughts were filled with helplessness. This brat's power is just too damn weird. Do I really not stand a chance? From a distance, Fei Fei watched intently, her thoughts racing. What in the world is this power? Is he really that strong? Kim Kuang raised his sword, and a blue flame erupted from it. He shouted angrily, "Mach Thu, I refuse to believe you can absorb this flame too." Kim Kuang plunged his sword into the ground, and a fierce flame blazed up. His voice rang out, "Flame shockwave." Kim Kuang's blue flame shot towards Mach Thursday. He stood still, his face remaining calm. Mach Thu calmly raised both hands forward, and a spatial rift appeared, directly absorbing Kim Kuang's attack. A rift appeared where Kim Kuang was, and the flames began to engulf his body. Kim Kuang collapsed, his thoughts filled with despair. Why? Why did I lose? Mach Thu walked over and said softly, "Tong Kim Kuang, this nonsense should end now." Lam Long suddenly appeared from behind Mach Thu, laughing excitedly. Now that was fun. Mach Thu turned his head, his eyes widening. He flinched in surprise at what was behind him. Lam Long pierced its leg through Mach Thu's body, and blood spurted from him. From afar, Fei Fei held Wu Ting in her arms and screamed in alarm, "Mach Thu!" Kim Kuang looked towards Lam Long and cried out, "Lord Lam Long." Lam Long slowly lifted Mach Thu's body into the air, saying, "Using the spiritual energy of you human cultivators, not only have my injuries healed, but I've also reached a stronger realm." Lam Long swung its leg forcefully, slamming Mach Thu's entire body into the ground. It continued, "Next, I will leave this singularity and take revenge on the humans who once sealed me." Lam Long smiled, a blue flame enveloping its body. Lam Long said in a low voice, "I will make them pay the price." Kim Kuang crawled towards Lam Long, his voice pleading, "Lord Lam Long, please take me with you. I am willing to serve you and help you conquer the world." Lam Long glanced down at Kim Kuang, its voice hesitating. "Your performance was indeed very good." However, Lam Long grabbed Kim Kuang's head and said coldly, "I have no need for a weakling." Kim Kuang trembled and begged, "No, Lord Lam Long, I've given everything for you. You can't." Lam Long squeezed Kim Kuang's head tightly. His body thrashed as he screamed in agony. A moment later, Kim Kuang went completely still. Lam Long held up his body, inspecting it. It slowly turned its head and spoke. "Next, it's your turn." Fei Fei, supporting Wu Tin, was startled by Lam Long's words. Mach Thu struggled to get up. He said to Fei Fei, "Sister-in-law, you two, come here. I have something to tell you." Fei Fei frowned, tilting her head slightly towards Mach Thu, and whispered, "What is it?" Mach Thu pressed his hand against the wound on his chest and said softly, "The moment Lam Long launches its attack, I'll create a spatial rift. It will lead to the exit of the singularity. When I do, you immediately take Wu Tin and go through." Fei Fei looked at the wound on Mach Thu's body and asked, "What about you? You can't possibly stay here alone. You'll die." Mach Thu stood up and said with a smile, "Big brother Lam Tian entrusted you to me, so I have to get you out safely." Just as he finished speaking, Lam Long flapped its wings and flew towards the three of them. It screamed, "Die!" Mach Thu frowned and shouted a signal to Fei Fei. "Now!" Mach Thu thrust his hand to one side, and a spatial portal appeared right next to Fei Fei and Wu Tin. Mach Thu leaned forward, urging them on. "This is it, go now!" Fei Fei supported Wu Tin's body, calling back as she walked towards the portal. "Mach Thu, you have to survive." With that, both Fei Fei and Wu Tin stepped through the portal in front of them, their figures fading and then disappearing. On this side, Lam Long swung its legs hard at Mach Thu, inflicting another large wound on his body. Lam Long looked at Mach Thu and said coldly, "If you want to be a hero so badly, then I'll let you die first." Mach Thu lay on the ground, his voice trembling with defiance. "You want to kill me? You think it's going to be that easy?" The scene shifts to Lan Nuit and Lam Tian. He rested his hands on his thighs, breathing heavily. Lam Tian exclaimed, "I'm dead tired. This thing is so heavy." Lam Tian rushed to support Fei Fei, asking worriedly, "Mach Thu, what happened to him?" What about your injuries? Fei Fei averted her gaze and replied softly, to protect me and Wutin so we could escape, Mok Thu was gravely injured by a very powerful Lam Long. Lam Thien realized something, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that Lam Long that escaped? Lam Thien started walking forward, calling back. All right, I'm going now. Len Wei, you and Fei Fei take Wutin and Tui Tin and get out of here, as fast as you can. Lan Nweit supported Wu Tin's body and said to Lam Tien, let me go with you. Didn't Fei Fei say that Lam Long has already evolved to the Iron Vein realm? Lam Tien smiled faintly, gently reassuring her. Don't worry. I will definitely bring Mok Thu back. Lan Nweit looked down, anxiety clear on her face. She thought to herself, Lam Tien, you have to come back alive. The scene shifts deep inside a stone cave, where the battle between Mok Thu and Lam Long was still raging. Mok Thu was sent flying, his entire body slamming hard against the stone floor. Mok Thu struggled to sit up and muttered softly, okay, that actually hurt a bit. Mok Thu raised his hand to the side, trying to create another spatial rift, but it seemed he didn't have enough energy. The rift flickered weakly and then vanished. Mok Thu lowered his hand, a thought flashing in his mind. Am I out of spiritual power? Lam Long approached. It explained, the reason you can't tear open a spatial rift isn't because you lack spiritual power, but because I've been using my own to forcibly close any rift you tear open. Lam Long's eyes suddenly glowed. It asked Mok Thu in a low voice, how does it feel to wait for death? Mok Thu leaned his back against the cave wall and replied softly, honestly, not great, but this isn't the first time I've experienced it. Lam Long jabbed its foot hard into Mok Thu, and blood spurted out of him. It screamed, then today, I'll be sure to beat you until you beg for mercy. Lam Long opened its mouth, and a blue flame appeared within it. Lam Long exhaled, and the flame shot straight into Mok Thu's stomach, sending him flying backward. Mok Thu collapsed, his entire body lying motionless on the stone floor. Lam Long slowly approached him. Mok Thu smiled and taunted Lam Long. The toughest part on this old man is my mouth. You're just not gonna cut it, you little punk. Lam Long flapped its wings hard, and a flame appeared, shooting forward rapidly. It roared in fury. Go to hell. The flame shot straight towards Mok Thursday. He could only lie motionless on the stone floor, at the mercy of the enemy's attack hurtling towards him. Suddenly, someone appeared, directly blocking Lam Long's fatal blow. Lam Long narrowed its eyes, recognizing the person in front of it. It exclaimed, it's you! Lam Thien had appeared, holding a blazing red sword, his spiritual power surging outwards. Lam Thien's eyes were fixed on Lam Long. He spoke to Mok Thu with gratitude. Mok Thu, thank you so much for this. I owe you one. When we get out, Mok Thu pushed himself up slightly and replied, don't jinx it. I don't want to die yet. Lam Thien smiled faintly, reassuring Mok Thu. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. Lam Thien turned to Lam Long and said, I didn't kill you before because I was worried about Lan Wei's safety, but this time, you're not getting away. Lam Long's eyes blazed, its power seemingly erupting. It roared arrogantly, with just you? I've already successfully evolved to the Iron Vein realm, while you're merely at the peak of the 9th level of the Courageous Spring Realm. Killing you now would be as simple as crushing an ant. Lam Thien frowned. Oh, if you think you're so great, then let's see if you've really got what it takes. Lam Thien suddenly moved, bending his knees to launch himself forward and attack the enemy. Lam Thien ran straight towards where Lam Long was standing and leaped over its head. Lam Long turned its head to look at Lam Thien, a blue flame enveloping its body. Lam Long exclaimed, child's play. Lam Long powerfully beat its wings, sending a torrent of fire straight at Lin Tian. He calmly dodged the attack. Lin Tian slashed his sword into Lam Long, and a stream of red blood instantly gushed out. Lin Tian frowned, thinking to himself that the defense of an Iron Vein realm creature was truly tough. But then, Lin Tian raised his sword towards Lam Long, and a shard of ice shot towards it. His voice rang out, thunder flame burst slash. Lam Long powerfully beat its wings, and a gust of wind deflected Lin Tian's attack. A line of text appeared, Dragon's fiery defense burst. Lam Long spun around, its tail whipping straight into Lin Tian. He was knocked backward. Lin Tian was sent flying, his entire body slamming hard against a nearby cliff face. Lin Tian planted his sword into the ground, struggling to stay upright. His voice rang out, the Iron Vein realm. Is this all you've got? Lam Long ground its teeth, roaring in fury. You damn pest! Why aren't you dead yet? Lin Tian thrust his sword towards Lam Long, and the icy crystal flew towards it. He yelled, thunder flame burst slash. Lam Long let out a roar as its spiritual energy gathered like a shield, blocking Lin Tian's strike. Lam Long's voice rang out, Dragon Mark Flash! It raised one of its front legs, and a gust of wind shot towards Lin Tian. Lam Long roared, Spiritual Energy Storm. The wind, like 1,000 blades, flew at Lin Tian, knocking him straight back. Lam Long spoke, its voice dripping with arrogance. This is the gap between you and me. Blood trickled from Lin Tian's mouth as he muttered. As expected of someone at the peak of the Courage Spring Realm, fighting an Iron Vein realm is a little draining, huh? Lam Long held its head high, its voice filled with disbelief. A little draining? Watch what you say. You speak as if you're deliberately holding back your power. Lin Tian smirked and replied, That's right, I am holding back. Lam Long's thoughts raced in panic. What? He said he's holding back his power? Don't tell me he's also reached the Iron Vein realm? Lam Long replied with contempt. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a pathetic little human possibly reach the Iron Vein realm? Lin Tian planted his sword in the ground. I originally wanted to achieve my breakthrough in a safe place, he said. After all, it's my first one. Plus, I didn't know what might happen, so I've been keeping my spiritual energy under control. Lin Tian cracked his knuckles and closed his eyes, his voice laced with hidden meaning. But now, you've killed every cultivator in this singularity. Fei Fei and the others have already escaped safely, so it doesn't matter what happens anymore. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of Lin Tian. Host's spiritual energy is full. Evolve to Iron Vein Realm? Yes? No? Without a second thought, Lin Tian decisively pressed yes on the screen. In an instant, an immense source of power erupted from him. Startled, Lam Long stumbled back a few steps, shouting in confusion. What? Lin Tian glared at Lam Long and said in a low voice, Now, come on. The beast's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was inwardly shocked. How is this possible? A pathetic human. How could he reach the Iron Vein realm? But even as it thought this, observing the Lin Tian before it, the beast was forced to admit one thing, the aura coming off him. It's making me feel afraid. Just then, his face cold, he spoke in a low voice. What's wrong? Too scared to attack? Lam Long immediately flew into a rage and lunged at Lin Tian. You're just temporarily borrowing someone else's power. Let me show you what real. Before it could finish its sentence, a numbing sensation shot through its body, making it flinch. Somehow, Lin Tian had already plunged the sharp tip of his sword into Lam Long's body. Fresh blood trickled from the wound. He feigned helplessness and clicked his tongue. Oops, my bad. I just had my breakthrough, so my control is a little off. I almost killed you there. In an instant, a terrifying pressure radiated from Lin Tian, and his expression turned grim. Don't worry. After how horribly you tormented Fei Fei and the others, I won't let you die that easily. Lam Long clearly didn't take his threat seriously, merely snorting, You're asking to die. The moment it spoke, it unleashed its wave fist. Sharp claws tore through the air, arriving in front of Lin Tian in a flash. But he didn't even flinch. His figure flickered, and he skillfully dodged Lam Long's entire attack. Faced with this, the beast finally began to panic, wondering, how is he so fast? Don't tell me he's actually entered the Iron Vein realm, just like me? In the moment Lam Long was distracted, Lin Tian launched a powerful counterattack. Thunder Flame Slash. Lam Long staggered backward, instinctively clutching its bleeding chest. Without stopping, Lin Tian pointed his sword at it and declared, My next strike is for your left abdomen. Don't squirm, or I might slip and kill you. That would be a pain to explain. Constantly being challenged by a human, Lam Long roared in fury, its entire body erupting with intense killing intent. Damn you! It poured all its strength into one final killing blow, Dragon Claw Windblade Slash. But faced with that immense pressure, Lin Tian just coldly swung his sword. Lightning Flash! Slash! Once again, he neutralized Lam Long's technique. The two streams of spiritual energy clashed violently in midair, erupting in a blinding flash of light. In that moment of chaos, Lin Tian's figure flickered, appearing behind Lam Long. It detected him instantly, whipping around with a growl to launch another attack. The Dragon Claw Windblade shot towards Lin Tian, closing in until it was barely an inch away. Yet, Lin Tian still dodged it with ease. His figure vanished again, suddenly reappearing behind Lam Long. The sharp tip of his sword plunged straight into Lam Long's abdomen. It let out a roar of agony. It looked down at the bleeding wound, its heart filled with panic and disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Tian calmly withdrew his sword, muttering with a serious expression, That's for Fei Fei and Yu Qing. Next, it's time to settle the score for Mo Chiu. By now, Lam Long was terrified. It quickly calculated its options. This kid is a monster. I can't keep fighting him. I have to find a way to escape. As it thought this, its gaze fell upon Mo Chiu. I'll use your life to cover my escape. The next second, Lam Long launched a surprise attack, aiming straight for him. Die! Unfortunately, Mo Chiu was too gravely injured to even move and dodge. Lin Tian finally realized Lam Long's intention. His face instantly darkened as he ground his teeth and cursed, Bastard! Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward to shield Mo Chiu, blocking Lam Long's attack. The beast seized the opportunity to turn and flee, letting out a triumphant laugh as it went. Lin Tian couldn't spare it a thought, bending down to anxiously ask Mo Chiu, Are you okay? The other boy struggled to sit up. Lin Tian, forget about me. You can't let that dragon get away. He turned his head in the direction Lam Long had fled, his expression turning incredibly grim. Escape? It's not getting away. A moment later, Lin Tian turned back and instructed in a low voice, Mochiu, you have to promise to keep the skill I'm about to use a secret. The boy looked confused for a moment, but ultimately nodded in trust. Okay. With that confirmation, Lin Tian immediately assumed a serious combat stance. In a flash, countless streams of spiritual energy swirled around him, his aura surging ever higher. Mo Chiu instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself, is this the power of the Iron Vein realm? Does Lin Tian have spiritual energy with 3 different attributes? On his side, Lin Tian's preparations were complete. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he growled, now die. The next second, his sword flashed as intertwined rays of spiritual energy erupted. Thunderflame Extreme Light Slash. The attack, carrying immense power, shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight in one direction. Its target was Lam Long. The beast hadn't gotten far before it instinctively froze. What is this aura? Before it could even turn its head to look, Lam Long felt a searing pain shoot down its spine as its chest was torn open. Its jaw went slack as it coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, trembling and unable to speak. What? Quickly, its heavy body collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as a tragic scream echoed through the area. Witnessing it all, Mo Chi was frozen to the spot. That's too strong. Is that really the kind of power someone in the Iron Vein realm can achieve? Filled with this doubt, as soon as Lin Tian helped him up, Mo Chiu pressed him. Lin Tian, are you really in the Iron Vein realm? The other boy didn't answer, suddenly changing the subject back to him. You're actually pretty amazing, you know. I never thought you could push the blue dragon into such a pathetic state. You obviously have so much power, so why do you have to pretend to be useless? Mo Chiu lowered his head and hesitantly explained, because I'm afraid that one day I'll lose control. The ability I awakened is spatial division. He knew very well that once he lost control, the damage it could cause would be incalculable. Lin Tian could only pat Mo Chiu's shoulder gently, reassuring him, great power indeed needs to be used with caution, but you don't have to be afraid. Lin Tian supported him as they walked out, his tone incredibly sincere. As long as you master it, you can use it to protect more people instead of becoming its slave. The scene changes to a military camp, where an urgent announcement rings out. The blue dragon in the singularity point has evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Lin Tian and Mo Chiu are trying to hold it off. Hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression changed slightly. What? There's a dragon? What about the other cultivators? Fei Fei hesitated before lowering her head to report the situation honestly. They were all killed by the blue dragon. The other person's eyes widened in disbelief. They're all dead? They were all cultivators at the 7th Brave Spring stage. Lan Yue then explained, the blue dragon evolved to the Iron Vein realm. Its power is beyond our imagination. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Feng was devastated. He mumbled, his lips trembling, the Iron Vein realm. What kind of existence is that? Just then, Fei Fei anxiously urged Mr. Han Xiaofeng, immediately form a team to go to the singularity point and support Lin Tian, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Lan Yu also nodded in agreement. That's right. Chu Liu, if we don't act, Lin Tian and Mo Chiu might not be able to hold on. Only then did Xiaofeng pull himself together, quickly replying, yes, young miss. I will immediately form an elite team to enter the singularity point. The assembly process was quick, and soon the entire team was in front of the singularity point. The leader gave the command, Squad 1, check ammunition reserves. Squad 2, review the tactical plan one more time. The entire team shouted in unison, yes, sir. Just then, the crowd heard a noise coming from the singularity point. They immediately raised their weapons, ready for battle. The commander yelled at the top of his lungs, everyone on high alert. We absolutely cannot let the blue dragon enter this world. Lin Tian and Mo Chiu walked out to this very scene, utterly bewildered by the countless gun barrels pointed at them. Fei Fei cried out with joy, Lin Tian, you're okay. That's great, Lan Yue hurriedly asked. Are you hurt? He walked towards them and chuckled softly. I'm fine. Don't worry. Fei Fei, what are all these soldiers doing? She answered honestly. We were going to go in and help you kill the blue dragon. As soon as he heard this, Lin Tian cut her off. Don't worry, the blue dragon is already dead. The moment he said that, everyone present was stunned. Xiao Feng blurted out, what? Brother Lin Tian, are you saying you defeated the blue dragon that was at the Iron Vein realm? He slowly nodded in confirmation. Yeah. There's no more danger in the singularity point now. You can all go in and check if there are any lucky survivors. The blue dragon's corpse is in there. I doubt anything can threaten you all now. Xiao Feng quickly regained his composure and formulated a plan. If Brother Lin Tian says it's fine, then we'll go check. With that, he personally led the entire team into the singularity point to search for any lucky survivors. The team shouted in unison, yes, sir. Soon, the sound of the entire army's hurried footsteps echoed throughout the singularity point. After a certain distance, Xiaofeng and his team stopped dead in their tracks, their faces filled with disbelief. Before their eyes was the corpse of the blue dragon, lying on the ground, its body covered in countless sword wounds and mangled flesh. The crowd immediately broke into a buzz of discussion. Is that really a dragon? This is the first time I've ever seen one. They couldn't stop exclaiming in awe. Brother Lin Tian is so damn strong. The traces of this battle are more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Xiao Feng, for his part, was frozen for a few seconds, a sense of terror rising in his heart. Brother Lin Tian killed a dragon? And a dragon at the Iron Vein realm, no less. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to only happen in novels? Very quickly, Xiao Feng collected himself and hurriedly ordered his subordinates to search for survivors. Someone immediately shouted, "There's someone alive over here. We need assistance." The scene changes to another area, in a room filled with medical supply cabinets. Mo Chiu was lying on a hospital bed, being treated by medical staff for his injuries. Soon, one of them turned to report to Lin Tian. His wounds have been treated. He didn't lose much blood, so his life isn't in danger for now. He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Mo Chiu. "How are you feeling?" The other man let out a soft breath and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna die." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Lin Tian, I have a favor to ask you." Lin Tian listened seriously and asked directly, "What is it?" Mo Chiu just gave a weak smile. "Please keep my true strength a secret for now." Lin Tian agreed without hesitation. "Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't either." The other man replied gratefully, "Thank you." After checking on him, Lin Tian turned to leave. "If you're okay, I'm going to visit Lan Yue's parents." Lin Tian's footsteps soon came to a halt inside the research lab. The atmosphere was somewhat quiet. As soon as he entered, he asked, "How's the research going?" The people inside turned their heads in surprise. Liu An nodded slightly as a greeting. "Lin Tian, you're here." Lan Yue then seriously recounted the current situation. "We still haven't found a way to break the crystal. According to Lu An's report, this crystal seal is extremely durable. We've tried many methods, but it seems we still can't break its structure." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes in thought. "I remember the system notification said that once I reach the Iron Vein realm, I can absorb the power of this rune." He calculated silently. "I've now successfully broken through to the Iron Vein realm. It's the perfect time to try absorbing some of it." Putting his thoughts into action, Lin Tian took the initiative and suggested, "I can try to see if I can open it. Everyone except Lan Yue, please step outside for a moment." Lu An was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. "Ah, okay." With that, he led the group of people out of the research lab. Now, only Lin Tian and Lan Yue were left in the room. She looked curious. "Lin Tian, what are you going to do? Do you need my help?" He lightly touched the crystal block in front of him and slowly explained, "A powerful energy is sealed within this crystal. This power is extremely unstable, and its existence is what makes the crystal so durable, almost indestructible." At this point, Lin Tian's expression gradually became solemn. "I'm going to absorb that energy. I'll use my spiritual energy to guide it into my body, and that will break the seal on the crystal." Lan Yue couldn't help but panic, frantically asking a barrage of questions. "You want to absorb that energy? Will doing that hurt you? This power is too immense. Will you be able to withstand it?" Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, reassuring her softly, "Don't worry, this little bit of energy is nothing to me." The very next second, his tone suddenly became serious. "However, after this incident, I've realized that you guys are maturing too slowly. The dangers you'll face in the future might be impossible for you to handle." Lan Yue frowned but said nothing, though she silently retorted in her head, "Slow my ass. You're the one who's too fast. It's only been a few months since I met you, and you've already broken through to the Iron Vein realm." A moment later, Lin Tian carefully instructed her, "So, while I'm absorbing the energy from the crystal, I'm preparing to simultaneously transfer some spiritual energy to you to raise your strength a bit so you can handle future dangers." Lan Yue was startled. "What? You want to transfer spiritual energy to me? Don't tell me you've also awakened an ice attribute spiritual energy?" Lin Tian shook his head, denying it. "No, I only have spiritual energy with the 3 attributes of lightning, fire, and light." The other girl was even more confused. "Then how will you give it to me? My body can't handle spiritual energy of other attributes." Lin Tian didn't answer right away, recalling the system notification from before. The item he received for successfully evolving to the Iron Vein realm was a spirit energy pill. Just by consuming it, one's body could gain a new spiritual energy attribute. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. "Don't worry, I happen to find a treasure in the singularity that's perfect for you," he said, then took out the spirit chi pill and handed it to Lan Yue. She was speechless with shock. "This is..." Lan Yue was so startled she subconsciously stepped back, stammering, "Isn't this the spirit chi pill mentioned in the ancient texts? This kind of medicinal pill is extremely rare. It's said that only alchemists from ancient times could craft them, and now they're completely impossible to find." Lin Tian was nonchalant. Since you already know, I don't need to explain. Hurry up and swallow it. She frantically waved her hands in refusal. No, I can't. This pill is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it. You'll definitely have a use for it later. Lin Tian frowned slightly, his stern tone leaving no room for refusal. Stop overthinking it. I have plenty of ways to get stronger. I don't need this one pill. Besides, the reason I want you to take it is because it's the only way you'll be able to withstand the power that's coming. Otherwise, your body won't be able to handle it at all. Since he'd put it that way, Lan Yue had no choice but to obediently accept the spirit chi pill. All right, I'll take it. The next second, she popped the pill into her mouth without hesitation. In an instant, Lan Yue's body began to tremble violently. She curled up, hugging herself tightly. This spiritual energy, it's so powerful. My body feels like it's about to break. The amount of spiritual energy surged higher and higher, and blood even started to trickle from the corner of Lan Yue's mouth. A numbing sensation shot up her spine. Unable to bear it, she let out a piercing scream. Lin Tian saw that things were going wrong and quickly reassured her. Calm down. Don't resist the flow of spiritual energy. I'll help you guide it. Lan Yue obediently followed his instructions, allowing Lin Tian to lightly touch the top of her head. He placed his other hand on the crystal block next to them and slowly released the spiritual energy within him. Soon, a golden stream of spiritual energy covered Lin Tian's hand on the crystal block. A formation array opened up. Lan Yue felt a strange spiritual energy entering her body, and her eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? He gave a faint smirk. From this day on, you'll also be a dual attribute cultivator. She felt dizzy for a moment, wondering, what? Lin Tian can actually help me become a dual attribute cultivator? Meanwhile, he continued to channel spiritual power from the crystal block into Lan Yue. Just like that, abundant streams of energy flowed from the crystal block into Lin Tian's body. Then, he simultaneously synchronized and transferred a portion of that spiritual energy to Lan Yue. Lin Tian smiled and said, from today on, this power belongs to you. Not long after, with the subsequent events unknown, he finished his work and returned home. Fei Fei ran out joyfully to greet him, affectionately linking her arm with his. Welcome home, she asked softly. Have Lan Yue's parents been rescued? He nodded slightly. They're saved. They're in a coma at the hospital now, but they're expected to wake up in a few days. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. Where's Lan Yue? Is she okay? Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa and replied with a smile. She's fine, but she just awakened a new ability, so the hospital advised her to stay for observation to see if there are any side effects. Fei Fei was puzzled. A new ability? What attribute is it? Lin Tian frowned slightly and answered wearily, go ask her yourself. I'm not saying any more. Just then, Fei Fei's phone suddenly rang. Huh? Who's calling at this hour? What could it be? He glanced over. Who is it? Why do you look so surprised? Fei Fei explained, it's a very good friend of mine. So Mong Jiao. She rarely ever calls me first. That said, as soon as she answered the call, Fei Fei's voice became bright and cheerful. Hello, Mong Jiao. What's up? The person on the other end got straight to the point. Fei Fei, there's a cultivator from our Tan city named Ma Chu participating in the martial arts tournament. Have you met him? Fei Fei frowned in confusion. Mong Jiao, what's wrong? You don't sound okay. The other person urgently explained. Tan city has been hit by a catastrophic anomaly. The army, the cultivators, they've all been wiped out. Fei Fei shot up in alarm, firing off a series of urgent questions. What? A catastrophic anomaly? Are you okay? Where are you? Meng Jiao quickly replied. I'm safe for now, hiding in an underground shelter, but the situation is terrible. Her voice was filled with unconcealed anxiety. All the cultivators have died in battle, and the army has been almost completely slaughtered. I don't know what to do anymore. Fei Fei quickly tried to calm her down. Meng Jiao, don't panic. I'll go tell my grandfather right away. We'll definitely save everyone. The other person shared hesitantly. To be honest, I don't have much hope. I called to ask you to tell Ma Chu not to come back. He's too weak. If he returns, he'll definitely die. Just let him stay with you guys from now on. Tan City has become a living hell. Hearing this, Fei Fei subconsciously looked at the person beside her, her eyes filled with hope, and called out softly, Lin Tian. He casually shrugged and declared loudly, the time it takes me to resolve the crisis in Tan City depends on how long it takes to fly there from here. With that answer, Fei Fei immediately turned back to reassure the person on the phone. Meng Jiao, don't worry, I will definitely get you out of there. The other person's voice choked up. Thank you, Fei Fei, I really... Her voice suddenly cut off. Fei Fei was so anxious she stomped her foot. Hello? Meng Jiao, are you still there? Lin Tian slowly stood up and advised in a low voice. Don't rush. I'll handle things in Tan City. You go prepare a helicopter. I'll go meet Ma Chu to discuss a specific plan of action. Fei Fei agreed decisively. All right, I'll get it ready right away. Not long after, the scene shifted to the hospital area. Warm sunlight shone through the windows. In his hospital room, Ma Chu was leisurely sunbathing, enjoying a cool drink in his hand. Lin Tian suddenly walked in and asked with a serious face, "You're almost recovered, aren't you?" Ma Chu pretended to be weak, collapsing back onto the bed and saying in a trembling voice, "Big bro Lin Tian, I can't take it anymore. I'm afraid I don't have much longer to live." He sighed helplessly, then said through gritted teeth, "Tan Than City has been attacked by a catastrophic anomaly. Most of the cultivators and soldiers in the city have been wiped out." Fei Fei's best friend, So Mengjiao, called. As soon as he heard that name, Ma Chu shot up in alarm. So Mengjiao? Did something happen to her? Lin Tian was a little curious. "You know her?" the other man stammered in reply. She's the daughter of our Cultivator Association's president. Everyone in the association knows her." Observing this reaction, Lin Tian immediately noticed something was off and thought to himself, could it be that he has a thing for So Mengjiao? Putting that aside for the moment, he got straight to the point. "I need to go to Tantan City to save her now. I need a guide who knows the terrain. Is your body up for the trip?" All traces of Ma Chu's previous weakness were gone. He decisively threw off the blanket and got out of bed, his tone firm. "Don't worry, I can guide you through Tantan City with my eyes closed." In the equipment room, Lin Tian said coldly, "I need a laptop with a satellite connection to use on the way." Boxo refused, annoyed. "Lin Tian, I acknowledge your contributions, but military-grade laptops contain a lot of classified information. They can't just be taken out of the military." He frowned and retorted, "I'm informing you, not negotiating." The man narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Tian. "Don't push it. The military has its rules. Even with your glorious achievements, you don't have the authority to take classified equipment." He stepped closer to Bok So and let out a cold laugh. "Rules? A catastrophic anomaly has occurred in Tanthan City, and you're standing here talking to me about rules?" Everyone around them was stunned when they heard this. "What? A catastrophic anomaly in Tanthan City? Why didn't we know?" Lin Tian glanced at them coldly. "Because your military forces in Tanthan City have been completely annihilated." With that, he casually picked up a nearby laptop. After getting the laptop, Lin Tian left. "I'm taking this." On the rooftop, a helicopter was parked neatly on the tall building. Inside, Ma Chu asked doubtfully, "Are they really going to let you borrow this thing?" Lin Tian, focused on the computer, spoke up. "This thing contains a lot of classified information," he slowly explained, "but no matter what information is hidden in here, ever since the revival of spiritual energy, these so-called secrets have become nothing but garbage." Mo Chiu replied with understanding. "You're right, the times have changed. Documents that were once considered priceless are now just a pile of scrap paper." Suddenly, Fei Fei appeared in a rush, running over and calling out, "Lin Tian." She walked towards the helicopter, anxiously reminding him, "You absolutely have to be careful." Lin Tian gave an okay sign to reassure her. "Don't worry. Just think of it as me popping out to grab some soy sauce. I'll be right back." Is this really the time for jokes? A moment later, the helicopter started up and took off. Fei Fei watched the helicopter, praying in her heart, "You have to come back safely." Looking through the cockpit window, a sea of fluffy white clouds stretched endlessly like layers of cotton under the deep blue sky. Lin Tian looked out the window, thinking to himself, "Tan Than, I hope I can still make it in time." He suddenly turned to ask Mo Chiu, what was the original number of cultivators in Tan Than, and what was the highest level? He immediately answered in detail. Tan Than is a mid-sized city with about 5,000 cultivators. Most of them are at the 6th level of the Yongquan realm. There are about 20 people at the 9th level of the Yongquan realm. The strongest cultivator, as far as I know, is Chu Mengjiao, who has probably reached the peak of the 9th level of the Yongquan realm. As for the military, Tan Than has an elite squad of 1,000 men stationed there, equipped with a large amount of heavy firearms, if they were all wiped out. Mo Chiu's words trailed off as he suddenly fell silent. After hearing this, Lin Tian fell into deep thought. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot turned his head and announced, "Mr. Lin Tian, please be ready. We've entered Tanthan's airspace." The helicopter was hovering over a dilapidated city engulfed in flames. Mo Chiu looked down below and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat of astonishment. Under the gloomy sky, crumbling and desolate skyscrapers stood amidst the devastated cityscape. Zombies trailed after one another, wandering around the buildings. Inside the helicopter, Mo Chiu exclaimed in a daze, "What in the world happened here?" The zombies seemed to have sensed something and began running quickly in the same direction. Their bodies were gaunt and emaciated, as if they'd been starved for days. They quickly ran towards the direction of the food. Lin Tian looked down below, wondering to himself, "Is it dark spiritual energy again?" The helicopter pilot stammered, Mr. Lin, where? Where are we landing?" He gave a serious command. "No need to land. Open the door." The man couldn't help but be stunned. What was that?" the pilot said in terror. "We're at an altitude of 6 kilometers right now." Lin Tian ignored his words and opened the door. After opening the helicopter door, he knelt on one knee and looked down below. Lin Tian tilted his head to look at Mo Chiu and announced, "I'll go down first and clear out the monsters." He closed his eyes slightly and said helplessly, "You really don't like to do things the normal way, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight down from the helicopter. The pilot yelled in terror, "Are you crazy? This is a 6-kilometer drop. He'll be splattered into mincemeat." Mo Chiu let out a soft chuckle. "Splattered into mincemeat? You're underestimating the Iron Vein realm way too much." As Lin Tian fell, a flame ignited around his body, making him look like a meteor. He landed on the ground, and the flames around Lin Tian erupted violently, incinerating everything near him. The zombies were sent flying by the force of his power and flames. The unaffected zombies roared, looking incredibly terrifying. Lin Tian knelt on one knee, the flames enveloping him, still not having dissipated. The zombies sensed the presence of prey and charged forward, roaring loudly. Lin Tian immediately drew the sword from his back. "Courting death!" He gave them a dark, cold look, then swung his sword down forcefully. That single slash sent the zombies flying. The zombies that hadn't been hit showed no fear, opening their mouths wide and roaring loudly. Lin Tian glanced at them grimly and asked in a cold voice, "Still not leaving?" The agitated zombies raised their claws, screaming as they rushed towards him. Lin Tian channeled his internal energy, looking at them coldly. "If you're that eager to die, then I'll oblige." Lin Tian gripped his sword tightly as a fierce energy erupted around him. The zombies' eyes glowed red as they raised their claws, preparing to grab Lin Tian. One zombie slammed its fist into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He dashed behind it and slashed contemptuously, saying, "Too slow." The zombie's eyes were bright red. It seemed unaware of its impending death. Lin Tian swung down, and the zombie's body was split in two. Seeing their comrade's death, the surrounding zombies recoiled in fear. He tilted his head and sneered in a cold voice, "What's wrong? Scared now?" As if provoked, the zombies roared fiercely and intensely. The helicopter pilot exclaimed in shock, "Is this Mr. Lin a monster?" But no matter how strong he is, if he keeps fighting so recklessly, he'll eventually die from exhaustion. Mo Chiu smirked and said, "Die from exhaustion? You're underestimating him way too much." The pilot couldn't help but be stunned. "What?" The pilot shouted in a panic. "It's over. He's not going to hold out much longer." At that moment, down below, Lin Tian was fiercely slaughtering the zombies. Terrified by his overwhelming power, the zombies panicked and fled in all directions. Lin Tian hovered in midair, a dazzling light radiating from his body. The helicopter pilot looked at the scene below and asked in amazement, "What is that?" A brilliant wave of energy erupted from his body, spreading across the entire city. That energy spread everywhere, brilliantly illuminating the entire city. The helicopter was also affected by this energy wave. The person inside screamed. The pilot cried out in shock, Is this something a human can do?" Mo Chiu patted his seat and said, "Find a place to land. I need to meet up with him." The pilot asked, puzzled, "Huh? You're not jumping down?" He replied in annoyance, "If I jumped, I'd definitely end up as a pile of mush. I'm still in the human category. After all, understanding," the pilot replied. All right." The buildings in the city were now in ruins, with bloodstains splattered everywhere. Mo Chiu sat in a car looking out, horrified by the thought. Lin Tian's destructive power is too terrifying. Is this the Iron Vein realm? He stopped the car, looked at Lin Tian, and called out, "Big bro." Mo Chiu immediately asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He got into the car and replied calmly, "These monsters aren't even enough to make me use my real strength. Let's get down to business." Lin Tian turned and asked, "Where exactly is the hiding place Chu Mengjiao mentioned?" He looked at the map and answered, "In the outskirts of Tanthan." Mo Chiu pointed to a spot on the map and said, "The shelter here was originally an abandoned factory. It's recently been used as a refuge for cultivators." Lin Tian gave a serious order, "Let's go. We'll save Chu Mengjiao first." As the car started moving, he suddenly spoke up, "Mo Chiu, this disaster in Tanthan feels a bit strange." Mo Chiu asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Tian said as he drove. Normally in a disaster, even with the appearance of a super mutant, it wouldn't lead to a situation like this. Lin Tian analyzed in a low voice. The number of monsters is just too massive, and their distribution is extremely wide. It feels less like a sudden incident, and more like something that was premeditated. After hearing this, Mo Chiu's face darkened as he asked, "Are you saying there might be someone like Song Jin Gang here too?" He replied with a serious sentence, "It's highly likely." Mo Chiu prayed grimly, "Meng Jiao, you have to be okay." The two of them then arrived at the abandoned factory. The car stopped in an empty lot. Lin Tian looked towards the building with a sense of unease. This place is too quiet. It doesn't feel like a refuge at all. On the contrary, it feels more like an abandoned trap. The two of them then quickly entered. It was pitch black inside, and the surroundings were dead silent. The two of them suddenly froze, looking ahead with grim expressions. Up ahead, beams of light shone down from holes in the roof, illuminating concrete pillars and dark rows of shelves. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings, on guard. Something's not right. The shelter's defensive facilities are nowhere to be seen. Were they never set up, or were they destroyed by someone? The two quickly moved up a metal staircase in the dark space. After reaching the upper floor, they both gasped in shock at the sight before them. After seeing the heavily injured girl lying unconscious on the ground, Mo Chiu immediately called out in worry. Meng Jiao! He rushed over and asked loudly. Meng Jiao, what happened to you? Mo Chiu shook Meng Jiao's body and growled. Wake up! Don't scare me! He turned to Lin Tian and said, She's badly injured. The spirit energy in her body is chaotic. She needs immediate treatment. His face was grim. Tian Lin looked up at the ceiling in alarm and shouted a warning. Watch out! As soon as he finished speaking, an iron cage dropped from above, instantly trapping Mo Chiu and Meng Jiao. Both of them immediately grew serious, staring at the iron cage, when suddenly, an arrogant laugh rang out. Did our little simp come to save his goddess? Hearing that familiar voice, Mo Chiu exclaimed in shock. That voice, the person who appeared, was none other than Tian Lin. He strolled forward with his hands in his pockets. Mo Chiu asked in surprise, Gao Tian Lin, why are you here? Tian Lin suddenly broke into a vicious smile and answered, Because I want to use that bitch Chu Meng Jiao to lure out Shen Fei Fei, the granddaughter of the military's commander-in-chief. Through her, I'll control the entire upper echelon of the military for my own use. From inside the cage, Mo Qiu angrily yelled, Gao Tianlin, what's your reason for doing all this? What did the Xinjiang Cultivator Association ever do to make you hate them so much? He continued furiously. You were a death row inmate. If it weren't for the spirit energy revival that unlocked your immense power, you'd still be rotting in a cell waiting to die. Tianlin stepped closer and asked, Death row? Mo Qiu, are you still living in the past? Tianlin continued. Laws. Order. The world doesn't need that stuff anymore, he said with a contemptuous tone. This is an era where the strong are respected. The strong make the rules, and the weak are fated to be eliminated. Hearing this, Mo Qiu got angry. So you can just do whatever you want? Just because you've become strong, you can disregard human lives and turn all of Xinjiang into your personal hunting ground? Tianlin admitted without hesitation. That's right. Got a problem with it? The Xinjiang Cultivator Association. What right do those people have to give me orders? He frowned. Tianlin said bluntly, they deserved to die because they were weak. Seeing his arrogant expression, Mo Qiu grew furious. Gao Tianlin, do you have any idea how many people sacrificed themselves for you on your path of cultivation? They could have easily left you behind and survived. Mo Qiu looked at the girl on the ground and said indignantly, Meng Jiao suffered grievous injuries just so you could increase your power, and you still have the nerve to attack her? Tianlin covered one eye with his hand and said calmly, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for nothing. That's their own foolishness. Why would the truly strong bother with a bunch of ants? No matter what Mo Qiu said, Tianlin maintained that awful attitude. He was enraged. Someone who had been standing in the shadows all this time had overheard the conversation between Mo Qiu and Tianlin. He said, interesting. Tianlin raised an eyebrow, annoyed by the interruption. He asked, you've been standing there for a while. Who are you? Lin Tian crossed his arms and said, I'm a friend of Mo Qiu's. What you just said makes me think someone like you is incredibly naive. Tianlin glanced at Lin Tian and asked him, oh, and why is that? Lin Tian gave a sarcastic smile. If you believe the strong make the world's rules, have you ever considered this? Someone stronger than you can also decide whether you live or die as they please, right? Tianlin's eyes widened, veins popping on his face. He got angry. Kid, are you threatening me? Lin Tian ignored his anger. He said, I'm just reminding you that you're not strong enough yet. Seeing Lin Tian's demeanor, Tianlin felt provoked and immediately swung his arm, releasing his power. From inside the cage, Mo Qiu worriedly called out, Lin Tian, be careful. Gao Tianlin unlocked lightning attribute spirit energy, just like you. Lin Tian heard Mo Qiu's warning, but he remained fearless, showing only a hint of surprise. Oh? The two rushed at each other without hesitation. Under their terrifying power, an energy explosion occurred. Tianlin, who had only recently unlocked his spirit energy, was also completely shocked by Lin Tian's strength. He exclaimed, What the? A system notification suddenly appeared. Powerful lightning attribute spirit energy detected. Absorbing it can upgrade the host's lightning spirit energy level, Lin Tian remarked to himself. Didn't expect an unexpected bonus. After the clash, both had gauged the other's strength. Tianlin leaped back a step. Lin Tian frowned, having his own plan, and said, Mo Qiu, get Chu Meng Jiao out of here first. Mo Qiu grabbed the iron bars, frustrated. For some reason, I can't activate my powers. Hearing this, Tianlin laughed loudly. You idiot. Did you really think I'd let you escape that easily? He then explained, "This iron cage is made from a special material designed specifically to imprison cultivators. A cultivator trapped inside is no different from an ordinary person." Lin Tian fell silent, then frowned contemptuously and said to Mo Chiu, get down." Mo Chiu was still confused. He had no idea what Lin Tian was about to do. Lin Tian brandished the whip in his hand and said, "Let's see just how sturdy this little cage of yours is." The sound of the iron whip striking the cage rang out with a harsh clang. Half of the iron cage was shattered by the whip. Mo Chiu ducked in fear, shaken by the impact. He cried out as he fell to the ground. Seeing the cage he had put so much effort into get destroyed, Tianlin was so furious he cursed out loud. Damn it. After being freed from the cage, Mo Chiu picked up Meng Jiao and said, "I'll take Meng Jiao to safety and come back to help you right away." But Lin Tian rejected Mo Chiu's kind offer. "Don't come back. You'll just get in the way." There was no reply from Mo Chiu. With a whoosh, the two of them vanished into thin air. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Tianlin grew angry and yelled, "Lin Tian, you're so arrogant. You think you can act so high and mighty in front of me all by yourself." But Lin Tian wasn't scared at all. He said, "I'm just telling you the truth. You're not worthy yet." Tianlin then created a ball of lightning. He said, "Don't think you're invincible just because you shattered an iron cage." Tianlin flashed a battle-hungry smile as he formed a long bolt of lightning from the sphere. He grabbed the bolt. Perhaps this was his secret weapon. Tianlin's face was grim. He said in a deadly tone, "Now I'll show you the true power of a cultivator." With that, Tianlin's entire body vanished, his figure nowhere to be seen. Tianlin rushed toward Lin Tian like a flash of lightning, raising the bolt high. This was his technique, annihilating shadow spear assassination. Despite Tianlin's terrifyingly fast strike speed, Lin Tian still managed to perfectly dodge the attack. Lin Tian frowned. Seeing the attack, he couldn't help but offer some praise. "Not bad." Covered in lightning, Tianlin angrily yelled, "Running away? Let's see how long you can keep that up." The lightning bolt in Tianlin's hand struck wildly in all directions, searching for Lin Tian. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he started to taunt him. "What's wrong? You were so arrogant before, but now you can't even find a chance to fight back?" Tianlin attacked with all his might, while Lin Tian maintained a perfect defense. So far, there hadn't been a single breakthrough. After a chase of one attacking and one dodging, Tianlin suddenly stopped. He didn't continue his assault. Tianlin said arrogantly, "You were so cocky earlier. Why are you just letting me overwhelm you now?" Lin Tian let out a sigh, frowning as he asked with a disappointed look, "Is that all you've got?" Hearing that arrogant question, Tianlin became enraged. "What did you say?" Lin Tian pointed his weapon forward and said, "If this is the extent of your abilities, I'm afraid you're going to die here today." Provoked, Tianlin gathered all his strength. He said, "You got a death wish? I'll show you the ultimate power of the 9th level of the Courage Spring." Countless bolts of purple lightning appeared, striking the area around them. "This is the Thunder Spear technique!" But Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He calmly watched everything and said, "Too slow." This scene made Tianlin furious enough to burst. He yelled, "Take this!" All of Tianlin's continuous attacks were easily parried by Lin Tian. He looked at the frantically attacking Tianlin and said, "Lots of power. Too bad you have no brain." Lin Tian decided to fight back. He flashed past and said, "I'll show you just how big the gap between us is." In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian, who was far away, rushed to a spot right below Tianlin, taking him completely by surprise. Lin Tian wasn't playing around anymore. He let him know, "It's over." A streak of golden light, carrying immense power, flashed past to end this battle. Thien Lam's face went pale. He gaped in shock, perhaps having foreseen his own end. The golden light slashed right through Thien Lam's body before he could even react. Thien Lam was finished. Even as he fell, he couldn't understand the reason for his demise. How? How could this be? Thien Lam collapsed to his knees before Lin Tian, unable to accept it. I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the Courage Spring Realm." Lin Tian looked at the man before him. Why was he so confident? Is the 9th level of the Courage Spring Realm supposed to be impressive? Thien Lam was stunned. "What? Don't tell me you're also at the 9th level of the Courage Spring Realm, but I don't sense any powerful aura from you at all." Lin Tian looked at him with contempt and said, "I was. But now, I'm at the 1st level of the Iron Vein Realm." Hearing this, Thien Lam's eyes widened in terror. The Iron Vein Realm. "You've really broken through to the Iron Vein Realm?" Seeing his terrified expression, Lin Tian asked calmly, "Are you scared?" Without a moment's hesitation, Thien Lam bowed his head. "Big bro, please spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong," he begged. "I was blind just now. Please spare my life, big bro. I swear I'll be your loyal servant and pledge my life to you." Lin Tian's face darkened as he asked, "The strong rule, and the weak obey. Isn't that what you just told Ma Chu?" Lin Tian spoke in a deadly voice. "So why is it that when you're the weak one, you suddenly want to change the rules?" Seeing the situation turn sour, Thien Lam quickly said, I'm not the mastermind. I was forced by someone else. I was just following orders." Lin Tian pressed his sword to his neck and asked, Aren't you the strongest cultivator in all of Tanthan City? Thien Lam hurriedly denied it. No, no! The strongest cultivator in Tanthan City isn't me, it's someone else. He continued, the entire crisis in Tanthan City was his plan. He doesn't give a damn about this city, he said. It was just to test a few things. Lin Tian asked, test? He's using the lives of an entire city as test subjects? Thien Lam replied, he doesn't care about anyone. Even the Tanthan army is just a pawn in his game. Lin Tian took the opportunity to press further. Oh? Then do you know what his power level is? Trembling all over, Thien Lam hastily confessed. He said he's a third-level Iron Vein Realm cultivator. Lin Tian felt relieved upon hearing that. A third-level Iron Vein Realm. So that's how it is, he said. Seeing him fall silent, Thien Lam asked nervously, Lin Tian, you're not going to kill me, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian's sword flashed forward again. Thien Lam was terrified and quickly pleaded, wait, I've told you everything I know. You promised you'd spare me. But Lin Tian shot back, did I promise you that? When did you hear me say I'd spare your life? Thien Lam was terrified and screamed, no, you can't do this to me. You can't. But Lin Tian didn't hesitate, plunging his sword straight into him. He gave Thien Lam no other chance. Thien Lam's eyes flew wide open as blood splattered onto his face. You really did it. Lin Tian retracted his sword and said, the Earth's spiritual energy is recovering, and the rules of the world have indeed changed. But no matter how the rules change, those who do wrong must still be punished. Hearing this, Thien Lam laughed loudly. Lin Tian, do you think you're the embodiment of justice? He said with his last breath. You're just a fool. Do you really think you can win? You have no idea who you're up against, Thien Lam warned. You'll be dead soon. You're no match for him. He's a powerful third-level Iron Vein Realm cultivator. You've just entered the Iron Vein Realm. Do you think you can win? Do you think you can survive? But Lin Tian wasn't scared at all. He said, you don't need to worry about that. He'll be down here to join you soon enough. Thien Lam could no longer reply. He slowly closed his eyes, and his life came to an end. The system immediately sent a notification. Lightning attribute spiritual energy detected. Absorb? Lin Tian replied, absorb? Thien Lam's entire body began to dissolve, turning into specks of blue light. More and more specks appeared, as if his whole body was evaporating. Lin Tian absorbed the blue specks of light from Thien Lam's body with his hand. Then, all the specks of light surrounded his entire body as he felt the spiritual energy. The system announced, lightning attribute spiritual energy has been upgraded. Lin Tian's entire body underwent a change. The absorbed spiritual energy flowed into the blood vessels of his body. The system announced, lightning attribute spiritual energy has reached level 2. Lin Tian's eyes changed. He furrowed his brow, seeming to have understood something. He had completed the absorption of the spiritual energy. Lin Tian now understood. So this is the power of the second-level Iron Vein Realm. A moment later, Lin Tian slowly walked out and softly called out to the person opposite him. Ma Chu whipped around, startled, and asked anxiously, Big bro, are you okay? As he spoke, he glanced behind Lin Tian, confused. Where's Cao Thien Lam? He shrugged and replied, don't worry, he's been taken care of. Ma Chu was stunned. What? He's dead? How could it be so fast? He was at the peak of the 9th-level Courage Spring Realm, Lin Tian smirked faintly. When you break through to the Iron Vein Realm, you'll kill him just as quickly as I did, he said, then quickly changed the subject. All right, go check if the girl you care about is safe. Ma Chu blushed beet red with embarrassment and stammered, interrupting Lin Tian. Big bro, don't talk nonsense, I don't. He immediately shot Ma Chu a meaningful look. Oh? Then why were you so worked up when you saw her pass out? You're usually such a coward, you'd never charge at me like that. Despite his teasing, Lin Tian didn't forget to ask about her condition. How is she? Ma Chu quickly reported. Her life and health are stable for now. He paused for a few seconds, a hint of worry in his voice. But her consciousness is sealed by dark attribute spiritual energy. If we don't remove the seal soon, she could end up in a vegetative state. Lin Tian reassured him in a low voice. Don't worry. The lightning attribute suppresses dark attribute spiritual energy. It might be able to break the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately tapped a strand of lightning attribute spiritual energy onto the center of Meng Jiao's forehead. She reacted very quickly. Her eyebrows twitched slightly as the stream of spiritual energy flowed throughout her body. She convulsed uncomfortably and let out an unconscious groan. In an instant, the dark spiritual energy was forcibly expelled from her body. Meng Jiao finally jolted awake, her eyes wide with terror. Seeing two blurry figures before her, she screamed reflexively. Who's there? Seeing this, Lin Tian was suddenly speechless, thinking to himself, this girl doesn't seem very bright, so this is the type that Kid Ma Chu likes? Opposite him, Meng Jiao had regained some of her senses. With tears welling up in her eyes, she called out emotionally to Ma Chu. She sat up in alarm and blurted out, Why are you here? Ma Chu scratched his cheek and gave a wry smile, summarizing the situation in one short sentence. We received your distress signal and immediately came back from Tianhai City. Meng Jiao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was stunned for a moment. He came back just to save me? The next second, Meng Jiao remembered what was important, angrily grabbing Ma Chu by the collar and shaking him. No, are you crazy? Tan Than City is so dangerous right now, and a weakling like you who can't even fight properly dares to come back? You're just asking for a death wish. Hearing this, Lin Tian pouted and muttered, she calls a peak 9th level Courage Spring Realm cultivator a weakling. Meng Jiao paused for a moment, looking at him with a confused expression. Peak 9th level Courage Spring Realm? Who? Him. She then scolded Ma Chu even more harshly. And you dragged someone else into this. Tan Than City is absolutely not a place you guys should be right now. Ma Chu quickly waved his hands to explain. It's not that I wanted to come. When we got your distress signal, we couldn't just ignore it, right? The terrain in Tan Than City is complex, and Big Bro Lin Tian isn't familiar with this place. I'm the only one who knows the way, so I had to be his guide. Meng Jiao narrowed her eyes, looking at him suspiciously. Is that really true? He hurriedly confirmed. It's true, it's true. Hearing this, Meng Jiao could only let out a sigh. Since it's already come to this, it's useless for me to blame you anymore. Then, she politely turned to Lin Tian to express her gratitude. Even though I don't know your name, I still have to thank you for risking your life with this idiot to save me. He keenly noticed the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them and thought to himself, looks like she's into Mo Chiu too. Out loud, however, he replied politely, don't mention it. It was nothing. Right after that, Meng Jiao's expression turned grave as she took the initiative to suggest, we have to leave Tanthan immediately. If we don't, we won't be able to get out once it gets dark. Lin Tian immediately asked directly, what exactly happened in Tanthan? She quickly recounted the situation. After Mo Chiu left Tanthan for Tianhai City, it started to rain in Tanthan and didn't stop for several days. According to her, they initially thought it was just a normal change in the weather. But as she recalled this, Meng Jiao's voice involuntarily choked up. That rain showed absolutely no sign of letting up. Then, everyone who came into contact with the rainwater turned into a zombie. Hearing this, Mo Chiu couldn't help but be stunned, blurting out, what? Even Lin Tian's face darkened as he confirmed in a low voice. Everyone? Meng Jiao nodded slightly. That's right. At first, no one realized anything was wrong. Some people were even out playing in the rain. But a moment later, it was as if something was corroding them. Their bodies started convulsing violently. Then, they immediately went insane. From what she described, their eyes turned pitch black, and their skin began to rot, completely transforming them into zombie-like monsters. As for what happened next, they attacked anyone near them, not even sparing their own loved ones. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was too late. The rain was pouring down, and almost no one who was outside managed to escape. Meng Jiao also elaborated that the military and the Cultivator Association tried to control the situation, but they had no idea what these monsters were. Even attacks using spirit energy had limited effect on them. Mo Chiu was silent for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and forcing out, the entire city of Tan Tan has become a city of the dead. Meng Jiao lowered her head, her eyes clouded with sadness, and replied in a low voice, that's right. Lin Tian got straight to the point with a serious expression. The people from the military and the Spirit Cultivator Association, did they turn into monsters too? She shook her head slightly. Not all of them. A portion of them who were caught in the initial downpour turned completely into monsters, but the majority managed to get away. This answer only made Lin Tian more confused. Then where are they? Meng Jiao just lowered her eyes, replying with two simple words. They vanished. Mo Chiu raised an eyebrow in confusion and blurted out, what do you mean, vanished? She slowly explained, we detected an extremely powerful energy signal coming from the tall tower in the center of Tanthan. That signal was like a convergence point for abnormal spirit energy. It might be the cause of this whole disaster. According to her, the military and the high-ranking leaders of the Spirit Cultivator Association jointly decided to send a team to investigate. But Meng Jiao paused for a few seconds before sighing sorrowfully. Every single person who went to investigate vanished. Mo Chiu's expression suddenly changed, while Lin Tian stroked his chin in thought. As she spoke of this, the sadness in Meng Jiao's eyes lessened slightly. There were no bodies, no cries for help, and no signs of a struggle. It was as if they were swallowed whole by this city, never to return. Just then, Lin Tian remarked in a low voice, interesting. I have a piece of information that might solve these puzzles. The news he dropped next left Meng Jiao completely stunned. Before I came here, I sent Cao Tian Lam to meet his maker, she stammered as she tried to confirm. You killed Cao Tian Lam? But he's a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of the Flowing Spring Realm. Lin Tian's silence was a tacit admission. He then said with a grave expression, "Before he died, he told me that the strange changes in Tanthan weren't an accident. They were caused by someone. He specifically emphasized the next part, and that person is at least a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm." Meng Jiao reflexively shook her head, finding it hard to believe. How could there be a cultivator at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm in Tanthan? The most powerful person in the entire city was Cao Thian Lam. Mo Chiu also chimed in with skepticism. "Yeah, big bro, isn't it possible Cao Thian Lam just made that up to try and save his own skin?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, his tone absolutely certain. "He had no reason to lie to me right before he died, so you should all think about it carefully." Just then, the rain began to pour down again. Meng Jiao instinctively looked up, and in that instant, a purplish-blue raindrop landed in her palm. Meng Jiao panicked and urged the two beside her, "Let's go, now, it's raining again." Just as Lin Tian was about to move, he suddenly sensed something and whipped his head around. He stood there frozen, thinking to himself, "So, you found out your little dog died and came looking for me yourself, huh?" Seeing him standing motionless, Mo Chiu shouted impatiently, "Big bro, get in the car!" At that same moment, a skeletal hand crept onto Lin Tian's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. "See? I told you there was someone at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm." The next second, that hand squeezed his shoulder tightly as a flood of dark system spirit energy poured out. Seeing this, Mo Chiu's face paled, and he screamed frantically, "Watch out!" Lin Tian, however, didn't even flinch. He even let out a faint smirk. "So this is the culprit behind the disaster in Tanthan?" As the words left his mouth, he decisively threw a punch behind him, his expression unchanging. His opponent was sent flying, their body tumbling across the cold ground. Mo Chiu's eyes followed the figure, and he was suddenly shocked. The dark system spirit energy surrounding the person was fading, revealing their appearance. This confirmed Mo Chiu's suspicion. Someone from the military department. But then, in the blink of an eye, the person's body completely vanished, leaving only a piece of protective armor lying abandoned in the corner. Lin Tian hadn't anticipated this situation at all. His brows furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on the spot where the body had been, his mind filled with questions. It just vanished? While he was distracted, streams of pitch-black spirit energy silently crept toward his feet. The very next second, a grotesque figure suddenly lunged at his back. Its intentions were clearly hostile, its sharp claws poised to strike Lin Tian down. Mo Chiu happened to see this and yelled an anxious warning, "Big bro, look out!" Lin Tian was startled for a moment, then immediately spun around, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over the creature before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Chiu unleashed his own skill, Space Seaver. Just as the grotesque figure was about to pounce on Lin Tian, Mo Chiu successfully created a spatial rift right beside him. The grotesque figure's advance was halted, and it quickly dissipated. At the same time, Mo Chiu pulled the SUV up next to Lin Tian, shouting urgently, "Big bro, get in now!" The car sped away, its engine roaring through the downpour. Mo Chiu focused on driving, gritting his teeth and muttering, "What the hell was that thing?" Just then, Meng Jiao looked behind them and announced in a panic, "Oh no, it's not dead." Not far behind them, a thick mass of purplish-black gas was churning violently. Soon, it coalesced into the shape of a black panther. It let out a few ferocious growls, then accelerated, chasing after their car. Mo Chiu was horrified. "It can shapeshift too?" In the midst of the crisis, Lin Tian turned his head and demanded of Meng Jiao, "Chu Meng Jiao, where's the location of the signal transmission tower?" She looked momentarily bewildered. "Why are you asking about that?" Lin Tian explained briefly. "This mad dog is the one from the third stage of the Iron Vein realm who was sent to hunt us down." Hearing that, Mo Chiu frowned. "You can't be serious." Lin Tian affirmed gravely, "I'm about 80% sure he's the one causing all this. I took out Cao Thian Lam. Now this guy's here for revenge. We just need to take care of him, and everything this mad dog, the strange mutations in Tanthan, it'll all be over." Hearing him say this, Meng Jiao cried out in agitation, "Are you insane? That's someone at the third stage of the Iron Vein realm." Lin Tian acted as if he hadn't heard her, coldly repeating the directions. She had no choice but to obediently give them. "Go straight down this road for 15 kilometers. When you get to the commercial district, turn left, and you'll see the signal transmission tower." The car continued to race at full speed, following her directions. Before long, they were approaching the area of the signal tower, model. The wheels spun rapidly on the main road, accompanied by the roar of the engine. That monstrous creature was still madly pursuing them from behind, baring its fangs and growling fiercely. Just then, the three people in the car saw the silhouette of a signal tower not far away and shouted excitedly, "We're here!" The SUV immediately slammed on its brakes, leaving a long trail of white smoke in the middle of the road. The creature caught up to them just in time, rearing up and lunging with its fangs bared. Lin Tian was the first to get out of the car, rushing forward to confront the creature head-on. He directly unleashed a thunderflame slash at it, coldly shouting, "Piss off!" The creature's body was torn apart and soon faded into nothingness. Once it was done, Lin Tian turned back to instruct the person behind him, Ma Chu, get So Meng Jiao out of Tan. Immediately. He was a little worried and quickly said, Boss, I'll fight with you. Lin Tian firmly refused. Cut the crap and take her away. Against a third-stage Iron Vein, everyone else is just a burden. Since he'd put it that way, Ma Chu had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Boss, you have to come back alive. With that, he decisively slammed on the gas and drove the car in another direction. Ma Chu was clearly not resigned to it, telling himself that if he were stronger, he wouldn't have let his boss face the danger alone. At the same time, the silhouette of their departing car was caught in the sights of someone watching from above. The figure wore a black hood that hid their face, the corner of their mouth curling into a slight smirk. Not long after, Ma Chu and Meng Jiao left, that mass of pitch-black energy took form once again. The monstrous creature's eyes flashed with a dangerous purple light as it stared intently at Lin Tian. He was starting to lose his patience, his annoyance showing on his face. Can't you just die already? It was clear there was no other choice now. Lin Tian immediately channeled his spirit energy and charged straight at the creature. Fine, I'll play with you. He swung his arm, accurately landing a powerful thunderflame slash on the figure before him. But he didn't stop there. Lin Tian's other hand was already poised to throw the next punch. Without a moment's hesitation, he put all his strength into a powerful fist strike against the monstrous creature. The figure was sent flying, chaotic streams of purple energy scattering in all directions. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he launched himself forward again, ready to deliver the final killing blow. Just then, the figure before him began to fluctuate violently, emitting plumes of black and purple gas. Immediately after, the form of a little girl appeared, her voice trembling as she screamed, "Help me! Please help me!" Lin Tian didn't fall for the trap at all, letting out a cold, contemptuous snort. Pathetic little thing. Before the opponent could scream for help again, he swiftly moved in to finish it. In the blink of an eye, the face before him twisted, letting out a series of blood-curdling shrieks. Lin Tian showed no mercy, bracing himself and putting more force into his attack. The thick, black-purple gas was finally blown away, vanishing in an instant without a trace. With that dealt with, Lin Tian retracted his hand and let out an annoyed huff. He scanned his surroundings, muttering under his breath, "Let's see just how strong a third-stage Iron Vein really is." With that said, Lin Tian strode towards a nearby building and decisively pushed the door open. In the dark and silent space, his footsteps echoed clearly. He stopped in front of a large swimming pool inside the room, standing there silently to observe it carefully. The surface of the water rippled slightly as continuous streams of dark spirit energy rose from it. Lin Tian pondered for a long moment, thinking to himself, this water. It's exactly like the rain that formed the monster earlier. Just then, he noticed a figure stepping out from a nearby corner. The person chuckled and said, "I didn't expect to find an expert of the Iron Vein realm, second stage here." He then narrowed his eyes. Seems that piece of trash, Cao Thian Lam, didn't die for nothing. Lin Tian looked at him coldly and questioned him directly. The disaster in Tan, was it your doing? The man admitted it nonchalantly. That's right. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tuang Thian, third stage of the Iron Vein realm. He then proudly explained to Lin Tian, the water in this pool is spirit water, formed from the corrupted, resentful souls and spirit energy of tens of thousands of Tan citizens. According to Tuang Thian, with his will, this water could form all sorts of immortal creatures. At this point, he didn't bother to hide his smug expression, declaring loudly, "And I am the god of this land." Tuang Thian casually strode closer to Lin Tian and spoke slowly. In this world where spirit energy has been restored, you were able to reach our level? There are only a handful of people like that in the entire world. He held out his hand and made an offer. Care to join me? You'll be second to only one man, but above all others. Tuang Thian even promised him everything. You'll have unlimited power, wealth, and beautiful women. We will create a new world order. But Lin Tian was completely unmoved, cutting him off coldly. Are you done talking crap? This reaction seemed to be outside of Tuang Thian's expectations. He was momentarily stunned. Lin Tian directly activated his spirit energy, making his disdain clear. If you're done talking, you can get lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, he got into a fighting stance, the thunder flame in his hand already swirling into a small orb. Of course, Tuang Thian didn't just stand there and take it. He immediately released his dark-type spirit energy to meet the attack head-on, not even bothering to dodge Lin Tian's strike. The moment the two streams of spirit energy collided, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smirk. Lin Tian smoothly and powerfully launched his palm strike, slamming it straight into his opponent's chest. Tuang Thian finally couldn't maintain the smile on his face, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his cheeks. At the same time, Lin Tian struck with his full power. Tuang Thian's body staggered backward. He struggled to stay on his feet, lowering his head to hide his expression. The very next second, Tuang Thian suddenly burst out laughing, growling out two words, "Very good." With that, he waved his hand, his tone incredibly arrogant. Since you don't know your place, you can just die here. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit water in the pool began to churn violently. Dark figures surged into the air, a bizarre and grotesque sight. Witnessing this, Lin Tian finally understood. It seems all the people who disappeared were refined into this dark water by him. Then, the next second, those figures all lunged towards him at once. Tuang Tian's smug laughter echoed through the space. Brat, die at the feet of my army. Lin Tian didn't even flinch. He slowly drew the sword from his back, whispering softly, I'll free you all soon. True to his word, he gathered all his strength and swung his sword, unleashing his ultimate technique, Immortal Sacred Flame Technique. With a single strike, he wiped out all the dark figures that were about to reach him. Seeing this, Tuang Tian was clearly displeased, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, he clenched his fists, roaring furiously. You son of a bitch! I'm going to crush you! In an instant, the whites of Tuang Tian's eyes showed as he raised his hand and unleashed a stream of pitch-black spirit energy. Judging by the attack's trajectory, his target was clearly Lin Tian. He quickly channeled his spirit energy to create a defensive barrier, but his opponent's dark spirit energy still managed to pierce through it. With no other choice, Lin Tian hastily leaned to one side to dodge, the movement somewhat clumsy. Even so, the side of his face was still hit, leaving a streak of fresh red blood. Lin Tian's expression instantly darkened. His spirit energy can suppress my thunder flame? Seeing this, Tuang Tian burst out into gloating laughter. What's wrong? Scared now? He smirked arrogantly, a cold smile on his face. Don't even think about running. I'm going to torture you, slowly. Just like that, Tuang Tian gleefully unleashed his spirit energy at Lin Tian. He fiercely slashed through every obstacle in his path, refusing to submit. But the longer he struggled against his opponent, the more the thunder flame around Lin Tian's body depleted. In that moment, he paused, a thought striking him. His spirit energy isn't suppressing my thunder flame, it's corroding it. Across from him, Tuang Tian tilted his chin up, his voice full of arrogance. You dare act so insolent before me with your puny thunderflame attribute spirit energy? My netherworld spirit energy can corrode spirit energy of any attribute. He put on a superior air, looking down his nose at Lin Tian. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Tian's annoyance was plain to see as he secretly calculated a countermeasure in his mind. I have to think of a way. Just then, the system suddenly announced, Host has been detected to be invaded by netherworld spirit energy. Host can fuse fire attribute spirit energy and light attribute spirit energy to generate yang flame spirit energy, which counters netherworld spirit energy. Lin Tian was immediately stunned, thinking to himself, I forgot I had exchanged for light attribute spirit energy before. I can't believe it can be used like this. Without a second's hesitation, he stood tall, silently retracting his lightning flame spirit energy. Lin Tian remained motionless, allowing the underworld spirit energy to envelop his body. Tian Cheng, seeing this, got cocky. He sneered, Giving up already? Looks like a punk like you has no real power after all. Lin Tian didn't bother retorting. He closed his eyes, focusing the energy within his body. Soon, a blinding vortex of power erupted before Tian Cheng's eyes. Fire and light attribute spirit energies merged, creating a shocking explosion of light. The power it radiated was terrifying. Tian Cheng quickly shielded his eyes, stumbling backward as he gritted his teeth to withstand it, his eyes wide with horror. What kind of spirit energy is this? Lin Tian spoke calmly. This is the flame that purifies darkness. Sun flame. His opponent, clearly unwilling to accept it, roared, No, impossible! No one can purify my spirit energy. He then frantically blasted his energy straight at Lin Tian. Die! He stood firm, his body enveloped by the sunflame energy. Lin Tian, now growing impatient, declared coldly, If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then it's time for this farce to end. Tian Cheng ignored the warning, scoffing mockingly. A puny second-stage fighter dares to act so arrogant in front of me? I'll show you my true power. With that, he unleashed his ultimate move with all his might. I didn't want to use this, but you forced my hand. In an instant, Tian Cheng's appearance transformed, his entire body covered in pitch-black spirit energy. The next second, he charged at Lin Tian, radiating killing intent. Unfazed, Lin Tian muttered under his breath, You think turning into a beast will let you beat me? The moment Tian Cheng's fist arrived, Lin Tian's face turned cold as he uttered, You're courting death. His heavy fists rained down relentlessly, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Tian Cheng growled madly, I'm going to pound you into mincemeat. He continued to slam his fist down where Lin Tian stood, each blow thick with murderous intent. But he didn't stop there. Tian Cheng suddenly tilted his head back and took a deep breath. The next second, he opened his mouth and spewed a surging torrent of dense, black underworld energy. Just then, a golden ray of light suddenly flashed through the black mist. The ray shot straight toward Tian Cheng, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. Lin Tian strode out from the blinding golden light, his voice as sharp as steel. I told you. If this is all the power you have, then die. Without another word, he waved his hand to unleash his next move. Sunflame Slash! As the attack closed in, Tian Cheng was still screaming frantically. No! Impossible! My dark water can't be purified! And then, at that critical moment, he finally played his trump card. A more robust figure appeared, completely enveloped in a tight layer of spirit energy. Witnessing this, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Is this your true body? His opponent suddenly laughed. I never thought you could push me this far. He boasted arrogantly. That's right. I have evolved into a higher life form, having long since abandoned my human body. Tian Cheng grew more excited as he spoke, declaring loudly, Now, I'll let you taste the full power of a third-stage Iron Vein Realm Master. He stubbornly emphasized once more, the me of right now is truly invincible. Lin Tian remained calm, suddenly smirking. Invincible? Are you sure you even know who you're up against? With that, he raised his hand and used a higher-level technique, Sunflame Secret Art, Sacred Flame Judgment. At the same time, the scene shifts to another location outside the signal relay station. In the SUV, Mo Chiu anxiously asked Meng Jiao, Still can't contact anyone outside? She sighed softly. No, there's still no signal. I'm afraid. Just then, the area behind them suddenly exploded. Flames shot into the sky, a massive commotion. Mo Chiu slammed on the brakes, shouting in alarm. What was that sound? Both of them whipped their heads around to look back. Their eyes fell upon the sight of the signal relay station building collapsing. Meng Jiao was stunned for a moment, but Mo Chiu cheered excitedly. That must be Big Bro Lin Tian's ultimate move. Xin Cheng is saved now. With that, he immediately turned the steering wheel to go back, his voice filled with unconcealable joy. We don't have to run anymore. Let's go back and find Big Bro Lin Tian. The scene shifts back to the signal relay station. A defeated Tian Cheng mumbled, Why? I'm clearly at the third stage of the Iron Vein Realm. How could a second stage fighter like you defeat me? Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at him, letting out a cold snort. Who told you a second stage fighter could never beat a third stage one? Just before he vanished, Tian Cheng laughed maniacally and left one last sentence. They won't let you go. You have no idea who you've messed with. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Hearing those words, Lin Tian was suddenly lost in thought. It seemed there was someone else behind Jiang Tian Cheng. While he was thinking, he suddenly noticed something floating in midair. What's this? Soon, Mo Chiu drove back just in time. He jumped out of the car and called out in alarm, Big Bro! He rushed over to Lin Tian, asking repeatedly, Big Bro Lin Tian, are you okay? He gave a short, placid reply, I'm fine. Meng Jiao, following behind Mo Chiu, felt a seed of doubt grow in her heart. Just how strong is this person named Lin Tian? She glanced around at the surrounding devastation and couldn't help but feel terrified. Is this level of destruction really something a human can do? Lin Tian suddenly spoke up. I just took care of the ringleader in Xincheng. His name is Jiang Tian Cheng. Have you guys heard that name before? The moment she heard the name, Meng Jiao was startled. What? Jiang Tian Cheng? Her lips moved for a long time, but no words came out. Impossible. That's impossible. Jiang Tian Cheng is already dead. How could he still be alive? Lin Tian looked puzzled. What do you mean? You know him? Meng Jiao then honestly recounted what she knew. Before the spirit energy revival, Jiang Tian Cheng was a death row inmate who had committed over a dozen brutal murders. According to her, she was in the army at the time. On the day of the spirit energy revival, she witnessed his execution with her own eyes. He should have been dead a long time ago. Lin Tian frowned and thought. Indeed, his final appearance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he looked like a dead man. With that, he opened his hand to reveal an item. I found this at the scene after he died. Could this be what helped him come back to life? Meng Jiao recognized it with just a single glance, the symbol of the Dawn Church. Hearing that, Lin Tian grew even more curious. The Dawn Church? What's that? Meng Jiao explained in a low voice. In the early days of the spirit energy revival, a group of cultivators with innate mutations secretly formed an organization. They believe that spirit energy mutation is the final evolution of humanity, and that ordinary people are just useless obstacles. They're trying to establish a new order where the strong rule and the weak are prey. That is their creed. Hearing this, Lin Tian let out a weary sigh. All right, well, the third stage master is dead, and the crisis in Xincheng has been resolved. Let's talk about these conspiracy theories tomorrow. I haven't slept in a day and a night, so I need to go get some rest. Meng Jiao didn't stop him, stammering, Big Bro Lin Tian, thank you for saving Xincheng, and for saving Mo Chiu and me. She then pulled Mo Chiu and urged him to bow respectfully. Hurry up and thank him. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, No need to be so formal. Someone just asked me for a favor, so I took care of it. Meng Jiao froze for a moment, a look of shock on her face. Someone asked you? At the mention of this, The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curved up slightly, his eyes holding a meaningful glint. There's someone who, after hearing what happened to you, even forgot about his own injuries. Right, Mo Chiu? As soon as Meng Jiao heard that, she frantically started checking Mo Chiu over. Mo Chiu, you're hurt? When did this happen? He scratched his cheek shyly, stammering as he changed the subject. Big bro Lin Tian was talking about his best friend. Weren't you the one who called her for help? Meng Jiao only just remembered, exclaiming in alarm, I forgot to call Fei Fei to let her know I'm safe. The scene changes to another city, the sky clear and blue with warm sunlight shining through a window. A group of people in formal attire sit around a long table, silently listening to the news. Yesterday morning, Tan Than City suffered an unprecedented spirit energy contamination and darkening disaster. According to the investigation, the incident has rendered over 80% of the city uninhabitable and resulted in over 10,000 civilian casualties. Mr. Thom, sitting at the head of the table, spoke with a grim expression. How are the recovery efforts in Tanthan coming along? A subordinate immediately stood up to answer. Reporting, Commander. The main roads in Tanthan have been cleared, and the civilians who were trapped by the undead have returned home. Hearing this, Mr. Thom let out a small sigh of relief. The fact that the losses in Tanthan were so low is all thanks to Lin Tian alone. The people in the room immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. That's right, if Lin Tian had arrived just a little later, I can't imagine how many more people would have died in Tanthan. I used to think he was just a little better than everyone else, but now it seems like he's on a completely different level. A moment later, Mr. Thom suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice growing sterner. The disaster in Tanthan has served as a wake-up call for us, he emphasized. Although we don't know how the Dawn Church managed to resurrect the deceased Tuang Tianthan and turn him into a third-stage iron vein cultivator, we can be certain that there is a power behind them that is difficult for us to imagine. At this point, Mr. Thom issued a direct order. The military must increase its surveillance of the Dawn Church, especially in their place of origin, Northwest City. He carefully added, the people from the Spirit Energy Association must also assist the military in these operations. Just then, Hu Yanfeng suddenly spoke up. Commander-in-Chief Tham, Northwest City is the core territory of the Dawn Church and also where they are most active. Our Spirit Energy Association has sent elite teams there multiple times, but not a single one has ever returned successfully. He was implying that if the military wanted information on the Dawn Church, the Spirit Energy Association alone might not be enough. Mr. Thom nodded slightly, showing he understood. I know. I will have the military coordinate with you. We must find out the details about the Dawn Church in a short amount of time. The next second, he shot to his feet and declared loudly, finally, Lin Tian's identity must be raised to the highest level of security. There must be absolutely no leaks of any information related to him from within the military. The crowd shouted in unison, Yes, sir! At this moment, Mr. Thom could state with absolute certainty that as long as Lin Tian was alive, their country would never fall. The scene changes to his villa, where night has now fallen. Lin Tian struggled with bags, big and small, grimacing as he muttered, Fei Fei, you call this ordering a little food? Opposite him, Fei Fei swayed, leaning against the table and raising her glass. A toast. To my hubby? Lin Tian couldn't help but feel helpless. How much did this crazy girl drink? She reeks of alcohol. She threw herself directly into his arms, calling out hubby in a whiny, cute voice. Lin Tian had no choice but to sweep her up in his arms, turning to the other person nearby and grumbling, She's this drunk and you didn't say anything to her? Lan Yue shrugged, looking helpless. I did, but she wouldn't listen. Lin Tian placed Fei Fei on the sofa, his gaze lingering on Lan Yue for a long moment, making her a bit flustered. What is it? Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, You should smile more often. Otherwise, it's a waste for such a beautiful face to be so serious every day. Lan Yue's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she was stunned. Did I smile? A moment later, Lin Tian picked up a slice of pizza and asked gently, About your parents, how is their recovery coming along? Lan Yue answered honestly, Their condition is quite good. In another 2 or 3 days, they should be able to come off life support completely and enter the recovery phase. Mentioning this, she felt incredibly grateful. Lin Tian, thank you. Thank goodness for you. He cut her off directly. Don't be so formal. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break into the Iron Vein realm either. By the way, can you control your second spirit energy attribute yet? Lan Yue nodded sharply in confirmation, her face unable to hide her happiness. The scene changes to somewhere else, where a quiet night covers the buildings. The scene settles on an ancient-looking building, the night air somewhat damp and gloomy. In a large room, a group of people in white robes stand in a circle around a single figure. Hoods obscured each person's face. All that could be seen were their clasped hands as they muttered something. One of them suddenly stood up to report, Lord High Priest, the spirit communication tower in Tanthan has been destroyed. Tuang Tianthan has been killed. The faces of those around him changed color all at once, their anxious gazes fixed on the one in the center of the circle. That person stood there in silence for a long moment, not responding immediately. From under the hood, a ferocious eye peeked out. His deep, hoarse voice echoed through the room. Who did this? DM La lowered his head slightly and said, There is a cultivator named Lin Tian. The high priest's eyes widened as he exclaimed in anger, A mere cultivator dares to make an enemy of my Dawn Church? The high priest raised his hands and said arrogantly, This is not just a challenge to the Dawn Church, but also blasphemy against our God. Anyone who dares to oppose the people of our God will pay the price. The subordinates of the Dawn Church chanted in unison, Pay the price! Pay the price! The high priest turned his face towards the back and said to Diem La, I'll leave this to you. Lin Tian must die. Diem La sat down and bowed his head in obedience. Your subordinate will obey the divine decree. Diem La looked up, his voice filled with killing intent. Lin Tian must die. The members of the Dawn Church shouted in unison, Lin Tian must die! The scene changes as the sun in the distance slowly sets behind the mountains. At Lin Tian's house, Lan Yue appears, adjusting the combat suit she is wearing. He stands opposite her. Lin Tian spoke, Let's see how much you've improved. Lan Yue stood motionless, her eyes looking down. She was silent for a long moment. Then suddenly, she moved, bending her knees. Lan Yue dashed towards Lin Tian. Lan Yue swung a powerful kick at him, her attack coated in a layer of frost. Lan Yue spun around, switching legs to launch another kick at Lin Tian. He easily dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the attack. Lin Tian swung his hand forward. Lan Yue retreated a few steps as Lin Tian's voice rang out. Not bad. It seems you haven't forgotten your basic physical training. Show me what your dual attribute spirit energy looks like when it's fused. Lan Yue moved back, clenching her fists. In an instant, spirit energy gathered in her hands. One hand was icy cold, while the other crackled with blue lightning. Lan Yue thrust her hands forward, and a blast of spirit energy shot straight towards Lin Tian. He raised one hand, and a shield materialized, neutralizing Lan Yue's attack. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Wrong, he said coldly. This isn't fusion. You're just releasing two different types of spirit energy waves, one after the other. Lin Tian advised Lan Yue, calm down. Don't think about how to release it. First, think about how to mix it. Lan Yue's mind was filled with questions. Mix? Lan Yue closed her eyes, and spirit energy fluctuated around her body. The energy appeared from her hands as her voice echoed, Mix, balance, obey my command. Lan Yue opened her eyes and pushed her hand forward. The spirit energy transformed into an attack that flew towards him. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. He stood still, letting Lan Yue's attack come at him. A layer of ice shot up from the ground, encasing Lin Tian's body. Lan Yue raised a hand to her mouth, shouting worriedly, Lin Tian. As she ran towards him, Lan Yue said, Lin Tian, are you okay? I didn't mean to do it. Lin Tian stood motionless, calmly shattering the ice around him. Lan Yue was startled and covered her eyes with her hands. As the fragments of the ice fell, Lin Tian spoke, Not bad. You finally made that power your own. Lin Tian placed a hand on Leng Yue's shoulder. He told her, Remember that feeling just now. Next time you fight, use your spiritual energy with this rhythm. Lin Tian walked towards the mansion, waving goodbye to Leng Yue. All right, that's it for today's training. Go visit your parents at the hospital. I'm off to get something to eat. Leng Yue watched Lin Tian walk away and replied softly, Okay. The scene shifts as the sky gradually darkens, the sun having disappeared below the horizon. Outside Lin Tian's mansion, Yama and his cronies were gathering. One of them asked, He's living here? Cheng Ge, holding a photo, replied, That's right. This is the picture of Lin Tian. In his hand was a photo, showing Lin Tian's face. Yama spoke arrogantly, This little punk, he's the one who killed that worthless piece of trash? Jiang Tiancheng? Yan Ji, standing behind him, chimed in, Jiang Tiancheng was no match for you, my lord. After all, you're a fourth realm Iron Vein powerhouse. Everyone in the Dawn Church knows the name White Yama. Shen Yan, standing nearby, chimed in, The military and the Spiritual Energy Association must be blind. To think they'd call a kid who looks like he's only been training for a few days the strongest practitioner? How ridiculous. Yama quickly gave the order. Let's go. A quick victory. Don't keep the high priest waiting. Yama's three subordinates shouted in unison. Understood. In front of the house, Lin Tian walked down the steps. He wondered aloud, What should I eat tonight? Hot pot or beef noodles? I'm kinda craving some barbecue too. Just as his foot hit the ground, Yama's three subordinates arrived, shouting, Get lost, Lin Tian! Lin Tian stood calmly as lightning crackled around his body. Bolts of lightning struck Cheng Jie, Yan Ji, and Shen Yan, knocking them out instantly. All three of Yama's subordinates collapsed to the ground, knocked unconscious by Lin Tian's attack. He frowned and said, Come out, I know you're here. Yama stepped forward from out of nowhere. He replied, I can see why Jiang Tiancheng died by your hand. Lin Tian looked at Yama and asked, "You're also one of those guys from that church thing?" Yama replied, "That's right. I am White Yama of the Dawn Church, in charge of eliminating anyone who opposes us." He narrowed his eyes and said arrogantly, "Then today will be your death anniversary." Yama swung his arm, and dozens of ice crystals shot towards Lin Tian. His voice boomed, "Freeze solid for me!" Lin Tian stood calmly as Yama's crystals rushed toward him. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Tian effortlessly neutralized Yama's attack. Yama cried out in shock, "How can that be? You completely blocked one of my moves?" Lin Tian suddenly spoke. "I have a question. For you Dawn Church people." His expression turned furious, and he asked in a low voice, "You guys must have a death wish, don't you?" Yama said angrily, "You dare insult the glory of the Dawn Church? You arrogant brat, you'll pay the price for your insolence." Yama raised one hand high, and a dark spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Yama smirked and continued, "Just give up. This is the corrosive wave, a blast that even Iron Vein powerhouses wouldn't dare take head-on." Yama thrust his hand forward, sending the spiritual energy flying toward Lin Tian. He muttered with a bored expression, flashy and unnecessarily complicated. Yama shouted arrogantly, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Tian, your time has come." Lin Tian held out one hand, and a light flashed in his palm. He thrust his hand forward, and a surge of energy suddenly appeared from it. The energy shot forward, neutralizing Yama's attack. Yama panicked, shouting in fear, What kind of spiritual energy is this?" A flame enveloped Lin Tian's body. He replied, "It's the kind that can stand up to your power." Yama turned to flee, his thoughts racing. "This kid is no ordinary practitioner. I'm no match for him." Yama scrambled backward, his mind made up. "Gotta run!" Lin Tian's spiritual energy billowed out. He said, "You think you can come and go from my house as you please?" From within his power, a spiritual entity began to materialize from his body. Yama tried to run faster. After a moment, he looked back over his shoulder. A thought appeared in his mind. What is this weird feeling? Suddenly realizing something, Yama's eyes widened in shock. From behind, Lin Tian and his giant spiritual entity were closing in. The entity raised one hand, and Yama screamed in terror. What? What is that thing?" Lin Tian's spiritual entity slammed its hand into the ground, shattering it and sending rocks flying into the air. Yama was completely defeated, gasping weakly. In the end, "What kind of power is this?" Lin Tian slowly approached. "Now it's my turn to ask questions." Yama tried to struggle, letting out an angry grunt despite being heavily injured. Lin Tian planted his foot on Yama's face and asked, "Speak. What the hell is this Dawn Church of yours? Who founded it?" Yama lay motionless on the ground, his voice faint. "The Dawn Church is the will of a god. It appeared when the people of Northwest City were praying for hope. An image of a monster attacking a city appeared in Yama's mind." He recounted, "Back then, a super mutant-level threat broke out in Northwest City. The Spiritual Energy Association and the military were completely annihilated. No one survived. Everyone thought they were definitely not going to make it." An image of the high priest appeared as Yama's voice continued. At that very moment, a powerhouse wielding a blood-colored scepter and wearing a golden mask descended from the sky, calling himself the High Priest of the Dawn Church. The story continues with the High Priest destroying that mutant monster. Yama continued his story. The High Priest took care of the super mutant all by himself, with his scepter. An image of the people starting to worship the High Priest appeared. Yama's voice rang out. Ever since then, Northwest City has only put its faith in the Dawn Church. Yama screamed with conviction, "We are the apostles of a god. You mortals are not worthy of questioning our doctrine." Lin Tian replied coldly, "That's a lie fit for children. Stop fooling yourself. Do you have any idea how strong a super mutant-level monster is? Have you ever seen one?" Lin Tian kept his foot planted on Yama. He continued, "I've read the files on the Dawn Church. You people rampage through the streets of Northwest City, burning, looting, and taking the lives of others. You're nothing but an evil cult that uses lies to manipulate the masses and expand its own power." Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and concluded, "Your so-called apostles are just using their abnormal abilities to oppress helpless, unarmed civilians." Refusing to accept the truth, Yama shot back, "Those are necessary sacrifices. Without absolute order, humanity would just fall into chaos. There always have to be sacrifices." Lin Tian's expression turned ice cold. He said quietly, "You're right. There always have to be sacrifices." He raised a hand toward Yama, and energy began to gather in his palm. He said, "Then you can be the sacrifice now." In a flash, a massive bolt of lightning struck the spot where Lin Tian and Yama stood. The scene shifts to midnight at the Dawn Church. Inside a room, the high priest's voice rings out. "You mean to tell me that White Yama, whom I dispatched, was also taken care of by Lin Tian?" A subordinate reported, "Yes, my lord. The 3 other church members who accompanied White Yama have also been sacrificed. The high priest's thoughts emerged. Northwest City is my territory. The faith I've worked so hard to build will absolutely not be destroyed by some practitioner who's no better than a stray dog. Lin Tian, I absolutely cannot let him live. Absolutely not. The high priest suddenly exclaimed, It is just as the prophecy I saw foretold. A subordinate kneeling on the ground looked up and asked curiously, A prophecy? Another asked, curious. My lord high priest, what prophecy did you see? The high priest pointed one hand to the sky and began to speak, a heretic cloaked in the power of lightning. He will be called a hero by the people, but he will be the beginning of the world's downfall. He will bring calamity, chaos, betrayal, and destruction. The high priest raised both his hands, declaring passionately, For the security of Northwest City, for the glory of the Dawn, we must take the offensive and eradicate the source of this disaster. The members of the Dawn Church chanted in unison, Drive out Lin Tian, protect the Dawn. The high priest said, I have seen the calamity of the future. The practitioner named Lin Tian. He will be the villain who brings an end to the order of the human world. His aura will devour the very foundations of order and life. He must be brought to Northwest City immediately to face the Dawn trial. The footage was just a replay, but someone suddenly cut it off. Commander Shen, holding the remote, said, The moment this prophecy was released, the internet exploded. Our military is deploying its PR team to delete posts, lock accounts, and sever the chain of transmission, but they can't keep up. Fei Fei suddenly blurted out, Are those people brain dead or something? How can they fall for such obvious manipulation? Lan Yue, sitting nearby, replied, It's not that they believe the prophecy. They're afraid of the unknown. Commander Shen continued, For the next few days, it's best if you all stay home. Don't go anywhere. I'll arrange for an elite squad to protect you around the clock, 24/7. Commander Shen looked towards Lin Tian and said, Lin Tian, right now, you're not just our most critical asset. You're also their #1 target. Lin Tian suddenly stood up. I don't need protection, he said coldly. I'm planning to go out. Commander Shen snapped. Go out? Are you insane? That whole damn Church of Dawn wants you dead. Commander Shen looked over at Lan Yue. Lan Yue just leveled up, and we were wondering where she could get some real combat experience. Realizing something, his voice trailed off. Don't tell me you're planning to. Lin Tian's tone was ice cold. That so-called high priest had better be able to actually destroy super mutant-level monsters. If not, then the Church of Dawn deserves to be wiped out. The screen showed a bustling scene in a large hall, crowded with people coming and going. Looking at it, Fei Fei commented, Ever since the spiritual energy resurgence, there are definitely a lot more people with nothing better to do. Lin Tian walked over with 2 glasses of water. What's wrong? Pissed off about something? She shoved the screen towards them. Look at this. These people spend all day cussing each other out online. Don't they have anything real to do? The screen was flooded with vulgar, hateful comments. Fei Fei ground her teeth. I just can't with these people. I should have just blown up a few broadcast towers and sent these idiots to work in a brick factory, pulling cables or forging steel. At least then they'd be contributing something to the country. Lin Tian smirked, trying to calm her down. Don't get so worked up. They'll shut their mouths once we arrive. She took the glass from him. You two still need to be careful, she warned, even though we don't know what that high priest from the Church of Dawn is really capable of. She paused, her expression turning serious. They say his prophetic abilities might be the real deal. He's used them to find undiscovered, talented cultivators and built the Church of Dawn on their backs. He frowned. Oh? So he has that kind of power too? High above, a white jet streaked across the bright blue sky. Elsewhere, a believer knelt to report. Your Holiness, the High Priest, the cultivator named Lin Tian has boarded a flight. He is heading directly for the northwest. The high priest thought to himself, You walked right into this, so don't blame me. He rose, raising his arms high. My believers, just now, in my meditation, I received a vision. The cultivator, Lin Tian, will bring disaster and destruction to our lands in the northwest. The followers below were stunned. What? How can that be? Your Holiness, what must we do? The high priest raised his voice to calm them. Do not fear. The light of the dawn will shine upon all things. The gods have guided us on how to protect our home, he said slyly. My believers, rise with pious hearts. For the Northwest, for the gods, let Lin Tian know that he is not welcome in Northwest City. The followers knelt in unison. The gods have commanded it. We volunteer to face the enemy. We must show Lin Tian that he is not welcome here. A panoramic view of the airport glittered under the starry night sky, with a brightly lit city skyline on the horizon. Elsewhere, a noisy crowd held up signs, protesting Lin Tian's entry into the city. They shouted, We can't let that monster into our city. The high priest said he'll destroy everything we have. That's right. I don't care if he saved people before, he's not welcome here. A believer with a megaphone yelled, The light of dawn shines brightly over the northwest. No darkness shall be allowed to enter. Lin Tian must face judgment for his sins. Looking down from a high-rise building, Lin Tian wondered, are these people really this brainwashed? He said nonchalantly. Using faith to manipulate people. That high priest really knows how to play his games. Lan Yue, beside him, asked, what do we do now? These are all civilians. We can't actually attack them, can we? Lin Tian shot back. And why not? He answered his own question. They chose to believe in a god. His expression was grim and cold. So let's just show them if their precious god can save them. The crowd looked up, buzzing with agitation. He's here! Look, it's that walking disaster! They immediately surged towards Lin Tian. Don't let him in! Don't let him in! Get lost, Lin Tian! His feet stood firm on the ground, crackling arcs of golden lightning erupting around him, radiating immense power. The lightning lashed out, striking the noisy mob. The crowd stared in stunned horror at the scene. The believers, their faces pale with terror, thought, so this is Lin Tian? How can his aura be this powerful? Lin Tian's voice was cold. Judging by your robes, you must be followers of the Church of Dawn. He channeled his power, and a sphere of lightning formed in his palm, electricity crackling around it. Since you all believe so fervently in your god, let's see if that god you keep talking about can save you from a demon like me. Seeing this, the believers turned and fled. No, but they didn't get more than a few steps before the lightning struck them down. The onlookers in the crowd were horrified by the overwhelming display of power. Lin Tian's expression was grim. Any other believers here? He asked. Suddenly, one man stammered, I just remembered I left the stove on at home. Another girl added fearfully, my mom told me to be home for dinner. I can't be late. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos and began to flee. I wasn't even here for the church. I was just picking someone up. Wrong place. Me too, me too. Lan Yue watched them go with disdain. They were so fanatical a second ago. 3 of them dropped dead and the whole crowd just scatters. Lin Tian explained coolly. They were never truly zealous. They were just giving themselves an excuse not to think, an excuse to avoid responsibility. True faith isn't sustained by fear. She glanced at him. So, what's next? Lin Tian replied flatly, tell that high priest it's time for him to retire. A believer made his way through a crowd of his brethren, knelt on one knee, and reported respectfully, Your Holiness, we've discovered a young woman with high spiritual potential. She's about 17, with a rare aptitude. I have brought her here specifically, and I request that you personally verify her. The high priest let out a lazy "Oh, let's have a look." 2 believers dragged the girl in. Her face was bruised and she was panting for breath. He slowly descended the steps, approaching her. The high priest lifted her chin. Decent aura. And not a bad face, either. The gods have delivered you to me. How could I possibly defy their will? He stared intently at her. Offer your everything to the gods. Suddenly, the ceiling shattered, and chunks of rock rained down. The stunned believers knelt, looking up. What's going on? A familiar voice boomed from above, manipulating the masses, twisting black and white, preying on the innocent. Lin Tian hovered in the air, his power flaring as he looked down. Your church needs to get the hell out of Northwest City. Lin Tian and Lan Ye landed on the ground, surrounded by the believers. The high priest glared at him. Lin Tian, you've got a lot of nerve, daring to storm my temple. Lin Tian sneered back. Temple? I think terrorist hideout is a more fitting name for a piece of scum like you, he said in a low voice. If you've come here to die, then don't blame me for what happens next. The high priest raised his hand. This will be your grave. Believers, eliminate them, he roared. Kill them. Across from them, Lin Tian stood perfectly calm, while Lan Yue had already assumed a battle stance. Before she could rush forward, he quickly raised a hand to stop her. Hold on! Lin Tian channeled his spirit energy, his entire body crackling with lightning. This is for your training. As for this trash, I'll clean them up for you. The next second, all of them were sent flying by his Thunderflame single slash. The high priest stumbled back in terror, watching his followers get blown away and lie scattered on the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. What? No way. Lin Tian's face darkened as he said coldly, Don't worry. To deal with a peak Yongquan piece of scum like you, I don't even need to lift a finger. This time, your opponent is her. Leng Yue suddenly appeared before the high priest, her hands brimming with spirit energy. He gripped the weapon in his hand, which was radiating dark energy, and prepared to counter. The 2 powers collided, unleashing a terrifying aura. The high priest's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, What? Leng Yue coldly unleashed her ice shadow slash. Instantly, that terrifying power slashed across his neck. The mask on the high priest's face cracked under the force. He gritted his teeth and let out a grunt. Clutching his now frozen chest, the high priest asked in pain, What kind of spirit energy is this? It can freeze my spirit energy? She continued to summon sharp shards of ice, aiming for him. The high priest immediately retreated, dodging the attack. But unfortunately, one of the ice shards pierced his leg. The high priest cried out in pain. Leng Yue channeled her internal energy and hovered in the air, looking down at him coldly. Lin Tian smirked in approval. Not bad. Leng Yue can already fight a peak Yongquan level opponent on her own. An aura of icy energy surrounded Leng Yue. She declared coldly, "It's over." As soon as she finished speaking, another long icicle shot forward, aimed at the high priest. The icicle aimed straight for his body and pierced through it was her ice heart-piercing thorn technique. The high priest broke out in a sweat, gritting his teeth in defiance. "No, Lord Dawn, God, save me, save me!" Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Debris flew everywhere. Leng Yue gritted her teeth, struggling to stand her ground. "What's happening?" Lin Tian's expression was now terrifyingly grim. He stared intently at his opponent as a loud roar echoed, and a monster suddenly appeared. A massive Tai DM stood opposite Lin Tian and Leng Yue. The high priest crawled on the ground, crying out, "Lord Dawn God." Leng Yue asked, "What is this thing?" Lin Tian frowned. "Looks like this is the true form of the Church of Dawn." Tai DM spoke, asking the high priest, "Why have you summoned me?" He crawled on the ground and replied in fear, "My lord, these people invaded your temple and slaughtered your followers." It scolded him in annoyance. "You cowardly fly, clinging to life. You dare disturb my slumber for such a trivial matter?" Immediately after, Tai Diem raised a sharp claw and touched a source of dark red spirit energy. The high priest's entire body was suddenly engulfed in dark energy. His eyes bulged, and he opened his mouth wide, screaming like a madman who had lost his mind. The high priest's eyes rolled back to show only the whites as he let out an agonized scream. "No!" Both Lin Tian and Leng Yue stared down at the high priest, their mouths agape in silence. Tai Diem radiated dark energy and declared, "Now, it's your turn." Tai Diem said with contempt, "You insignificant worms, since you've awakened me, you will compensate me with your flesh and blood." As it spoke, an even deadlier energy radiated from its body. Leng Yue coldly launched a volley of ice shards. The shards instantly pierced through Tai Diem's body. She stared at it, a cunning smile on her face, then snorted with contempt. Tai Diem broke into a wide grin, the ice shards still embedded in its body. Suddenly, dark spirit energy began to rise from the wounds around the shards. Leng Yue frowned in confusion, exclaiming, "What?" Tai Diem praised her with satisfaction. "Your spirit energy is truly delicious." With that, it opened its mouth wide, and an oppressive energy blasted out. "I will devour you completely." Instantly, Leng Yue summoned a large ice wall to block Tai Diem's attack. She gritted her teeth, channeled her internal energy, and shouted, "Ice Blade Talisman!" A sharp icicle shot forward, aiming for the beast. Tai Diem easily shattered the icicle with its sharp teeth. Small fragments of ice scattered through the air. Leng Yue was stunned by the sight. How can that be? Suddenly, a powerful flame erupted from behind her, instantly striking Tai Diem. It let out a piercing scream. Lin Tian's voice rang out, "You did very well." His entire body was engulfed in a powerful flame. "Now, let me put an end to this farce." Lin Tian charged forward, aiming a strike down at Tai Diem. His eyes sharpened as he stared it down and unleashed his Thunder Flame explosive slash. Tai Diem refused to back down. It opened its mouth wide, gathering demonic spirit energy. A brilliant golden light and crackling blue lightning swirled into a mysterious purple core. The powerful golden spirit energy cascaded down like a waterfall, slamming into the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Leng Yue was blown away by the force, along with the rubble. She dropped to one knee, thinking to herself, "So this is the power of the TMI realm. Will I be able to reach this level of strength one day?" Lin Tian was gathering an immense power in his hand. It was the Thunder Flame world-ending slash. He then hurled that power straight at Tai Diem. Struck by the overwhelming force, Tai Diem let out a piercing shriek. The power slammed into its body, leaving Tai Diem completely stunned. Lightning erupted from the attack, enveloping it. Then, Tai Diem's entire body exploded. It let out an agonized scream, "No!" After finishing it off, Lin Tian landed on the ground. Leng Yue looked at him in awe. Lin Tian tilted his head, glanced at her, and said, "Let's go." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. "So fragrant," Tai Diem said with satisfaction. "Your spirit energy is so fragrant." The dark energy on its body billowed. Tai Diem stood up and looked down at them. "I want to devour you. I want to seize your power." Lin Tian sneered contemptuously. "We'll see if you have what it takes to survive." With that, he charged forward. "Let's see how many times you can regenerate." The two clashed, their overwhelming powers radiating everywhere. Lin Tian brought his sword down in a powerful, decisive slash. The slash landed, tearing Tai Diem's body apart, but then, its body began to mend, the wound healing at a visible rate. Lin Tian leaped into the air, gripping his sword tightly, ready to fight. He looked down at Tai Diem, wondering to himself, how on earth is it regenerating? It bared its teeth in a grin and praised, "Your spirit energy is a true delicacy. Once I devour you, the entire Northwest City will become my domain." Lin Tian glanced at Tai Diem, thinking, domain. Could it be? He observed it. calculating. No matter how fiercely we've fought, it has never moved from this altar area. Lin Tian raised his sword, his lips pressed into a thin line as he wondered, the secret to your resurrection. It's hidden beneath this altar, isn't it? His thoughts settled, and he decisively swung his sword down. Tai Diem's body was instantly sliced in two. The ground below shattered and floated into the air, revealing the corpses underneath. The horrifying bodies were floating on the surface of the water. Lin Tian looked down in anger. So that's it, just as I thought. You rely on devouring their spirit energy to maintain your immortal body. Tai Diem immediately lunged forward. You know something you shouldn't. For that, you must die today. Lin Tian suddenly smirked, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Then, he shouted an order. Lang Yue, freeze the altar. She immediately obeyed and dashed off. Yes, seeing the situation turn against it, Tai Diem grew anxious. You. It raised its claw high and warned loudly. You dare! Lin Tian channeled his internal energy, hovering in front of Tai Diem. He looked at it with a grim expression, his voice low and menacing. Let's see you try to leave. Lin Tian glared fiercely at Tai Diem, raised his hand and commanded, stay put. It opened its mouth wide, gathering its evil energy again. But Lin Tian didn't let it finish. He launched an energy blast straight at it. He frowned, watching his opponent intently. Tai Diem thought in fear, I have to find a way to escape him. Meanwhile, Leng Yue was silently observing everything. Seeing the right moment, she gathered her energy and struck. Ancient runes emerged, then suddenly flared with light. She gritted her teeth, clasping her hands together to control the ancient script. The runes appeared faintly on the frigid ice. Large, sharp icicles suddenly erupted from Lan Yue's power. Tai Diem shrieked in horror. No, my life source! Lin Tian flew high into the air, dodging Tai Diem's attack. He hovered high above, calmly observing his opponent. Lin Tian glanced at it grimly. Turning your back on an enemy is a grave mistake. With that, he raised his sword high, a brilliant energy erupting from his body. The next second, Lin Tian gripped his sword and slashed down hard. The blade cut vertically down Tai Diem's body, making it roar in agony. Bursts of gold and purple energy collided violently. Tai Diem looked up. You destroyed what was mine. I'll make you pay. Lin Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. This is bad. It's going to self-destruct. A brilliant golden stream of spirit energy shot out, radiating a malevolent aura as it roared. Let's go to hell together! He pulled Lan Yue close to him and said, Hold on tight! Immediately after, Lin Tian carried her and dashed away. Tai Diem opened its mouth wide, screaming as it gathered a blazing red orb. The fireball grew larger and larger, swallowing everything around it. Lin Tian landed safely on a rooftop with Lan Yue in his arms. She blushed, looking at him and shyly saying, Thank you. Lin Tian warned her, Be careful. It's not over yet. Lan Yue couldn't help but be surprised. What? Black debris floated in the air around a ruined building. Amidst the wreckage, sharp, crimson bolts of lightning erupted violently. The air was suddenly torn apart by the savage crimson lightning, which quickly swirled into a colossal, blood-red vortex of energy. From the center of this blood-colored energy, a beast tide with bloodshot eyes and powerful bodies emerged. They charged forward, roaring ferociously. Down on the main street, the beast tide swarmed across the road. Lan Yue prepared to jump down. I'll go stop them. But Lin Tian stopped her. You can't stop them all. He lowered his gaze and explained, There are too many civilians in the city. We can't use large-scale spells. If we hit them by mistake, the consequences would be even more terrifying than the monsters. She asked, puzzled. Then what do we do? Lin Tian picked up his phone. It's time to let the military do their job. Inside the military base, a hurried voice called out, Abnormal spirit energy reaction detected. The staff looked at the monitor in horror. Hundreds of spirit energy units are approaching Northwest City. No, it's a monster horde. Should we forcibly intervene? But the city hasn't finished evacuating yet. Suddenly someone shouted, It's a call from Lin Tian. Someone else immediately replied, Answer it! Put him on right now! Lin Tian's voice came through. I'm in the center of Northwest City. The Church of Tai Diem has been destroyed. A mutated spirit beast self-destructed before it died, releasing a horde of mutated monsters. The situation is extremely urgent. These monsters are charging towards the city. Immediately dispatch all available combat forces. Coordinate with the Spirit Energy Association to set up a defensive line outside the city and cut off the beast tide's advance. The commander immediately gave the order, Relay my command. All Northwest Garrison troops are to move out immediately. Coordinate with Lin Tian to encircle and destroy the beast tide in Northwest City. There must be absolutely no civilian casualties. On the main street, the beast tide was fiercely chasing people, who were crying out in terror. High priest of the Church of Tai Diem, save us. O gods, have mercy on us. Suddenly, a beast lunged forward, about to grab someone who could only scream in fear. Elsewhere, another beast was rapidly chasing a young woman. The poor girl tripped, falling and hitting her head on the ground. The beast opened its mouth wide and moved in, about to seize its prey. The terrified girl screamed at the top of her lungs, "God, save me!" As soon as she finished speaking, an oppressive wave of power flashed down in front of her, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lin Tian gripped his sword, looking down coldly. The rescued girl kept repeating, "A god! It's a god! A god has descended! A miracle has happened! Please save us!" He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "There have never been any gods, and there's no savior either. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself." Amidst the fleeing crowd, Lin Tian scanned his surroundings. Something's wrong. Hearing this, Lan Yue asked, puzzled, "What is it?" Lin Tian analyzed slowly. That guy developed his church to such a grand scale. There's no way he'd be content to just turn to dust in a self-destruction. He stated his suspicion with a grim face. "I think it didn't really self-destruct. It's hiding within the beast tide, planning to slip away in the chaos." She couldn't help but ask, "That makes sense. So, should we charge into the beast tide to find it now?" Lin Tian replied with a sound of agreement, "Yeah, but just leave finding it to me." Hearing this, Lan Yue was stunned and protested, "No way. I can't let you risk your life alone," he said calmly. "You need to be in charge of organizing the evacuation of the civilians in Northwest City and protecting them. At the same time, contact the incoming military, report the situation here, and secure our rear." She was reluctant, but Lin Tian gently patted Lan Yue's head. "It's decided. Besides, you're better at communicating with the military than I am," she said sadly. "I understand. You have to come back alive." Immediately after, Lin Tian leaped away, leaving Lan Yue standing there alone. He quickly landed on the ground, surrounded by the beast tide. Seeing Lin Tian, they roared and charged at him. With a single bolt of lightning, Lin Tian easily took down the beasts. He slowly walked past the charred bodies of the beast tide, struck down by his lightning. He controlled the lightning, frowning as he said, "Let's see where you can run." The scene changes to another location, inside a large high-rise building. Zhao Zhao held Engomin's head and scolded him, "Are you crazy? You're so weak. What are you trying to prove?" His eyes couldn't hide his sadness. "'Cause you're my girlfriend, that's why." No Min lowered his head and said, "In a bit, if they break down the meeting room door, I'll hold them off. You take the chance to run. As long as you can get out of the company, you'll be safe." Tears streamed down Jiao Jiao's face. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I just leave you here?" As soon as she finished speaking, a group of men aggressively burst through the door. Loi Ung smirked slyly. Finally, a chance to have some fun. He licked his lips perversely and said, "That's right, dressing so slutty every day. I can't take it anymore." Jiao Jiao pointed at Loi Ung and warned, "Don't come any closer. I've already called the police. They'll be here soon." He tilted his head, his voice cold. "The police? Who has time to care about us right now?" The henchman next to him added, "Those monsters that broke in earlier couldn't even be killed by guns. It's been hell outside for a while now." Loi Ung then charged forward as he spoke. "We're all gonna die anyway! I'm gonna have some fun before I go, so I have no regrets." But suddenly No Min sprang up, shouting as he pushed him away. He glanced at Jiao Jiao and yelled, "Run!" Jiao Jiao anxiously stepped forward to stop him. "Min, don't!" Right before her eyes, No Min was punched hard in the stomach by Loi Ung, and blood sprayed from his mouth. All three of them rushed forward and beat No Min relentlessly, sealing his fate. He covered his head, silently enduring the painful kicks and punches. With tears in her eyes, Jiao Jiao picked up a chair, raised it high, and cursed, "You animals, go to hell." But she was quickly slapped hard across the face by Loi Ung. "You rotten bitch!" The blow stunned Jiao Jiao, and she collapsed to the ground. He grabbed her by the hair, laughing lecherously. "The more you resist, the more excited I get." She gritted her teeth as tears streamed down her face. "You scum." Suddenly, an explosion roared, shattering the wall and sending debris flying everywhere. The three of them, Loi Ung included, were thrown back by the explosion. Lin Tian appeared in the hole in the wall, looking around. "Wrong, that guy isn't here." Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up, wondering to herself, "Xiao Tian, why is he here?" She called out worriedly, "Xiao Tian, be careful." He heard the familiar voice and turned to look. Lin Tian quickly helped Zhao Zhao to her feet. "Auntie, why are you here?" she said with difficulty. "My company is here. Have you forgotten? Didn't you come here for a summer job once?" His eyes widened as he remembered. "Oh, right, Auntie's company is in Northwest City. How could I have forgotten?" Lin Tian looked at the people on the ground and asked, "Who are they? Your colleagues? Isn't this your boyfriend? Why is he so beat up?" He glanced at Lu Hong against the wall, feeling a pang of guilt. "Oh crap, this isn't my fault, is it?" Jiao Jiao quickly pushed Lin Tian away. "Xiao Tian, you need to go, now. These guys are bad news." The men struggled to their feet and asked, "President Qin, where are you going?" She quickly stood in front of him. "He's just a kid, please. Let him go." A dark realization dawned on Lin Tian's face. So, that's how it is. His face darkened as he stepped in front of Jiao Jiao. Auntie, don't worry. Anyone who hurt you isn't leaving this place alive. Lei Ying stepped forward, hands on his hips, and bellowed, You little punk. You really know how to act tough. Think you're some kind of savior? Juming picked up an iron bar and yelled, That's right, drop the act. I'm gonna smash your head in with this pipe today. Jiao Jiao stood nearby, her face filled with anxiety. She called out to Lin Tian, Xiao Tian, be careful. Lin Tian stood calmly. Juming rushed forward, swinging the pipe hard at his shoulder. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Tian's body, sending Juming flying backward. As Juming soared through the air, Lei Ying and Ling Yun were startled, jumping aside to avoid him. Juming's entire body slammed hard into a nearby wall, and blood instantly gushed from his mouth. Lei Ying and Ling Yun were stunned, both staring in shock at Juming's motionless form on the ground. Lei Ying suddenly dropped to his knees, clasping his hands and bowing to Lin Tian. He begged, Big bro, spare me, spare my life. Ling Yun quickly tried to explain. We were just possessed for a moment. Lin Tian was silent, standing still for a moment. Ling Yun's voice rang out, Please, let us go. We'll never do it again. We know we were wrong. Lin Tian slowly walked forward, power gathering in his palm. He said in a low voice, It's not that you know you were wrong. It's that you know you're about to die. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind Lin Tian, sending dirt and rocks flying. The hellhound appeared, baring its sharp teeth, its eyes darting toward Lin Tian. The hellhound's eyes widened, its mouth gaped open, and it let out a furious roar. The moment the roar ended, the hellhound charged forward. It headed straight for its target, Lin Tian. Behind them, Lei Ying smirked and scoffed. Serves him right. What was he pretending for? Beside him, Ling Yun laughed loudly, sneering. Pathetic trash. Just let the monster tear him to shreds. The hellhound lunged, its massive paw reaching forward, ready to strike Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned, his razor-sharp gaze fixed on the opponent before him. Lin Tian reached out and grabbed the hellhound's neck. Lin Tian's power exploded. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm. He had the hellhound completely under his control. In an instant, a shimmering ball of lightning appeared. The hellhound's body took a massive amount of damage. It slowly vanished. Jiao Jiao looked at Lin Tian, her face a mask of pure astonishment. Lin Tian floated in midair, turning his head to look back at Lei Ying and Ling Yun. He spoke, Now, it's your turn. Terrified, Lei Ying and Ling Yun turned to run, shouting, Big bro, spare us! We won't do it again! Lin Tian closed his eyes and raised one hand, his spiritual energy surging forth. In a flash, Lin Tian fired 2 energy bullets that flew toward Lei Ying and Ling Yun, taking them both down instantly. Lin Tian landed near Jiao Jiao and called to her, Let's go, auntie. Jiao Jiao's eyes were wide as she exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Tian, have you turned into a superhero? Lin Tian sighed softly and said quietly, After things in Northwest City calm down, I'll explain everything to you, okay? Scene change. Lin Tian and Jiao Jiao walked toward the building's gate. He opened the gate and stepped outside. Outside, a horde of beasts was attacking civilians. One man, under attack, screamed helplessly, Help me! Jiao Jiao supported Wu Ming with one arm and said to Lin Tian, Xiao Tian, maybe we should stay at the company and wait for help. Lin Tian frowned and said softly, I have other things I need to do. Lin Tian stepped forward and told Jiao Jiao, How about this? You all stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Lin Tian walked calmly, step by step, toward the ferocious beast tide. The beast tide seemed to notice Lin Tian's presence and let out a roar. The horde of beasts charged toward Lin Tian in unison. He stood calmly, his eyes scanning the approaching enemies. A beast approached Lin Tian, its roar echoing through the area. Lin Tian frowned, and an immense power erupted from his body. Lin Tian stood motionless for a moment, releasing a massive amount of spiritual energy from his body. Lin Tian drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on the enemy and swung his sword powerfully down at the beast tide. Lin Tian unleashed a slash that seemed to shake space itself, directly colliding with the beast tide in front of him. A flame appeared, engulfing the entire body of a beast. It let out a pained roar. In an instant, the beast tide was consumed by the attack. The path before Lin Tian was clear of enemies. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Lin Tian was slightly startled, his eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Leng Yue and the army advanced toward Lin Tian. She called out worriedly, Lin Tian! Leng Yue approached and asked with concern, Are you hurt? He replied softly, I'm fine. Lin Tian turned to Jiao Jiao and Wu Ming and told Leng Yue, Oh, right. This is my aunt and her boyfriend. Can you help me get them to safety? Leng Yue frowned and quickly replied to Lin Tian, Okay, leave it to me. Jiao Jiao looked at Lin Tian and said loudly, Xiao Tian, where are you going now? Come hide with us. Lin Tian glanced around and replied softly, I can't. The monster's true form is still hiding somewhere. Lin Tian said in a low voice, I have to find it and end this all at once. Scene change. A monster is pierced by a blast of energy and roars in agony. Lin Tian appeared, sword gripped tightly, his power surging. Lin Tian glanced around, thinking, the flow of spiritual energy is too abnormal. Something's wrong. Lin Tian was surrounded by rubble. A thought formed in his mind. Is all the surrounding spiritual energy flowing downward? There must be a secret hidden under this road. Lin Tian looked at the wall in front of him, certain. This wall is too solid. Something's not right. Lin Tian raised a hand, placing it on the wall's surface as if sensing something. He frowned, his mind reaching a conclusion, just as he thought. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as a deep, dark basement was revealed before him. Lin Tian squinted, looking down into the basement. He thought, found it. Scene change. Deep inside the basement, a desolate cold wind blows. The surrounding space is shrouded in darkness. Inside a tunnel, Tai Yan is kneeling on the ground when Shu Guang's voice suddenly rings out. How did you become so weak? Experiment number 025. Tai Yan replied softly, My lord, the church was destroyed, and my source of power vanished with it. Shu Guang asked in a low voice, You possess the power of a fifth realm bloodline. Who could possibly injure you? Tai Yan trembled, his voice weak. It was a human, named Lin Tian. Shu Guang's eyes widened. He said, Lin Tian? A human? You lost to a mere human? Tai Yan bowed his head, his voice trembling. He's no ordinary person. He also has bloodline powers, and they're definitely no weaker than the third realm Iron Vein. Shu Guang replied coldly, Don't be ridiculous. How long has it been since spiritual energy returned to Earth? You can count the number of humans who've reached the Iron Vein realm on one hand. If he had really reached the Iron Vein realm, how could I not know about it? Tai Yan's face was tense as Shu Guang's voice continued. Besides, even if he is a third realm Iron Vein, you are a fifth realm bloodline monster. A fifth realm losing to a third realm proves that you are a failed product, Shu Guang continued, and we have no need for failed products. Tai Yan hastily tried to explain, My lord, my power was only temporarily accumulated by devouring all the members of the Northwest Spiritual Energy Association. He destroyed the church's altar. Without the altar, I'm not even as strong as a ninth realm Brave Spring. Tai Yan bowed his head, pleading with Shu Guang, My lord, please give me one more chance. I will definitely take care of Lin Tian. Tai Diam looked up at Shu Guang. His spirit energy is incredibly pure. If I can devour him, I'll truly complete my transformation. Only then will I be truly useful to the organization, far stronger than I am now. Shu Guang held his hand forward as a burst of dark power erupted, his voice echoing. If that's the case. A magic circle appeared beneath Tai Diam's feet. Shu Guang continued, I'll give you one more chance. Suddenly, tentacles shot up from the ground, wrapping around Tai Diam's body. As the tentacles enveloped him, he let out a terrified scream. The tentacles faded in an instant, revealing a spherical container within. Shu Guang narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, I hope you don't disappoint me this time. The scene shifts to Lin Tian, who suddenly felt the space around him trembling. Lin Tian looked ahead as a thought crossed his mind. Looks like I found the right place. In front of him, a deep, dark tunnel gradually appeared. Lin Tian stepped through the tunnel, stopping short when he saw a red orb floating in midair. Lin Tian walked toward the orb, his eyes fixed on the creation before him. He slowly reached out his hand, intending to examine the object, but a sudden voice made him jump. It seems that useless piece of trash Tai Diam wasn't wrong. Your strength has indeed reached the third level of the Iron Vein realm. Lin Tian quickly spun around, shouting warily, Who's there? From the darkness, Shu Guang's voice emerged. You're the Lin Tian that Tai Diam mentioned, aren't you? Hearing this, Lin Tian was puzzled. Is Tai Diam a monster from the Dawn Church? So, are you his accomplice? Shu Guang smiled and replied arrogantly, Accomplice? As if he's worthy. I am a member of the Eternal Glory King's mansion. You can call me Wen Xuanse. Shu Guang raised a hand, explaining, We've grown tired of this rotten world and are determined to replace the old ruins with a new order, Lin Tian interjected. So the Dawn Church is one of the new orders you created? Shu Guang placed a hand on his chin thoughtfully and replied, A failed experiment, but not entirely without value. Lin Tian's voice suddenly grew cold. I don't care what kind of experiments you people are running, but you've messed with me. A surge of power burst forth from him as Lin Tian warned, So don't blame me for sending every last one of you to hell. Shu Guang just smiled and replied, You can say that after you manage to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Guang's spirit energy flared up, and a circle appeared beneath his feet. Shu Guang vanished, his voice fading away. I'll let it play with you for now. A loud sound echoed. Lin Tian immediately went on alert, whipping his head around to look behind him. On the surface of the crimson orb, cracks began to appear, and then suddenly, the orb shattered into pieces. Mo Yuan appeared, letting out a roar. Mo Yuan looked at Lin Tian and shouted angrily, Lin Tian, I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Tian frowned and replied calmly, You just woke up and you're already in a hurry to die? The scene shifts outside, where a city of ashes from raging fires filled the air. Thok Uyen sat nearby, her hands over her eyes, crying her heart out. Mommy! The black hound suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged toward Qing Yu and Ye Jun. Both of them raised their guns at the black hound. They opened fire continuously. The bullets flew towards the black hound, but the armor on its body completely neutralized them. Yi Jun looked towards Tak Uyen and said to Qing Yu, "There's a survivor over there, look." Yi Jun then turned to Qing Yu. He told him to use that. Qing Yu pulled out a knife infused with spirit energy and charged straight at the enemy. Qing Yu plunged the knife into the black hound, which writhed in agony. Qing Yu took a few steps back as the black hound collapsed, its mouth wide open, letting out a scream. The black hound grew weaker, and after a moment, it lay motionless in a pool of red blood. Yi Jun approached and helped up Qing Yu, who was panting from exhaustion. Qing Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing we have these items from the Spirit Energy Association, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to kill this thing. Ye Jun looked towards Tak Uyen and quickly reminded Qing Yu, "Go check on that child." Yi Jun approached and reassured Thok Uyen. "Don't be afraid, little girl. We're here to rescue you. Where's your mother?" Thok Uyen looked up, sobbing uncontrollably. "I don't know." Ye Jun turned to Qing Yu and ordered, "Take this child to the military headquarters first. We also need to restock on ammunition." Qing Yu replied softly, "Got it." Qing Yu carried Tak Uyen in his arms and said, "We're lucky Big Bro Lin Tian charged into the middle of that monster horde. Otherwise, how would we have had time to save anyone?" Ye Jun replied, "That's right. I heard he can slice a monster in two with just a wave of his hand, like a Superman." Ye Jun said to Qing Yu, "I wish I were as strong as him. What's Big Bro Lin Tian's situation now?" Qing Yu speculated. "I think he's already reached the monster's lair. He definitely deserves the top credit for this Northwest City operation." Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted right in front of Ye Jun and Qing Yu. Ye Jun's eyes shot forward as he let out a startled cry. It was Mo Yuan, its wings spread wide, letting out a furious roar. Ye Jun stumbled back a few steps, screaming in terror. "What? What is that monster?" Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Attention! An unidentified high-level spirit energy lifeform has appeared deep within the church catacombs. The spirit energy fluctuation has exceeded the third level of the Iron Vein realm. All personnel, maintain high alert." Qing Yu's face went pale, and he exclaimed in shock. Above the third-level Iron Vein realm, a look of pure terror crossed Ye Jun's face. He muttered, "We're screwed. Northwest City is done for. No, humanity is done for." Mo Yuan tilted its head to the sky, letting out a roar that shook the very air. Ye Jun stood frozen, telling Qing Yu, "Look, it's crying out in anguish." Ye Jun looked up and guessed, could it be that someone is fighting it? High above, Lin Tian was clashing with Mo Yuan. Ye Jun's voice rang out, "Big Bro Lin Tian." Ye Jun exclaimed, "That's right, we still have Big Bro Lin Tian." Qing Yu affirmed, "Only Big Bro Lin Tian could do something like this." Qing Yu's voice lowered, "All of Northwest City." "No, all of humanity is counting on him." Both Lin Tian and Mo Yuan rushed towards each other. Their attacks collided, creating a colossal pillar of energy. The surrounding winds began to howl, and the ground nearby instantly cracked open. Rocks and debris shot into the air. Mo Yuan raised a hand and roared, "Lin Tian, let me see the true power of the third-level Iron Vein realm." Lin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the enemy before him. Lin Tian swung his arm forward forcefully. The two fists collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized something. His eyes widened. Mo Yuan's power seemed to have grown stronger than before. In an instant, Mo Yuan's strength sent Lin Tian flying backward. Lin Tian was flung into the distance, his body slamming hard into the ground. Mo Yuan looked down and said arrogantly, "Is this the power of the third-level Iron Vein realm? Right now, you're no match for me at all." Lin Tian sat motionless amidst the rubble when a notification suddenly sounded. "High-level fire attribute spirit energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it?" Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. "What? I can actually absorb its spirit energy?" Lin Tian pushed off his feet and launched himself at Mo Yuan. He thought to himself, how can I let such good spirit energy go to waste? Absorb it? Mo Yuan laughed loudly. "You want to risk your life against me? Utterly foolish." Mo Yuan opened its mouth, unleashing a massive wave of power. Mo Yuan thrust its hand forward, grabbing Lin Tian's body. Mo Yuan laughed, taunting, "Is this the full extent of your power? Too weak, just too weak." Lin Tian lowered his head slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. "Now's my chance." Lin Tian spread his arms to his sides, and a flame enveloped his body. Mo Yuan burst out laughing, sneering, "Then let me end your miserable life." As if realizing something, Mo Yuan's eyes suddenly shot wide open in surprise. Mo Yuan glanced around and wondered, what's happening? Why is my spirit energy so weak? Mo Yuan raised a hand, puzzled. Why is my spirit energy vanishing into thin air? Mo Yuan's eyes darted to Lin Tian as he shouted in disbelief. Could it be? Lin Tian smiled and replied softly, "What's wrong? Weren't you going to end my life?" Why have you stopped moving? Mo Yuan stammered, then roared, You're absorbing my spirit energy? Model. Lin Tian relaxed his body and said, I must say, that was a truly delicious meal. As thanks, allow me to send you on your way. Sweat dripped down Ma Uyen's forehead as he stammered. No, Ma Uyen frantically flapped his wings to get away from Lin Tian, screaming, I don't want to die! Lin Tian raised his hand, and in an instant, a wall of fire erupted, blocking Ma Uyen's path. Lin Tian frowned, his voice low as he said to Ma Uyen, Did I say you could leave? Ma Uyen glared at Lin Tian and roared, Lin Tian, if you insist on seeking death, then let's perish together. Ma Uyen turned and flew straight at Lin Tian, his voice booming. Die. Lin Tian drew his sword, its blade instantly covered in flames, and said, You're the one who's going to die. Lin Tian lunged forward, delivering a fatal slash to Ma Uyen's body. Blood immediately poured from Ma Uyen's mouth, his voice weak. It can't be. I clearly. Lin Tian glanced back slightly, his razor-sharp eyes fixed on his foe. He said softly, The farce is over. Ma Uyen's body gradually disintegrated, leaving only a single spark of fire hovering in the air. Scene change. After the decisive battle, it is now nighttime at Lin Tian's residence. In the dining room, the table is covered with numerous steaming hot dishes. Jiao Dao picked up a can of beer and took a long swig. She slammed the can back on the table and exclaimed excitedly, Ah, that hits the spot. Nothing beats a drink after a near-death experience. Cheers. Lin Tian looked at Jiao Dao and reminded her, Auntie, you should drink a little less. Don't you have to take Uncle to the hospital tomorrow? Jiao Dao waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's fine. I'm not even drunk, Lin Tian replied. That's what every drunk says. He then said to Jiao Dao, Auntie, don't be a bad influence on Lan Yue and Shen Feifei. I can't deal with a house full of alcoholics later on. Lan Yue averted her gaze, saying shyly, It would take a lot more than this to get me drunk. Feifei, holding a glass of water, reassured Lin Tian, Don't worry, they can't hold their liquor like I can. Jiao Dao suddenly shot to her feet and asked Lin Tian, Oh my, listen here, little Thien, I almost forgot to ask. Now that you've become so powerful, which one of these two are you going to marry? Feifei, still holding her glass, felt her cheeks flush. She glanced towards Lin Tian, expectantly awaiting his answer. Lan Yue also looked over at Lin Tian beside her, a gentle smile on her face. Feifei suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's arm and cheered excitedly. Do you even need to ask? It's both of them, of course. Times have changed. Shouldn't a powerful man have multiple women? Lin Tian placed a hand on Feifei's head, gently chiding her. Don't say such silly things. He looked down and replied coldly, The world is in turmoil. I'll think about marriage only after peace has been restored. Feifei said in a low voice, So it's settled then. Just then, Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. Feifei glanced down and wondered, Grandpa? The phone's screen displayed a name, Shen Zhenchuan, Commander-in-Chief of the military. Lin Tian picked up his phone and started to walk away, saying to Jiao Dao, I need to take this call. Please, continue without me. Lin Tian stepped onto the balcony and answered, Commander Shen, you were looking for me? Commander Shen's voice came from the other end. Lin Tian, my boy, we were fortunate to have you in the battle for Northwest City. On behalf of the military, I thank you for saving so many lives. Lin Tian replied softly, It was nothing. I just did what needed to be done. You must have a reason for calling me so late, right? Commander Shen replied, That's right. I'm calling you because the military has discovered a mysterious secret realm. Because of this, the military has invited the captains of the spirit associations from all over to discuss a strategy. Do you have time to make a trip here? Lin Tian was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, I understand. I'm on my way. Scene changed to the front of a room. A sign hanging above reads, Military Conference Room. Inside the conference room, Cha Feng frowned and said, Spirit energy is recovering at a rapid pace. Who isn't experiencing a massive jump in their realm? What gives North Key City the right to throw their weight around? Min Ka crossed his arms and retorted, You're all talk. If we actually fought, let's see how many of my attacks you could withstand. Wu Lan shot to his feet, shouting indignantly, In this day and age, someone has a breakthrough every 3 days and a major achievement every 5. Who here isn't a prodigy? The group inside the conference room began to argue. What did you say? What about it? You got a problem? Say that again. Hao Yang raised both hands, trying to calm the chaotic crowd. Stop arguing. We're here to devise a plan, not for infighting. Lin Tian walked in, took in the scene, and suddenly remarked, Quite lively in here. The arguing crowd fell silent. They were startled by Lin Tian's arrival. Lin Tian slowly walked forward and said softly, My apologies, I'm a bit late. Lin Tian addressed everyone. Now that we're all here, let's begin the meeting. Cha Feng and Wu Lan fell silent, slowly walking towards the conference table and sitting down. Everyone else sat down, their eyes glued on Lin Tian. Hao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Only big brother Lin Tian could control this rowdy bunch. Hao Yang picked up a pointer and aimed it at the screen, where a map appeared, and his voice rang out. According to our analysis of spirit energy fluctuations over the past week, an extremely abnormal resonance point has appeared on the edge of the southwestern desert. Hao Yang pointed to a line on the map and continued, "This area originally had no spirit energy, but now it's erupting with a stable and extremely intense spirit vein reaction. Based on our preliminary assessment, it's a newly formed secret realm." Jiang Zhe looked at Hao Yang and exclaimed in surprise, "A new secret realm?" The screen changed to an image of the Earth as Hao Yang continued to explain, "It's not just here. Globally, at least 5 other regions have recently experienced similar surges in spirit energy. According to our intelligence, new secret realms have also appeared in those locations." An image of a person cultivating appeared on the screen. Hao Yang explained, "Those who have explored these new secret realms report that there is a type of spirit fruit inside that can help a person break through to the Iron Vein realm instantly." The people in the room looked at each other and began to chatter excitedly. Lin Tian crossed his arms and smiled, thinking to himself that this was the perfect opportunity for Lan Yue and the others to break through to the Iron Vein realm. A short while later, in Commander Shen's office, he looked at Lin Tian with a smile and asked, "So? I trust the meeting went smoothly today?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, "That secret realm won't be much of a challenge for me, but it would be a good place for Lan Yue and the others to raise their strength." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned serious. He frowned and asked, "You wanted to see me? There must be something more." Commander Shen nodded slightly and sighed. "As expected, nothing gets past you. There is indeed another small matter I need your help with." As he spoke, he handed a file to Lin Tian. Commander Shen slowly explained, "The secret realm we discovered is actually the second one. The first one, someone else beat us to it a week ago." Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned and asked, "You couldn't secure the first secret realm?" A troubled expression appeared on Commander Shen's face as he sighed and replied, "It's not that we couldn't secure it, it was stolen. The opposing party is a mysterious faction. In just a few short days, they produced an Iron Vein Realm expert." Lin Tian listened and asked doubtfully, "And then this person became some kind of warlord?" Commander Shen nodded slightly. He directly occupied Trongthian City, ignoring the government and placing the entire city under lockdown." Lin Tian thought for a moment before speaking. "Got it. I'll go drag him out." Hearing him agree, Commander Shen said happily, "Thank you. This kind of act that threatens to divide our nation must be stopped." That evening at Lin Tian's house, Lin Tian gathered Lan Yue and the other two to explain everything. "So, this is what happened." After listening, Lan Yue frowned and asked, "So, should we still participate in this secret realm mission?" Lin Tian nodded firmly. "We're definitely going. But because of the special circumstances this time, you all will have to face the dangers by yourselves." He told Lan Yue and Su Yuting to be extremely careful inside the secret realm. He added that he had already contacted Ma Chu, who would go with them. Hearing this, Fei Fei asked quizzically, "They're going to the secret realm, so where does that leave me?" Lin Tian slowly explained, "I heard that the first person to conquer a secret realm was the Earth Emperor, who obtained fire attribute spirit energy. That's why you're coming with me this time." Fei Fei immediately exclaimed in excitement, "You got it! I'll definitely train hard." If Lin Tian remembered correctly, not long after the spirit energy secret realms erupted in his past life, the real cataclysm would begin. He wouldn't let that happen again this time. He had to be strong enough to protect everything he cherished in the apocalypse. While Lin Tian was lost in thought, Lan Yue suddenly asked hesitantly, "Lin Tian, are you hiding something from us?" Lin Tian was slightly startled. He glanced at the three of them, then slowly spoke, "The spirit energy eruptions everywhere are getting more intense. You all must increase your strength quickly, or you might not make it through the next phase." Hearing this, the three of them, including Lan Yue, exclaimed in shock. "The next phase?" Lin Tian didn't explain further, saying seriously, "All right, don't overthink it for now. Just rest up and get ready to head to Trongthian City." Meanwhile, in Trongthian City, inside a luxurious room, a man with a girl on each arm was laughing smugly. The two beautiful women sitting on his lap, their cheeks flushed, lowered their heads coyly, silently letting him do as he pleased. The man then boasted arrogantly, "The Don Tu Ban Corporation, the government, they're all worthless before me." Just then, an urgent voice suddenly came from outside. "Boss, we've caught a traitor." Hearing this, the man frowned and ordered, "Come in and report." Immediately, a man pushed the door open and entered. "Boss, it was this punk who was secretly contacting the military." He said the person not only revealed that they had control of a secret realm, but also planned to act as a contact to welcome the spirit energy cultivator sent by the military. The man wasn't flustered at all, speaking calmly. "It's fine, just a regular cultivator from the military. They can't stir up any trouble for now." Once he completely devoured the power within the secret realm, not just this city, but the entire country would have to submit to him. The subordinate frowned slightly and asked, "Boss, what should we do about the military?" The man replied coldly, "Find a few people to pose as the contacts. Chop up the cultivator the military sends and feed him to the dogs." With that, he lifted the two women onto his shoulders and left the room. The next morning, a plane landed in Tian City. Lin Tian and Fei Fei slowly walked out. Seeing the two of them, a man stuck his head out of a car and shouted, "You're Miss Tham Fei Fei from the military, right? Quick, get in the car." Lin Tian and Fei Fei quickly got into the car and left. The driver, while driving, said with a smile, "I never expected the military to send a beauty like you to help us." Hearing that, Fei Fei pouted and said, "Such a smooth talker. Are you the person in charge of contacting the military? What's your contact ID?" The driver calmly replied, "My contact ID is coconut chicken." Fei Fei nodded slightly and asked, "Where are we going now?" The driver quickly answered, "First, we're going to an underground bar. There are people there who want to rise up with me against Weithan's son." While the two were talking, Lin Tian, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "You're not the young man who's supposed to meet us, are you?" This statement startled the driver for a moment, and even Fei Fei's expression darkened, but the driver quickly regained his composure and said, "Huh? What are you talking about? I am him." But before he could finish, Lin Tian cut him off coldly. "Coconut chicken is left-handed and has a southwestern accent. You're not only not left-handed, but your accent is also wrong." Then he asked in a cold voice, "So, before I kill you, do you have any last words?" The man immediately slammed on the brakes in a panic. With a screech, the tires screeched loudly against the road. The car quickly stopped by the side of the road. The driver spoke coldly, "You're smart, but smart people don't live long." Seeing that he had admitted it, Fei Fei frowned and asked, "So you guys have already captured the real contact?" The driver snorted coldly, "That's right, and you'll be joining that little punk soon enough." Hearing this, Lin Tian just scoffed dismissively. "Let me ask you something. You think you alone are enough?" "More than enough," the driver shouted, then unleashed his own power. With a bang, the car instantly exploded. The driver quickly jumped out, landing safely on the ground without a scratch. He laughed smugly, "Your two heads will be my gift to Mr. Wei." But as soon as he finished speaking, the driver's eyes widened involuntarily, because from within the smoke and fire, Lin Tian and Fei Fei were slowly walking out. Lin Tian said faintly, "正好拿它练练手吧，你以后会经常面对这种战斗的." Fei Fei nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Hearing that only Fei Fei was coming forward, the driver grinned maliciously. "Little sister, don't blame me for being ruthless then." Fei Fei scoffed. "Let's see what you've got." Immediately after, the two of them rushed towards each other like moths to a flame. However, Fei Fei was a bit faster. She landed a punch that made the man's nose bleed. He staggered back, his face filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? You're just a girl." But while he was stunned, Fei Fei came forward and grabbed both of his hands. The driver gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is impossible." Unfortunately for him, Fei Fei showed no mercy and gave him a swift kick. The driver went flying, slamming hard into the roadside guardrail. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his back. He cursed angrily, "Bitch!" Before he could finish his curse, he saw Fei Fei charging at him aggressively. The driver's eyes widened in fear. He immediately slammed his head on the ground and begged relentlessly, "I was wrong! I was wrong! Don't kill me!" He said he would lead them to find coconut chicken. "He's barely hanging on right now," Fei Fei said coldly. "I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to pull any more tricks, I'll twist your head off and use it as a soccer ball." The driver nodded frantically. "I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare." After dealing with the man, Fei Fei walked up to Lin Tian and asked with a smile, "So, wasn't my performance outstanding?" Lin Tian nodded in praise. "Extremely good." A while later, at a base in Tian City, in a dark basement with only a single flickering light, a young man was tied up. But then he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Lin Tian and Fei Fei. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Fei Fei quickly spoke up. "You're coconut chicken, right? We were sent by the military to rescue you." Coconut chicken trembled and muttered, "Prove your identity." Fei Fei replied calmly, "You once told me your online username wasn't based on your favorite food, but on your sister's, and that your sister has passed away." Hearing this, Coconut Chicken let out a sigh of relief. "It really is you guys, finally. This is great." Fei Fei hurriedly untied his chains, constantly reassuring him, "Hang in there, I'll take you to a hospital." Coconut Chicken shook his head slightly and said, "There's no need. While I'm still conscious, let me report to you." He said that Wei Than San was originally the vice president of the Tian Spirit Energy Association. Half a month ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in Tian City. The president of the Tian City Spirit Energy Association took him there to investigate. Unexpectedly, he killed the president inside the secret realm and stole the treasure within. Fei Fei was shocked to hear this and exclaimed, "What? He killed the president of the Tian City Spirit Energy Association?" Coconut Chicken nodded. That's right. Wei Than-sun used the treasure from the secret realm to successfully advance to the Ta Mai realm, and then he started causing chaos in Truong Thien City. He told them to leave quickly, that they were no match for Than-sun, who had already reached the Tai Mai realm. Meanwhile, Fei Fei had only reached the peak of the Yongquan realm, and as for her partner, Coconut Chicken said he couldn't sense any spirit energy from Lin Tian at all. Lin Tian was a bit stunned to hear that, but he quickly spoke up. Have you ever seen what his treasure looks like? The young man nodded slightly and replied, I glanced at it once. It looked like a red key. As soon as he said that, Lin Tian's eyes widened in shock. A red key? Could it be what you're thinking? Just then, the Coconut Chicken suddenly realized something and cried out in terror, Oh no! This is Wei Qingshan's spiritual energy. He's here! Sure enough, it wasn't long before another figure appeared. Qingshan smirked and said, Well, has the legendary justice finally arrived? Fei Fei glanced at him and asked doubtfully, You're Wei Qingshan? Qingshan stared at her intently, then licked his lips and spoke in a perverted tone. The little girl sent by the military has a pretty nice figure. If you're willing to become my concubine, I might be merciful enough to spare your life. His words infuriated Fei Fei. She gritted her teeth and cursed, You're looking to die. But Qingshan paid no mind to her anger. He snorted contemptuously. If you insist on doing this the hard way, then don't blame me for being cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy erupted from around him. Seeing this, the Coconut Chicken yelled, You two run! That bastard is in the Iron Vein realm now. You can't beat him. At that moment, Qingshan charged forward aggressively, roaring, Don't even think about running! All of you can just die here! Lin Tian, however, was completely unfazed. Just some trash in the Iron Vein realm, perfect for Fei Fei to get some practice. With that thought, he glanced at Fei Fei and suggested, Use Wei Qingshan as a sparring partner. If you want to get stronger, you have to face powerful opponents. You need to become someone who can stand by my side. Fei Fei nodded without the slightest hesitation and then charged forward like a moth to a flame. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed. Their fists quickly collided. Feeling the force of her blow, his eyes filled with contempt. Is that all the strength you have? Are you trying to tickle me? Angered by his condescension, Fei Fei gathered more spiritual energy into her palm, preparing to strike again. But this time, Qingshan caught her hand. He then drove his knee hard into her stomach, sending her flying and slamming her body onto the ground. Qingshan snorted coldly. I only absorbed 1% of the spiritual energy from that secret treasure, and I'm already this strong. Once I've fully absorbed that secret treasure, who in this world will be able to stop me? Over on the side, Fei Fei scrambled to her feet and cursed, Bastard! The Coconut Chicken saw this and said worriedly, I told you two couldn't beat him. You need to run! But Lin Tian just stood there calmly and spoke coolly. Wei Qingshan, that treasure you just mentioned, is it on you right now? Hearing this, Qingshan cursed contemptuously. Who gave you the right to speak? What do you think? Lin Tian snorted in displeasure, then stomped hard on the ground, cracking it as he leaped into the air. In an instant, Lin Tian appeared right in front of Qingshan. A powerful fist immediately smashed into his face. His speed was so fast, Qingshan couldn't even react. Taking the full force of the blow, he was sent flying 10 meters, slamming hard onto the cold ground and turning it into rubble. Enraged at being beaten like a dog by Lin Tian, Qingshan rose from the debris, clenching his fists and gathering spiritual energy, preparing to attack. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Lin Tian rushed in like the wind and delivered a devastating kick. He snorted coldly and cursed. A mere dog at the first level of the Iron Vein realm dares to bark at me? Beaten by Lin Tian until his mouth was full of blood, Qingshan lay sprawled on the ground like a dead fish. Lin Tian hadn't even bothered to draw his sword, yet he had already defeated the man the government feared. But Lin Tian had no intention of letting him go. He grabbed Qingshan by the hair and dragged him across the ground. The man looked utterly pathetic. Only now did Qingshan realize that the person before him was a demon. He trembled and begged, Stop. Stop your hand. Don't hit me anymore. It's on me. The treasure is on me. Hearing this, Lin Tian stopped. Fei Fei and the Coconut Chicken, watching from behind, were stunned. They never expected him to give it up so easily. As if terrified Lin Tian would strike again, Qingshan quickly took out a red key and held it out to him. He stammered, trembling, Gee, great lord, this is the treasure I found in the secret realm. Lin Tian reached out and took it. That's right, this is it. This key can open the deeper levels of the secret realm. Back then, when the deeper levels of the secret realm were opened, the Earth had already been undergoing a spiritual energy recovery for some time. If you didn't have strength at that point, the only outcome was death. Thinking of this, Lin Tian finally asked, Where is the entrance to that secret realm? The question made Qingshan flinch. But I already cleaned that secret realm out, didn't I? There's nothing left inside, but if I tell him that, will he kill me right here and now? But in the end, he still decided to lead Lin Tian and the others to the secret realm. A short while later, at a majestic mountain range with a large waterfall, Lin Tian slowly followed Qingshan along the waterfall and deep into the forest. After a while, Qingshan finally stopped and said, "The entrance to the secret realm is right here." Lin Tian looked in the direction he pointed and saw a sturdy stone door standing there. He looked up, observing it for a long moment, then slowly approached the door. There was a small keyhole. Lin Tian frowned slightly. "That's right, just as I thought." And so, without any hesitation, he inserted the key.